Welcome to Beyond Good and Evil by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated into modern English for the contemporary knowledge seeker. Beyond Good and Evil is more relevant today than ever, as modern identity politics echo the very dangers he warned us about: rigid moral dogmas, herd mentality, and the illusion of absolute truths. Nietzsche saw the rise of ideological factions that claim moral superiority, stifling independent thought and reducing complex human nature to oversimplified categories. In many ways, Nietzsche didn't just critique his time, he foresaw ours. That said, no one is off the hook. This book has something to challenge everyone's worldview. This work stands as both a challenge and an invitation to rethink, to unlearn, and to confront the deepest assumptions that shape our understanding of truth, morality, and the human spirit. Written in 1886, this book does not simply argue. It provokes, dismantles, and reassembles, demanding that the reader engage with it not as a passive recipient, but as an intellectual adversary. Nietzsche saw Beyond Good and Evil as a sharper, more refined expression of the ideas he first explored in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, cutting through the illusions of conventional morality and philosophical dogma with unrelenting force. He dissects the habits of thought inherited from centuries of tradition, exposing the ways in which philosophers, theologians, and moralists have shackled human potential. Yet, for all its iconoclasm, this book is not a simple rejection of old values. It is the beginning of a search for something greater, a call to create new values, new perspectives, and ultimately, a new kind of philosopher. To aid in navigating Nietzsche's intricate and often provocative arguments, each chapter in this audiobook concludes with a brief summary and commentary. These reflections serve not as final interpretations, but as signposts, offering context, drawing connections, and illuminating key ideas to provide a clearer overview of Nietzsche's thought. Whether you are encountering Beyond Good and Evil for the first time or returning to it with fresh eyes, these insights are meant to enhance engagement with a text that rewards deep contemplation. If you like this translation, then press that like button and subscribe to the channel. Now, let us begin this journey beyond the certainties of conventional philosophy, beyond the comforts of inherited wisdom, beyond good and evil. Chapter 1. Prejudices of Philosophers. The drive for truth, this thing that has led us into all sorts of risky endeavors, this so-called love of truth that philosophers have always praised. What kinds of questions hasn't it thrown at us? Strange, unsettling, even dangerous ones. This has been going on for ages, and yet it feels like we've barely scratched the surface. No wonder we start getting skeptical, impatient, even frustrated. Maybe this riddle itself is pushing us to ask the real questions. Who is actually questioning us here? What exactly is this will to truth inside us? We spent a long time fixating on where this will comes from, but at some point we hit an even deeper question. What is it worth? We assume we want the truth, but why truth instead of lies? Why not uncertainty, or even ignorance? Suddenly, the question wasn't just about truth, but about its value. Did we stumble upon this problem, or did it find us? Who's the Oedipus here, solving the riddle? Who's the Sphinx? At this point, it feels like we're drowning in question marks. And yet, could it be possible that no one has ever seriously asked this before? That we are the first to truly see this problem and dare to bring it up? Because make no mistake, there is real danger in asking. Maybe the greatest danger of all. How could something come from its opposite? Can truth really come from error? Can the will to truth be born from a will to deceive? Can selflessness arise from selfishness? Can the clarity of wisdom spring from greed? That's impossible. Anyone who believes that is a fool, or worse. The most valuable things must have their own separate origins. They couldn't have come from this fleeting, deceptive, shallow world of illusion and greed. No, their real source must be somewhere beyond all this, in the realm of pure being, in something eternal, in some hidden God, in the thing in itself. That's the only place they could come from. This is the basic mindset of metaphysicians, no matter the time period. Their whole way of thinking relies on this assumption. It's the foundation of their logic. They chase after something they call truth, because they already believe in these opposites. And yet, none of them ever thought to doubt this assumption, even though doubt is exactly what should come first. They even swore by the principle de omnibus dubitandum. Everything must be doubted, but conveniently skipped this part. But what if these opposites don't exist at all? What if the so-called high values, truth, selflessness, certainty, are just surface-level judgments, just perspectives shaped by a specific way of looking at the world? Maybe even from a biased, narrow point of view, like a frog's perspective, as painters would say. And what if the things we consider low or bad, deception, illusion, selfishness, actually have a deeper, more fundamental value for life? What if the very reason why we value the good things is because they are secretly tied to, or even identical with, the bad things? That's a dangerous question. Who would even dare to think like this? Only a new kind of philosopher, one who isn't afraid of such radical perhapses, a philosopher willing to step beyond all past assumptions. And, if I'm being serious, I think I see those kinds of thinkers emerging. After spending years studying philosophers and reading between their lines, I've come to a conclusion. Most of what they think is rational is actually instinct-driven. Even their deepest thoughts are shaped by unconscious urges, just like how inheritance works, regardless of how or where you're born. Consciousness and instinct aren't really opposites. In fact, most of what philosophers consider pure thought is actually just their instincts steering them in a particular direction. Behind all logic, behind the illusion of free, objective reasoning, there are hidden values at play, biological, psychological, survival-driven needs that shape what we consider truth. For example, the idea that certainty is better than uncertainty, or that reality is better than illusion. These assumptions aren't neutral or universal. They're just ways of thinking that help us survive. But that doesn't mean they're objectively true. Maybe they're just crutches we need as a species. But what if we're not actually the measure of all things? Just because an opinion is false doesn't mean it's useless. That's a shocking statement, I know, but the real question isn't whether an idea is true, it's whether it helps us live, whether it preserves or even strengthens life. Some of the most important beliefs we hold, the most fundamental fictions like absolute truth, morality, and even math, are actually false. And yet, without them, we couldn't function. In other words, if we gave up all false beliefs, we'd be giving up life itself. To recognize that untruth is necessary for life, that's a dangerous realization. It overturns everything we've valued so far. But a philosophy that dares to go there has already stepped beyond good and evil. The reason philosophers are often viewed with a mix of distrust and amusement isn't just because they're so naive, constantly making mistakes, getting lost, and generally acting like overgrown children. No, the real issue is that they aren't honest with themselves. They love to put on a show about their dedication to truth, yet the moment anyone even hints at questioning their sincerity, they cry foul. They pretend their ideas came from some kind of pure, divine, detached reasoning, unlike mystics, who at least admit to getting their insights from inspiration. But in reality, their so-called truths are just their personal biases, polished up and defended with arguments they cooked up after the fact. They're lawyers pretending to be neutral judges, skilled at justifying their prejudices while parading them around as objective truths. And, worst of all, they lack the honesty or the guts to admit it, even to themselves. Imagine if one of them actually had the courage to be upfront about it, to warn others, or even joke about their own bias. Take Kant, for example. The way he leads us down a labyrinth of logic just to land at his categorical imperative. It's all so stiff and self-righteous, it makes those of us with sharper instincts laugh. Or look at Spinoza, who dressed up his philosophy in the rigid armor of mathematics, trying to make it look like some unassailable divine truth. But all that really does is reveal his own fears, his own need for protection. His philosophy wasn't just an idea, it was his personal armor, a sickly recluse hiding behind equations. I've come to realize that every great philosophy, at its core, is just a disguised confession. It's the philosopher revealing who they are, whether they mean to or not. Every deep philosophical system grows from a specific moral or immoral worldview. It's the real seed from which everything else in their thought develops. So, if you really want to understand a philosopher's abstract, complex theories, the best question to ask is, what kind of morality are they trying to push? Because I don't believe philosophy is born from some neutral impulse to knowledge. No, something else is always driving it, some deeper urge that just uses knowledge as a tool, and often as a way to justify itself. And if you examine human nature, you'll see that all of our fundamental instincts, our desires, fears, and ambitions have played at being philosophy at some point. Each instinct would love to see itself as the ultimate meaning of life, as the ruler of all the others. Because every instinct, by its very nature, is tyrannical. It wants to dominate. Now, in contrast, when it comes to actual scientists, things might be different. Maybe there really is a kind of cold, detached pursuit of knowledge in science, a little machine inside them that just runs on logic and curiosity. But even then, scientists tend to have their real interests elsewhere: family, money, politics. It doesn't really matter whether they study mushrooms, ancient languages, or chemistry. What defines them isn't what they study, but how they approach it. Philosophers, on the other hand, are never neutral. They reveal exactly who they are in their philosophy, especially in their moral beliefs. That's where you see their deepest instincts at play. Philosophers can be mean. There's nothing sharper than a well-aimed philosophical insult. Take Epicurus. He had one of the best burns of all time for Plato and his followers. He called them Dionysiacolakes. At first glance, it sounds like it just means flatterers of Dionysius, basically, suck-ups to tyrants. But the real insult goes deeper. Dionysiacolakes was also a slang term for an actor. So what Epicurus was really saying was, Plato and his crowd, they're just performers, fakes. And let's be real, he was pissed about their pompous, theatrical way of presenting philosophy. Epicurus, sitting in his little garden in Athens, cranking out hundreds of books, probably seethed with jealousy at how Plato and his school were treated like high priests of wisdom. Who knows? Maybe he wrote so much because he was trying to compete. It took Greece a century to figure out who Epicurus really was, if they ever did. At some point, in every philosophy, the philosopher's real beliefs step into the light. Or, as an old mystery saying puts it, here comes the donkey, handsome and strong. You want to live according to nature? Oh, you noble Stoics, what a load of nonsense. Think about what nature actually is: wild, wasteful, indifferent, chaotic, cruel, without purpose or justice. endlessly creating and destroying with no concern for anything. If that's what nature is, how exactly do you plan on living according to it? Because life itself is about resisting this chaos, valuing some things over others, being selective, judging, striving for order. And if your command to live according to nature really just means live according to life, well, congratulations. That's exactly what everyone is already doing. Why pretend it's some deep principle? But the truth is, that's not what you Stoics really want. No, you don't want to follow nature. You want to dictate to it. You want to impose your moral order onto the universe, to force it to obey your Stoic laws, to see your personal philosophy reflected in the cosmos itself. You've stared at nature so long through your Stoic lens that you've hypnotized yourselves into thinking that's just how things are. And worst of all, you actually believe that because you can dominate yourselves, because Stoicism is really just self-tyranny. You can somehow force the universe to play along. But aren't you part of nature too? This isn't new. This has happened every time a philosophy starts taking itself too seriously. Every system of thought ends up remaking the world in its own image, because that's what philosophy is, the ultimate act of domination. The most intellectual form of the will to power. The urge to create reality itself, to declare, this is the first cause of all things. The intensity and craftiness with which people across Europe are now dealing with the problem of the real and apparent world is worth paying attention to. Anyone who thinks this is just about a will to truth clearly isn't listening carefully. Sure, in rare cases, some extreme metaphysical daredevil might actually be driven purely by a thirst for truth. Someone who would rather hold on to a tiny shred of certainty than be seduced by endless possibilities. There may even be fanatics who would rather cling to a definite nothing than accept an uncertain something. But that's nihilism, the mark of a soul exhausted and in despair, even if it parades itself as courageous. Things are different, though, for stronger, more vital thinkers who still have an appetite for life. When they attack appearance and treat perspective with suspicion, when they regard their own bodies as unreliable, no better than the old illusion that the earth is motionless, they seem to be throwing away their most certain possession. After all, what do people today believe in more firmly than their own physical existence? But what if these skeptics aren't simply rejecting modern ideas? What if they're trying to recover something older, something that once felt even more secure? Maybe the immortal soul, or even God. Their rejection of modern ideas reveals a deep distrust. They don't believe in the intellectual clutter of today, just as a refined taste grows sick of the cheap trinkets sold at a marketplace. They're repulsed by the messy, second-hand jumble of ideas peddled by modern so-called realists and positivists who have nothing original or true to offer, only a chaotic patchwork of borrowed thoughts. In this sense, I can sympathize with these skeptical anti-realists and meticulous nitpickers of knowledge. Their instinct to reject modern reality hasn't been refuted. It's not about wanting to go back, but about wanting to get away. If they only had a bit more strength, boldness, and artistic power, they wouldn't retreat. They'd escape forward. It seems like there's an effort everywhere to downplay Kant's real influence on German philosophy and, more specifically, to avoid acknowledging how highly he valued himself. His greatest pride was his table of categories, which he presented as the hardest thing ever accomplished for metaphysics. But let's think about that. Could be accomplished? He was most proud of discovering a new human faculty, the ability to make synthetic judgments a priori. Even if he was mistaken, his sheer confidence set off a chain reaction in German philosophy. The younger generation, eager to outdo him, started competing to find their own new faculties, to be proud of. But let's stop and ask the obvious question. It's long overdue. Kant asked, "How are synthetic judgments a priori possible?" And what was his answer? By means of a faculty. That's it. But instead of stating it simply, he buried it under a mountain of heavy German jargon and grandiose profundity, so much so that people completely missed how ridiculous it was. They were thrilled about this new faculty, and the excitement reached its peak when Kant went on to discover a moral faculty, because back then, Germans still cared about morality and hadn't yet been dragged into the cold realism of politics. And so, the golden age of German philosophy began. Young theologians at Tübingen ran off into the woods, desperately searching for more faculties. In that fresh, youthful era of German thought, enchanted by romanticism and full of naive enthusiasm, people didn't even distinguish between discovering and inventing. The biggest prize of all? The faculty of the transcendental, which Schelling named intellectual intuition. That phrase was music to the ears of spiritually inclined Germans who longed for something mystical yet rational. The worst mistake we can make today is to take this entire movement too seriously, or worse, judge it with moral outrage. It was simply youthful energy disguised in ancient philosophical concepts. But youth fades, and the dream eventually wore off. Now people rub their foreheads in confusion, just as they did back then when they finally woke up. They had been dreaming, and at the center of it all was Kant. By means of a faculty, he had said. But is that really an answer? Is that even an explanation? Or is it just a fancy way of restating the question? It's no better than the doctor in Molière, who, when asked why opium causes sleep, replies, "Because it has a sleep-inducing power." This kind of reasoning belongs in comedy. It's time to move past Kant's question, "How are synthetic judgments a priori possible?" and replace it with a more serious one. Why do we need to believe in them? The truth is, these judgments must be believed in for beings like us to survive. But they might still be false. Put simply, synthetic judgments a priori shouldn't exist at all. We have no right to them. They're nothing but illusions in our mouths. But the belief in them remains necessary, just like any illusion that makes life seem coherent. And if we consider how much German philosophy, yes, it deserves those quotation marks, has shaped Europe, we can see that a certain virtus dormitiva was at play. Thanks to German philosophy, noble daydreamers, moralists, mystics, artists, half-Christians, and political reactionaries of every nation found the perfect antidote to the overwhelming sensualism of the previous century. In short, it helped them fall asleep. Materialistic atomism is one of the most thoroughly refuted theories out there, and today no serious scholar takes it literally, except as a convenient shorthand for everyday speech, and for that we can thank the Pole Boscovich. Alongside Copernicus, he was one of the greatest thinkers to challenge the evidence of our senses. Copernicus convinced us that despite what our eyes tell us, the Earth doesn't stand still. And Boscovich took it further. He dismantled the last thing people thought was solid, the belief in substance, in matter, in the idea of an indivisible, fundamental particle. This was the greatest triumph over the senses ever achieved. But we must go even further. We must wage an even harsher war against the hidden atomistic assumptions that still linger in places where no one suspects them, just as we must combat the deeper metaphysical assumptions that have shaped our thinking for centuries. And above all, we must finally strike down the most dangerous atomism of all, the one Christianity has pushed more than any other: soul atomism. By this, I mean the belief that the soul is something indivisible, eternal, indestructible, that it is a monad, an atomon. This idea needs to be driven out of science. But let's be clear, that doesn't mean we have to get rid of the soul itself. Unlike clumsy materialists who, whenever they touch on the soul, end up discarding it entirely, we can be more refined. We can open the way for new interpretations of the soul, ideas like the mortal soul, the soul as a multiplicity of subjective states, or the soul as a social structure made up of instincts and passions. These concepts deserve a legitimate place in scientific thought. The new psychologist must put an end to the superstitions that have grown like a jungle around the idea of the soul. But in doing so, he finds himself alone, venturing into new and uncertain territory. Perhaps the older psychologists had an easier, more comfortable time of it. But in the end, by pushing forward, he is condemned to invent. And who knows, maybe he will discover. Psychologists should reconsider before declaring self-preservation as the primary instinct of living beings. A living thing's first drive is to expend its strength. Life itself is will to power. Self-preservation is just one of its indirect and common side effects. In short, as always, we should be cautious of unnecessary teleological explanations, one of which is this so-called instinct of self-preservation, an idea we owe to Spinoza's inconsistency. Proper method demands an economy of principles. Perhaps 5 or 6 minds are just now realizing that natural science is not an explanation of the world, but merely an arrangement and presentation of it, our way of ordering things. Yet, as long as it remains based on faith in the senses, it will continue to be treated as an explanation. It appeals to the instincts of a fundamentally plebeian age because it provides tangible proof. Its evidence can be seen and touched. And for those with common tastes, this is the only real standard of truth. What is clear? What is explained? Only what can be grasped by the senses. Everything must be reduced to this level. In contrast, the appeal of Plato's philosophy, an aristocratic philosophy, lay precisely in its resistance to the senses. His followers may have had sharper and more refined sensory perceptions than we do, yet they found their greatest pleasure in mastering and overcoming them. They wove a cold, abstract conceptual web over the chaotic riot of sensory impressions, the mob of the senses, as Plato called it. There was a unique pleasure in this act of control, a different kind of enjoyment from what today's physicists, Darwinists, and anti-teleologists offer with their crude principle of minimum effort and maximum error. Where nothing can be seen or grasped, nothing more can be done. That is the new imperative. It may be right for a tough, hard-working race of future engineers and bridge builders whose task is rough labor. But it is a far cry from Plato's world. If we want to study physiology with intellectual honesty, we must reject the idea that our sense organs are merely phenomena in the idealist sense, because if they were, they could not be causes of anything. Sensualism must therefore be at least a guiding assumption, if not a fundamental principle of investigation. What? Some still claim that the external world is a product of our organs. But if that were true, our bodies, being part of the external world, would also be products of our organs. And if our organs produce the external world, then they in turn would have to be produced by themselves. This is pure absurdity, unless, of course, the concept of causa sui, something being its own cause, is not inherently nonsensical. But since it is, the external world cannot be the product of our sense organs. There are still innocent self-observers who believe in immediate certainties. For example, I think. Or, as Schopenhauer's superstition puts it, I will. As if knowledge here grasped its object purely and directly, as the thing in itself, without any distortion from either subject or object. I would repeat it 100 times. Immediate certainty just like absolute knowledge and the thing in itself contains a contradictio in ejecto. We really ought to free ourselves from the misleading power of words. People may think that knowing means knowing things as they are, but the philosopher must say to himself, when I analyze the process that is expressed in the sentence, I think, I find a whole series of daring assumptions, the proof of which would be difficult, perhaps impossible. For example, that it is I who thinks, that there must necessarily be something that thinks, that thinking is an activity, an operation of a being that is assumed to be a cause, that there is an ego, and finally, that it is already determined what exactly is meant by thinking, that I know what thinking is. For if I had not already settled within myself what thinking is, by what standard could I determine whether what is happening now is not perhaps willing or feeling? In short, the statement, I think, assumes that I compare my present state with other states of myself that I already know, in order to determine what it is. Because of this retrospective connection to prior knowledge, it cannot possibly have immediate certainty for me. Thus, in place of the immediate certainty that the people assume in such a case, the philosopher instead finds himself facing a series of metaphysical questions, true conscience questions of the intellect, such as, where did I get the concept of thinking? Why do I believe in cause and effect? What gives me the right to speak of an ego, or even of an ego as a cause, and finally, of an ego as the cause of thought? Whoever dares to answer these metaphysical questions right away by appealing to some intuitive perception, like the person who says, I think, and I know that this, at least, is true, real, and certain, will today be met with a smile and 2 question marks from a philosopher. Sir, the philosopher might say, it is unlikely that you are not mistaken, but why exactly should it be the truth? Regarding the superstitions of logicians, I will never stop emphasizing a simple fact that these credulous minds refuse to accept. A thought comes when it wants, not when I want. It is a complete distortion to claim that the subject, I, is the condition for the predicate, think. One thinks, but to assume that this one is the famous old ego is, at best, a mere assumption, not an immediate certainty. In fact, even saying one thinks already involves an interpretation. The one itself is an inference, not a given fact. The usual grammatical formula leads us astray. Thinking is an action. Every action requires an agent. Therefore, it's the same mistake early atomists made when they insisted that, besides the force at work, there must also be a material particle that holds and transmits it, the atom. But sharper minds eventually learn to do without this substance. Perhaps one day we will also learn to think without the need for the little one, the refined ghost of the old ego. One of the most appealing aspects of a theory is that it can be refuted. It is precisely this quality that attracts sharper minds. The idea of free will has been disproven 100 times, yet it persists, perhaps only because there's always someone eager to prove themselves strong enough to disprove it once more. Philosophers speak of the will as if it were the most familiar thing in the world. Schopenhauer even assured us that the will alone is truly and absolutely known to us, without addition or deduction. But again and again, it seems to me that Schopenhauer simply followed the usual philosopher's habit. He adopted a popular prejudice and exaggerated it. Willing, in my view, is above all something complicated, something that is a unity only in name. And it is precisely in a name that popular prejudice lurks. The name takes control where philosophers, throughout all ages, have failed to take adequate precautions. So, for once, let us be more cautious. Let us be unphilosophical. Let us say that in every act of willing, There is, first of all, a plurality of sensations. The sensation of the state we are moving away from, the sensation of the state we are moving towards, the sensation of this from and towards itself, and then, in addition, a muscular sensation that begins even if we do not move our arms or legs, simply by force of habit, the moment we will anything. Thus, just as we must recognize sensations as ingredients of the will, we must also recognize, secondly, thinking. In every act of the will, there is a ruling thought, and we should not imagine that this thought could somehow be removed from willing, leaving pure will behind. In the third place, the will is not only a combination of sensation and thought, it is, above all, an emotion. Specifically, it is the emotion of command. What people call freedom of the will is, in essence, the feeling of supremacy over that which must obey. I am free, he must obey. This consciousness is inherent in every act of willing. So too is the intensity of attention, the fixed stare directed exclusively at one goal, the absolute judgment that this and nothing else is necessary now, the inner certainty that obedience will be given, and all else that belongs to the position of a commander. A man who wills commands something within himself that obeys, or that he believes will obey. But now, let us consider the strangest thing about the will, this affair so extremely complex, for which people have only one name. Since, in every case, we are at once the commanding and the obeying party, and since, as the obeying party, we experience sensations of compulsion, impulse, pressure, resistance, and movement, which usually begin immediately after the act of willing, and since, on the other hand, we habitually overlook this duality and deceive ourselves with the synthetic term I, a whole series of false conclusions and therefore false judgments about the will has become attached to willing itself. The one who wills comes to believe, quite firmly, that willing alone is sufficient for action. Because, in most cases, the will is exercised only when the effect of the command, that is, obedience, and therefore action, is expected. This expectation translates itself into a feeling as if there were a necessity of effect. In other words, the one who wills believes with a fair amount of certainty that willing and acting are one and the same, that it was his will alone that achieved the result, and he thus experiences an increased feeling of power that accompanies all success. Freedom of the will is, then, simply the expression of this complex state of delight in the one who exercises volition, who both commands and identifies with the executor of the order, who takes pleasure in overcoming obstacles and persuades himself that it was his will that triumphed. In this way, the one who wills adds to his feeling of delight the pleasure of his successful subordinate wills, his undersouls. For, after all, our body is nothing but a social structure composed of many souls. L'effet, c'est moi. The effect, that is me. What happens here is precisely what happens in every well-ordered and flourishing commonwealth. The ruling class identifies itself with the success of the whole. In every act of will, it is always a matter of commanding and obeying, based on a social structure of many souls, which is why a philosopher must have the right to consider willing itself as part of morality, the morality of relations of supremacy through which life, in all its forms, manifests itself. Philosophical ideas do not arise randomly or evolve independently. They grow in relation to one another, forming a system just as the species of a continent belong to a shared ecosystem. No matter how abruptly or arbitrarily they seem to appear in the history of thought, philosophers always find themselves drawn to filling in a specific pattern of possible philosophies. They believe themselves to be independent, driven by critical thinking and systematic will, yet something within them compels them to move in a predetermined sequence, an inner structure that organizes their ideas. Their thinking is not so much discovery as it is recognition, remembering, a return to an ancient intellectual home from which these ideas originally emerged. Philosophizing is, in this sense, a kind of high-level atavism. The striking family resemblance between Indian, Greek, and German philosophy is easily explained. Wherever there is linguistic affinity, there is also a shared philosophy of grammar, that is, an unconscious structuring of thought imposed by similar grammatical forms. This prearranges the development of philosophical systems and restricts certain other possible world interpretations from ever arising. It is highly likely that philosophers who speak Ural-Altaic languages, where the concept of a distinct subject is less developed, perceive the world differently and follow entirely different paths of thought than Indo-European and Semitic thinkers. The grip of certain grammatical structures is also the grip of physiological tendencies and inherited racial dispositions. So much for Locke's superficial notion of the origin of ideas. The concept of causa sui, something that is its own cause, is the most absurd self-contradiction ever conceived, a violation of logic and nature. Yet human pride has entangled itself so deeply in this illusion that it continues to shape our thinking. The craving for free will, in the metaphysical sense, a desire still strong among the half-educated, is nothing more than the wish to be causa sui, to bear total and ultimate responsibility for oneself, to free oneself from the influence of God, the world, ancestors, chance, and society. It is the fantasy of pulling oneself into existence by one's own hair, like Munchausen escaping from the swamp. If someone recognizes the sheer stupidity of this idea of free will and discards it, I urge them to take their enlightenment one step further and also reject its supposed opposite, unfree will. This is just as much an error, another misunderstanding of causality. We should not falsely materialize cause and effect, as natural philosophers do, following their crude mechanical thinking, where causes push and press until they produce an effect. Cause and effect should be treated as mere conceptual tools, conventions for designation and communication, not explanations. In the true nature of things, there is no causal connection, no necessity, no psychological unfreedom. Effects do not follow causes, and no laws govern the world. We invented cause, sequence, reciprocity, relativity, necessity, number, law, freedom, motive, and purpose. And when we take this symbol world and project it onto reality as if it were being in itself, we act just as we always have, mythologically. Unfree will is just another myth. In real life, there is only a difference between strong and weak wills. Whenever a thinker insists on compulsion, necessity, or causal chains, it is usually a sign of his own personal lack, an inner weakness or submission. This reveals something about the person himself. In general, I have observed that belief in the non-freedom of the will is always shaped by two opposing psychological motives, each deeply personal. Some refuse to give up their belief in personal responsibility and merit. They do not want to lose their claim to their own achievements. Vain races tend to fall into this camp. Others, on the contrary, wish to escape all blame and accountability. They want to be freed from responsibility for their failures. This latter group often expresses itself in sentimental books defending criminals, disguising their own self-doubt as socialist compassion. In truth, the fatalism of the weak-willed flatters itself most when it can masquerade as la religion de la souffrance humaine, a religion of human suffering. That is what it calls good taste. As an old philologist, I asked to be forgiven for my habit of exposing bad interpretations But this modern idea of nature's conformity to law, which physicists speak of so proudly, is nothing more than a misinterpretation, a mistake in reading the text of reality. It is not a fact, but an imposed meaning, a naive humanization of nature. The idea of natural laws is just another way of flattering our democratic instincts. Everything must be equal before the law, so nature must be as well. Nature should not be superior to us or have privileges. But this is simply a hidden moral impulse, a disguised political resentment against hierarchy and power. It is another, more refined form of atheism. Ni Dieu, ni maître, no gods, no masters, so we cry out in favor of natural law. But this is interpretation, not reality. A different interpreter, one less attached to democratic ideals, might look at the same nature and see something entirely different. A merciless, indifferent force where power asserts itself relentlessly, without concern for justice or fairness. He would see not law, but raw force driving its consequences to the fullest extent at every moment. Such an interpreter might argue that the world follows a necessary and predictable course, not because laws govern it, but precisely because laws do not exist. Power simply follows its ultimate trajectory, unhindered. Of course, this too is an interpretation. And if someone objects by pointing this out, well, so much the better. All psychology up to now has been shipwrecked by moral prejudices and timidity. It has not dared to venture into deep waters. If we take what has been written as an indication of what has remained unspoken, it seems that no one has yet conceived of psychology as the morphology and evolutionary doctrine of the will to power, as I see it. Moral biases have infiltrated even the most intellectual spheres, those that claim to be detached and impartial, and have worked their influence in harmful, obstructive, blinding, and distorting ways. A truly physiological psychology must struggle against the unconscious resistance within the heart of the investigator himself. It must fight against the heart. Even the idea that good and bad impulses are interconnected, dependent on each other, is enough to disturb a strong and masculine conscience. Even more so, the suggestion that all so-called good impulses may have originated from bad ones. If someone were to recognize hatred, envy, greed, and the drive for dominance as necessary forces of life, as essential factors in the overall economy of existence, forces that must be strengthened if life itself is to evolve, such a realization would feel like seasickness. And yet, this hypothesis is far from being the most unsettling or painful discovery in this vast, nearly uncharted territory of dangerous knowledge. There are, in fact, countless good reasons why anyone who can avoid this knowledge should avoid it. But if we have already been drawn into these waters, then so be it. Let's grit our teeth, open our eyes, and keep a steady hand on the helm. We are sailing straight over morality itself. We crush it, perhaps even destroy what remains of our own morality by daring to embark on this journey. But what do we matter? Never before has a deeper world of insight opened itself to daring travelers and adventurers, and the psychologist who makes such a sacrifice, though it is certainly not the sacrificio dell'intelletto, quite the opposite, may at least demand that psychology be restored to its rightful place as the queen of the sciences, for which all other sciences exist as mere servants. For psychology is once again the road to the fundamental problems. Summary. In the opening chapter of Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche challenges the authority and supposed objectivity of philosophers throughout history. He argues that philosophers have not been as free-thinking as they claim, but rather have been deeply influenced by hidden assumptions, biases, and prejudices, which they often fail to recognize in themselves. Nietzsche critiques dogmatism, especially the assumption that truth is something objective, absolute, or given rather than something created, interpreted, or imposed by human will. He sees past philosophers as having smuggled moral and metaphysical assumptions into their systems without question, presenting them as rational conclusions rather than expressions of their own psychological needs and instincts. One of his primary targets is Descartes and the belief in the I, the idea that I think, therefore I am, is an unshakable foundation of knowledge. Nietzsche suggests that the self is not a given, unitary entity, but rather something more complex, perhaps even a fiction. He also critiques Kant and the idea of pure reason, arguing that reason is not separate from instinct, but rather an expression of deeper drives and desires. Nietzsche introduces the will to power as a counterpoint to traditional philosophical assumptions. Instead of seeking objective truth, he suggests that philosophical systems are primarily expressions of power, attempts to impose a particular order of values onto reality. He hints that future philosophy must move beyond these traditional dogmas and acknowledge its creative and artistic nature. Commentary. This chapter serves as Nietzsche's declaration of war against traditional philosophy. Instead of accepting the idea that philosophers are neutral seekers of truth, he reveals them as driven by instincts, personal motives, and unexamined assumptions. He does not seek to refute philosophy outright, but to expose its underlying psychological and moral prejudices, a form of critique that anticipates modern post-structuralist and existentialist thought. Nietzsche's attack on truth as an absolute was particularly radical for its time. By questioning whether truth is a fixed reality or a construct shaped by human perspectives, he challenges not only metaphysical systems, Plato, Descartes, Kant, but also scientific and moral dogmatism. His claim that reason is an extension of deeper, unconscious drives also anticipates Freudian psychoanalysis. A key theme in this chapter is the hidden will to power behind philosophical thought. Nietzsche suggests that every system of values and knowledge is ultimately an expression of power, an attempt to structure reality in a way that benefits a certain kind of person or perspective. This idea will be crucial throughout the rest of the book as he explores how morality, religion, and even science are shaped by underlying power dynamics. Overall, this chapter sets the stage for Nietzsche's radical re-evaluation of philosophy. Instead of searching for absolute truths, philosophy must recognize itself as an act of creation and interpretation, an expression of life and power rather than detached rationality. Chapter 2. The Free Spirit. O sancta simplicitas, in what strange simplifications and distortions man lives. Once one learns to see this marvel, one can never stop marveling. How we have made everything around us seem so clear, so easy, so simple. How we have trained our senses to skim only the surface of things, and our minds to indulge in playful errors and reckless reasoning. From the very beginning, we have preserved our ignorance to secure an almost inconceivable sense of freedom, carelessness, recklessness, cheerfulness, so that we might enjoy life. And it is only on this solid, granite-like foundation of ignorance that knowledge has been able to rise. The will to knowledge has always rested on a much stronger foundation, the will to ignorance, to uncertainty, to untruth. Not as its opposite, but as its refinement. Let us hope, then, that language, as clumsy here as elsewhere, will not lose its bad habit of speaking in opposites where there are only degrees and subtle gradations. Let us also hope that the deeply ingrained tartuffery of morality, now part of our very flesh and blood, will twist words in our mouths, even when we know better. Sometimes we recognize what is happening, and we laugh at the way even the highest knowledge still tries to keep us bound to this simplified, fabricated, and falsified world. Knowledge, whether it wants to or not, loves error, because, being alive, it must love life. After such a playful beginning, a serious word is in order, one for the most serious minds. Beware, philosophers and lovers of knowledge. Beware of martyrdom, of suffering for the sake of truth, even in your own defense. It destroys the innocence and neutrality of your conscience. It makes you stubborn in the face of objections, blind to warning signs. It dulls your mind, drags you down, and brutalizes you. In struggling against danger, slander, suspicion, exile, and worse, you risk turning yourselves into self-proclaimed protectors of truth, as if truth were such a fragile, helpless thing that it needed you as its defenders. You, knights of the sorrowful countenance, you, spinners of cobwebs in the mind, do you not know that it makes no real difference whether you win or lose? No philosopher has ever won, and perhaps a greater honesty would lie in the question mark you place after your cherished doctrines than in all your solemn performances in front of judges and accusers. Rather than stand and fight, flee, hide yourselves, disguise yourselves, let yourself be mistaken for something else, or at least feared. And above all, never forget the garden with its golden trellis. Surround yourself with people who are a garden to you, or who are like music on the water at dusk, when the day is already becoming memory. Choose the good solitude, the free, playful, light-hearted solitude that allows you to remain good in any sense at all. For a long war, fought in secret, without open force, poisons and corrupts. A long fear, constant vigilance against enemies, real or imagined, makes a man petty, suspicious, and cruel. Those who have been hunted, persecuted, and isolated, like the pariahs of society, the exiles, the compulsive loners like Spinoza or Giordano Bruno, always end up, however subtly, becoming avengers and poison brewers, even when hidden behind the mask of the intellect, often without realizing it themselves. Just look at the foundations of Spinoza's ethics and theology. And then there is the stupidity of moral indignation, always a sign that a philosopher has lost his sense of humor. The philosopher's martyrdom, his sacrifice for the sake of truth, always brings to the surface the agitator and the actor in him. If one has ever regarded him with artistic curiosity, one might even feel a perverse desire to see him in his downfall, as a martyr, as a stage performer, a preacher at the pulpit. But one should be clear what kind of spectacle it will be. Not a true tragedy, but a satyr play, a farce, an epilogue proving only that the real tragedy has already ended. Every philosophy, after all, begins as a tragedy. Every person of distinction instinctively seeks out a citadel, a private space where he is free from the crowd, from the masses, from the majority, where he can forget those who are the rule, because he is the exception. Unless, of course, an even stronger instinct compels him toward these people, forces him to observe, to study, to understand the rule, in order to truly understand himself as the exception. Whoever spends time among people without occasionally turning green with disgust, fatigue, sympathy, melancholy, or loneliness is certainly not a person of refined taste. But if someone never takes this burden upon himself, if he avoids it altogether and stays hidden in his fortress, then one thing is certain: he was not made for knowledge. For a true lover of knowledge, the day will come when he must say, "Damn my good taste, the rule is more interesting than the exception, more interesting than me." And so he must descend into the depths, into the crowd, into himself. The long, serious study of the average man and all that it entails, deception, self-restraint, forced familiarity, unpleasant social interactions, for all interactions are unpleasant unless they are among equals. This is a necessary part of the philosopher's journey. Perhaps it is the most difficult, most exhausting, and most disillusioning part. But if he is fortunate, if knowledge favors him, he will find allies who lighten his burden. He will encounter cynics, those who recognize in themselves the animal, the commonplace, the rule, and who have just enough intelligence and sensitivity to talk openly about it. Some even wallow in it, sometimes in books, treating them like their own filth-ridden sty. Cynicism is the only form of honesty available to base souls, and the higher man must listen to it carefully. He must open his ears whenever someone speaks with crude bluntness, without pretense. He must welcome the moment when a buffoon loses all shame in front of him, when a scientific satyr reveals himself completely. Sometimes a strange beauty mixes with the disgust, especially when genius is bound, by some quirk of fate, to a grotesque, shameless spirit, as was the case with the Abbé Galliani, perhaps the most profound, sharp-witted and filthy man of his century. He was far more profound than Voltaire, and therefore far more silent. More often, however, the reverse happens. A brilliant intellect is placed within a crude, common soul. This is not rare at all, especially among doctors and moral physiologists. Whenever someone talks about man as nothing more than a belly with two needs and a head with one, whenever someone insists that hunger, sex, and vanity are the only real motivations behind all human action, whenever someone speaks badly of man, but not bitterly, then the true philosopher must listen carefully. He must pay attention whenever people speak without indignation. For the indignant man, the one who constantly tears at himself, or at the world, or at God, or at society, may, morally speaking, stand higher than the laughing satyr. But, in every other respect, he is the more ordinary, the less remarkable, and the least instructive case. And no one is such a liar as the indignant man. It is difficult to be understood, especially when one thinks and lives at the speed of the Ganges, Gangas Rotogati, among those who think and live otherwise, either at the sluggish pace of a tortoise, Kurmagati, or, at best, in the erratic, jumpy manner of a frog, Mande Kagati. I go out of my way to be difficult to understand myself. One should be grateful when there is at least some effort toward refined interpretation. As for good friends, however, those who are always too relaxed, who think that friendship entitles them to ease, one should grant them, from the very start, a playground where they can freely misunderstand. That way, one can still laugh. Or, better yet, one can get rid of them entirely, and laugh even more. The hardest thing to translate from one language to another is tempo, the rhythm and speed of a style, which reflects the character of a people, or, to put it physiologically, the tempo at which they assimilate their nourishment. Some well-intentioned translations, because they fail to capture the lively and playful tempo of the original, become outright distortions. A German, for instance, is almost incapable of presto, fast, light movement, in his language. From this alone, we can reasonably infer that he is equally incapable of many of the most delightful and daring nuances of free-spirited thought. Just as buffoonery and satire feel foreign to him in body and conscience, so too are Aristophanes and Petronius effectively untranslatable into German. Germany has produced every form of slow, heavy, ponderous, and painfully long-winded style imaginable. Even Goethe's prose, despite its mixture of stiffness and elegance, belongs to its era, reflecting the good old days of German taste, when German taste still existed, which was a kind of Rococo taste in morals and the arts. The only real exception is Lessing, due to his theatrical instincts. He understood many things, having immersed himself in Bayle, Diderot, Voltaire, and even the Roman comic playwrights. Lessing had a feel for free-spirited tempo. He knew how to escape Germany. But how could German prose, even in Lessing's hands, capture the tempo of Machiavelli, who in The Prince makes us breathe the dry, sharp air of Florence, even while presenting the gravest matters in a dazzling allegrissimo, perhaps with a sly artistic pleasure in the contrast he creates. Heavy, serious thoughts set to a breakneck rhythm, charged with wit and audacity. And what German would even attempt a translation of Petronius? Petronius, more than any great musician, was a master of presto, in invention, ideas, and language. What do the filth and decadence of his world matter when he himself possessed the speed and breath of the wind, a stormy, liberating scorn that made everything seem lighter and healthier by forcing everything to run? And Aristophanes, that transfiguring genius whose existence alone justifies all of Hellenism, at least for those who truly understand what in it needed justification and transformation. Nothing has made me reflect more on Plato's mysterious, sphinx-like nature than the small but significant fact that when he died, the book found beneath his pillow was not a Bible of sorts, nor anything Egyptian, Pythagorean, or even Platonic, but a collection of Aristophanes' comedies. How else could Plato have endured Greek life, a life he condemned, without Aristophanes? Only a rare few can be truly independent. It is a privilege of the strong. And whoever attempts it without being compelled to do so proves not only his strength, but his extraordinary daring. To choose independence is to step into a labyrinth, multiplying 1,000-fold the dangers that life already brings. Worst of all, no one can see where or how such a person may lose his way, become isolated, or be torn apart by some minotaur of conscience. And should he perish, he will not even be missed. His suffering will be incomprehensible to others. He will be cut off, not only from people, but even from their sympathy. He can never go back. Our deepest insights must, and should, appear as folly, or even as crimes, when they reach the ears of those for whom they were never intended. The distinction between exoteric and esoteric knowledge, as philosophers once upheld among the Indians, Greeks, Persians, and Muslims in every civilization that recognized hierarchy rather than equality, was not merely a division between insiders and outsiders, between those who see from within and those who judge from without. The real difference is one of perspective. The lower ranks look upward at the world, while the higher ranks look downward. From a certain height of soul, even tragedy ceases to appear tragic. And if one could take in all the suffering in the world at once, who could say whether it would necessarily lead to sympathy, or instead, to a chilling clarity that refuses to double the suffering through pity? What nourishes the highest types of men may be poison to lower ones. The virtues of the masses would be vices and weaknesses in a philosopher. It is entirely possible that a man of great strength, should he degenerate and fall, might develop precisely the qualities that would make him revered as a saint among the lower ranks into which he has sunk. There are books that have an inverse value for the soul. What is medicine for one may be poison for another. A book that unsettles, disturbs, and even destroys weaker souls might serve as a battle cry for stronger ones. Books written for the general public always reek of the common mind. The stench of mediocrity clings to them. Wherever the masses eat and drink, even where they worship, the air is foul. If one wishes to breathe pure air, one should stay far away from churches. In youth, we still venerate and despise without subtlety, without nuance, which is life's greatest refinement, and we must pay dearly for the mistake of having judged men and things with blunt yes or no. Everything in life is arranged so that our worst taste, the taste for the absolute, is mocked and tormented until we finally learn to introduce art into our judgments. Only then do we begin to enjoy the artificial as true artists of life do. The passionate, reverent anger of youth will not rest until it has falsified men and things in a way that allows it to direct its fervor at them. In this sense, youth itself is a falsification, an illusion. Later, when the young soul has been burned by repeated disappointments, it turns its suspicions inward, still just as passionate, just as fierce, even in its skepticism and guilt. How it accuses itself, how impatiently it punishes itself, how it takes revenge on itself for its long blindness, as if that blindness had been its own doing. And so, during this transition, youth punishes itself with a radical distrust of its own feelings. It torments its own enthusiasm with doubt. It begins to see even a clear conscience as a danger, as if it were merely the laziness of a more refined dishonesty. Above all, it takes up the cause against youth on principle. And then, a decade later, it realizes that this too was still youth. For the longest stretch of human history, what we call prehistory, the value of an action was judged by its consequences. The action itself and its origins were of no concern. The same is still true today in China, where a child's honor or disgrace reflects on its parents. Success or failure alone determined whether an action was good or bad. Let us call this the pre-moral period of humanity, before anyone had heard the imperative, know thyself. Over the past 10,000 years, at least in certain parts of the world, things have shifted. Now, an action is judged not by its consequences, but by its origin. This was a great achievement, an enormous refinement of judgment, an unconscious effect of aristocratic values, where lineage determines worth. This marks the transition to what we can call the moral period of humanity, the first attempt at self-knowledge. Instead of looking at what an action causes, people now looked at where it came from. What a complete reversal of perspective, and how long and painful the struggle must have been to reach it. But, as always, this transformation came with its own superstition. The origin of an action was interpreted in the narrowest way possible, as the result of intention. People agreed that an action's worth lay entirely in the will behind it. For centuries, this belief has shaped our moral praise and blame, our judgments, even our philosophy. But perhaps the time has come to overturn this standard once more. Perhaps we are now at the threshold of an ultra-moral era, one in which we immoralists begin to suspect that the true value of an action lies precisely in what is not intended. What if all its intentional aspects, everything seen, perceived, and felt in it, were just its surface, like skin that conceals more than it reveals? In short, we suspect that intention is merely a symptom, a sign that requires interpretation. And like all signs, it has too many possible interpretations to mean anything definite on its own. Thus, morality, at least as we have understood it so far, as an intention morality, was a prejudice, perhaps even a premature, rudimentary stage of thought. It belongs in the same category as astrology and alchemy, something to be overcome. The overcoming of morality, perhaps even morality overcoming itself. This is the great hidden labor of the most refined, the most honest, and yes, the most wicked minds of today. They are the true testing stones of the soul. There is no escaping it. The ideals of self-sacrifice, of devotion to others, and of all morality that glorifies self-renunciation must be put on trial, mercilessly. Just as modern aesthetics hides behind its deceptive ideal of disinterested contemplation in order to give its own weakness a good conscience, so too does morality disguise its underlying instincts under the sweet language of selflessness. There is far too much charm, too much sugar in these sentiments of for others and not for myself. Should we not be twice as suspicious of them? Should we not immediately ask, are these not perhaps deceptions? That these ideals please those who hold them, those who benefit from them, and even those who merely witness them, is no argument in their favor. On the contrary, it is a reason for caution. So let us be cautious. No matter what philosophical stance one takes today, one thing remains absolutely certain: the falseness of the world in which we believe ourselves to live. The more closely we examine it, the more proof we find. Again and again, we are led to suspect that there is a deceptive principle at work in the very nature of things. But those who blame thinking itself, who declare that the spirit is responsible for this falsity, these are simply taking the most honorable way out, the same way every defender of God has always done. They assume that reality, including space, time, form, and motion, has been falsely deduced. But if that were true, wouldn't they also have to question thinking itself? After all, if our minds have been deceiving us from the beginning, what guarantee do we have that they won't keep doing so? The innocence of philosophers is touching. Even now, they still approach consciousness like a petitioner before a king, expecting it to give them honest answers. They ask, is consciousness real? Why does it keep the external world at a distance? As if consciousness were not the greatest trickster of all. Belief in immediate certainties is a moral naivety that reflects well on philosophers, but we must go beyond mere morality. Apart from morality, such faith is simply foolishness. In middle-class society, a constant readiness to distrust is seen as a flaw, a mark of a bad character. But beyond the middle-class world, beyond its simple affirmations and denials, what should stop us from being bad characters in this sense? The philosopher, the one who has been most deceived throughout history, must now take up the duty of radical suspicion. He must peer into the depths with a squinting, distrustful eye. Forgive me the joke of this grimacing tone, for I have long since come to think differently about deception. I even keep a few friendly jabs ready for philosophers who rage against being deceived. Why not be deceived? Why not deceive? It is nothing but a moral prejudice to assume that truth is inherently more valuable than illusion. In fact, this assumption is the worst supported belief in the world. One thing must be conceded: life itself could never have arisen without illusions and false judgments, without perspectives and selective interpretations. If philosophers, with all their virtuous enthusiasm, succeeded in eliminating the apparent world entirely, then nothing of their truth would remain either. And really, what compels us to believe that true and false must be absolute opposites? Would it not be enough to assume degrees of illusion, just as we recognize shades and tones of color? Why should the world that concerns us not be a fiction? And if someone objects, but every fiction must have an author, why should we not reply bluntly, why? Why should this not also belong to the fiction? Is it not time we allowed ourselves some irony toward the subject as well as the object? Is it not time for philosophy to free itself from its old faith in grammar? All respect to school teachers, but surely philosophy has outgrown its need for a governess. O Voltaire, O humanity, O idiocy, there is something unsettling about the truth and the search for truth, and if a man pursues it too humanely, il ne cherche le vrai que pour faire le bien, he seeks the truth only to do good. I wager he will find nothing. Suppose that nothing is given as real except our world of desires and passions, that we can neither sink nor rise to any other reality beyond that of our drives, since thinking itself is merely a relation between these drives. Are we not then justified in asking whether this given world might suffice, whether it alone could allow us to understand even the so-called mechanical or material world? Not as an illusion, not as a mere appearance or representation in the sense of Berkeley and Schopenhauer, but as something just as real as our emotions, as a more primitive form of the world of emotions, in which everything is still fused into a mighty unity, later branching off and developing through organic processes, naturally also refining and weakening in the process. Could this be a kind of instinctive life, in which all organic functions, self-regulation, assimilation, nourishment, excretion, and metabolism, still exist in a synthetic unity as the primary form of life? In the end, it is not just permitted to make this attempt, it is demanded by the conscience of logical method. One must not assume multiple kinds of causality before exhausting every attempt to explain things with just one. Only when that attempt has been pushed to its extreme, perhaps even to absurdity, can it be abandoned. That is a morality of method that must not be discarded today. It follows directly from its definition, as the mathematicians say. The real question is whether we recognize the will as an operating force, whether we believe in the causality of the will. If we do, and, fundamentally, our belief in causality itself is nothing but our belief in this, then we must attempt to hypothesize will as the only form of causality. Will can, of course, only act upon will, not upon matter, not even upon nerves, for example. The hypothesis must therefore be risked that wherever effects are recognized, will is acting upon will, and that all mechanical action, insofar as any force is at work in it, is actually a manifestation of will. If we were to succeed in explaining our entire instinctual life as the development and branching out of one fundamental form of will, namely, the will to power, as my thesis proposes, if all organic functions could be traced back to this will to power, including the processes of reproduction and nourishment, which are ultimately one problem, then we would have gained the right to define all force unequivocally as will to power. The world seen from within, the world understood and defined according to its intelligible character, would be nothing other than will to power, and nothing else. What? Does that not mean, in simple terms, that God is disproved, but the devil is not? On the contrary, my friends, and who the devil is forcing you to speak in simple terms. As happened in all the enlightenment of modern times with the French Revolution, that terrible farce, completely unnecessary when viewed up close, but which noble and visionary spectators across Europe misinterpreted from a distance as their own personal struggle, investing it with their indignation and enthusiasm until the text itself disappeared beneath the interpretation. So too might a noble future generation misunderstand all of history in order to make its view of the past bearable. Or rather, has this not already happened? Have we not been that noble future generation? And if we now understand this, does it not mean that this too is already past? No one will readily accept a doctrine as true merely because it makes people happy or virtuous, except perhaps for those charming idealists who adore the good, the true, and the beautiful, and who let all kinds of naive, clumsy, and well-meaning notions float together in their little pond. Happiness and virtue are not arguments. Yet even thoughtful minds often forget that unhappiness and evil are also not counter-arguments. Something could be true even if it were utterly harmful and dangerous. In fact, it is entirely possible that the fundamental nature of existence is such that one could perish from fully understanding it. Perhaps the strength of a mind should be measured by how much truth it can withstand, or, to put it more plainly, by how much it requires truth to be diluted, veiled, sweetened, softened, or falsified in order to endure it. There is no doubt that certain kinds of truth are more easily discovered by the wicked and the unfortunate. And we need not even mention the happy wicked, a type about whom moralists prefer to remain silent. Perhaps severity and cunning are more favorable conditions for producing strong, independent thinkers and philosophers than gentleness, refinement, and the ability to take things lightly, qualities that are prized, and rightly so, in scholars. Of course, this assumes that the term philosopher is not limited to the kind of philosopher who writes books, or, worse, the kind who actually puts his philosophy into books. Stendhal provides one last detail for the portrait of the free-spirited philosopher, one which, for the sake of German taste, I will emphasize, since it contradicts German taste. Pour être bon philosophe, says this last great psychologist, il faut être sec, clair, sans illusion. Un banquier qui a fait fortune a une partie du caractère requis pour faire des découvertes en philosophie, c'est-à-dire pour voir clair dans ce qui est. To be a good philosopher, one must be dry, clear, without illusion. A banker who has made his fortune has part of the character required to make discoveries in philosophy, that is, to see clearly into what is. Everything profound loves a mask. The deepest things despise even form and likeness. Should it not be the opposite that serves as the proper disguise for a god's shame as he walks among men? That is a question worth asking, and surely some mystic has already attempted it. There are matters so delicate that the best way to protect them is to cover them with something coarse, to make them unrecognizable. There are acts of love and extravagant generosity that are best followed by grabbing a stick and beating the witness senseless, so that his memory of them is muddled. Some people even abuse their own memory, punishing it as the only remaining accomplice to their secret. Shame is inventive. It is not always the worst things that cause the most shame. A mask does not always hide deceit. There is a great deal of goodness in cunning. I can imagine a man with something precious and fragile to protect, rolling through life in a clumsy, rotund manner, like an old green, heavily hooped wine cask. His very shame might demand that he behave this way. A man who has depths in his shame meets his fate along paths few will ever reach, paths even his closest friends may never suspect exist. His mortal danger remains unseen, just as his moments of regained security do. Such a hidden nature instinctively uses language to conceal, to deflect, to remain inexhaustible in its evasions. He wants, even demands, that his mask be what others love, what they carry in their hearts and minds, in place of him. And even if he does not want it, one day he will wake up and realize that a mask of him exists anyway, and that it is better that way. Every profound spirit needs a mask. More than that, around every profound spirit, a mask naturally grows, formed by the endless misinterpretations of his words, his actions, his very existence. The world is superficial, and it must misunderstand depth. One must test oneself, test whether one is destined for independence and command, and do so at the right moment. One must not avoid these tests, even though they may be the most dangerous game one ever plays, for in the end, these are tests conducted only before oneself, with no other judge. Not to attach oneself to any person, not even to the dearest. Every person is both a prison and a refuge. Not to attach oneself to a fatherland, even one that suffers and is in need. It is even easier to detach oneself from a victorious fatherland. Not to attach oneself to any sympathy, even for great men whose peculiar torment and helplessness we have come to understand by chance. Not to attach oneself to a science, even if it entices with its most precious discoveries, seemingly meant just for us. Not to attach oneself even to one's own liberation, to the intoxicating heights and distances of the bird that flies ever higher to see ever more beneath it. the danger of the flyer. Not to attach oneself to one's own virtues, nor allow oneself to be entirely consumed by any single talent or gift, for example, by one's generosity, which is the most dangerous of all dangers for refined and abundant souls, who squander themselves freely, almost indifferently, and drive the virtue of giving to the point where it becomes a vice. One must know how to preserve oneself. This is the ultimate test of independence. A new order of philosophers is emerging. I shall take the risk of giving them a name that is itself something of a challenge. As far as I understand them, and as far as they allow themselves to be understood, for it is in their nature to wish to remain somewhat enigmatic, these philosophers of the future might rightly, or perhaps wrongly, be called tempters. But this name itself is only a trial, or, if you prefer, a temptation. Will these coming philosophers be new friends of truth? Very likely, for all philosophers have loved their truths, but they will certainly not be dogmatists. It must be against both their pride and their taste to demand that their truth be accepted as universal truth, which has always been the secret ambition of dogmatic philosophy. My opinion is my opinion. Another person does not easily have the right to it, such a philosopher of the future might say. One must abandon the vulgar desire to agree with the many. Good is no longer good once one's neighbor has put it into his mouth. And how could there be such a thing as a common good? The very phrase contradicts itself. That which is common is always of little value. In the end, things must remain as they have always been, the great things for the great, the abysses for the profound, the refinements and ecstasies for the refined. In short, all that is rare for the rare. Do I need to say explicitly, after all this, that these philosophers of the future will be free spirits, very free spirits? But they will also be something more, something higher, something greater, something fundamentally different, something that does not wish to be misunderstood or mistaken. At the same time, I feel obligated, both to them and to ourselves, we free spirits who are their heralds and forerunners, to dispel an old and stupid prejudice that has too long obscured the meaning of free spirit, like a dense fog. Throughout Europe, and just as much in America, there is today a class of people who misuse this name, a narrow, dogmatic, doctrinaire group who desire almost the opposite of what we seek. And in relation to the new philosophers who are emerging, they will be like closed windows and bolted doors. To put it bluntly, they belong to the levelers. They are the scribbling and speechifying slaves of democratic taste and modern ideas, men without solitude, men without an inner solitude. They are plain, honest fellows, to whom one should not deny courage or decent conduct. But they are not free. And they are laughably superficial, especially in their naive conviction that the cause of almost all human suffering and failure lies in the old forms of society. In this, they turn the truth upside down. What they struggle for with all their might is a universal, green meadow happiness for the herd, safety, security, comfort, and ease of life for all. Their two most oft-repeated slogans are equality of rights and compassion for all suffering. And they see suffering itself as something that must be eliminated. But we, who have opened our eyes and our consciences to the question of how and where the human species has grown strongest, believe that it has always done so under opposite conditions, that for humanity to elevate itself, danger must be increased tremendously, that man's inventiveness and cunning, his spirit, only sharpen when he is long oppressed and forced into dissimulation, that his will to life must intensify into the unconditioned will to power. We believe that severity, violence, slavery, danger, secrecy, stoicism, the tempter's art, and even devilishness have served as well for the elevation of the human species as their opposites, and even this is not saying enough. In truth, we find ourselves at the opposite extreme of all modern ideologies and all gregarious ideals. Perhaps we are their antipodes. Is it any wonder, then, that we free spirits are not the most communicative spirits? That we do not wish to reveal exactly what a spirit must free itself from, nor where it may then be driven? And as for the meaning of that dangerous phrase, beyond good and evil, at the very least it keeps us from being mistaken for mere free thinkers, libres penseurs, liberi pensatori, those earnest advocates of modern ideas. We have been at home, or at least guests, in many realms of the spirit. We have fled again and again from the cozy corners where our preferences, prejudices, youth, upbringing, books, and even the fatigue of travel had sought to confine us. We have waged war against the seductions of belonging, against the lure of honors, wealth, positions, or sensual intoxication. We have even been grateful for hardship and for sickness, because these freed us from certain customs and their accompanying prejudices. We have been grateful to the God, the devil, the sheep, and the worm within us. We have been insatiably curious, relentless investigators, sometimes cruel in our search for knowledge, with hands that hesitate at nothing, with stomachs that digest even the most indigestible, with senses sharp for every subtlety, with a lust for every adventure. We have an excess of free will. We have multiple souls whose ultimate intentions are hard to guess. We have foregrounds and backgrounds so deep that no foot has yet reached their end. We are hidden beings who walk in the light but keep our true nature concealed. We are appropriators, even if we sometimes appear as heirs and squanderers. We are collectors, misers of our own wealth, hoarders of knowledge. We are economical in both learning and forgetting. We are inventors, schemers, classifiers, sometimes pedants, sometimes night workers, even in the full daylight. Yes, if necessary, even scarecrows. And today, such things are necessary, for we are the born, sworn, jealous lovers of solitude, of our own deepest midnight and midday solitude. Such are we, the free spirits. And perhaps you, who are coming after us, you new philosophers, perhaps you are something of the same kind. Summary. In the second chapter of Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche develops the concept of the free spirit, an individual who has broken away from traditional dogmas and moral constraints to engage in independent and radical thinking. This chapter serves as a call to intellectual and spiritual liberation, urging individuals to move beyond conventional morality, truth, and values. Nietzsche contrasts the free spirit with the dogmatic thinker, who is bound by inherited ideas and assumptions. He argues that most people, including philosophers, remain enslaved by societal norms and historical prejudices, even when they believe they are thinking for themselves. The free spirit, on the other hand, undergoes a process of self-overcoming, casting off old beliefs and continuously questioning everything. A major theme in this chapter is the courage required for intellectual freedom. Nietzsche suggests that breaking away from traditional morality and societal expectations is not easy. It demands a willingness to endure solitude, doubt, and even suffering. He portrays the free spirit as a kind of intellectual wanderer, someone who thrives on uncertainty and does not seek easy answers. Nietzsche also addresses the psychological struggle of liberation. Many individuals who attempt to free themselves from traditional thought eventually retreat back into dogmatism, unable to withstand the anxiety and isolation that come with true freedom. The free spirit must resist the temptation to replace one rigid system of belief with another, instead embracing a constant state of questioning and transformation. Commentary. This chapter serves as Nietzsche's portrait of the ideal thinker, one who dares to challenge the status quo and live without the crutch of absolute truths. He presents intellectual freedom as a difficult and often painful journey, which aligns with his broader philosophy of self-overcoming, the idea that one must constantly push beyond one's current limits and assumptions. Nietzsche's critique of dogmatism here is particularly relevant to modern discussions on ideology and free thought. He warns that even those who reject old beliefs often fall into new dogmas, an insight that applies to political, religious, and scientific discourse. Many who claim to be free thinkers still cling to unquestioned assumptions, just in different forms. His emphasis on solitude and struggle also echoes existentialist themes later developed by thinkers like Sartre and Camus. The free spirit must be prepared to walk alone, to embrace uncertainty, and to reject the comfort of belonging to a fixed ideology. Overall, this chapter expands on Nietzsche's critique of conventional thinking, arguing that true freedom requires continuous questioning, self-overcoming, and the courage to remain intellectually independent. The free spirit is not someone who merely rejects authority, but someone who lives in a state of perpetual growth, free from all forms of intellectual stagnation. Chapter 3. The Religious Mood. The human soul and its limits, the full range of inner experiences attained so far, the heights, depths, and distances of these experiences, the entire history of the soul up to the present, and the unexplored possibilities still ahead. This is the vast hunting ground of a born psychologist, a lover of the big hunt. But how often must he despairingly say to himself, "Only one man, alas, only one man, and this great forest, this untouched wilderness." He would like to have hundreds of hunting assistants, fine, well-trained hounds to send into the history of the human soul, to drive his quarry together. But in vain. Again and again, he experiences, deeply and bitterly, how hard it is to find helpers and hounds for those things that directly excite his curiosity. The trouble with sending scholars into new and dangerous hunting grounds, where courage, cunning, and subtlety are required, is that just when the big hunt begins, just when the great danger arises, they lose their sharp eyes and noses. For example, to understand and determine the history of the problem of knowledge and conscience in the souls of religious men, one would need an experience as deep, as wounded, as immense as the intellectual conscience of Pascal. And even then, one would still require a vast sky of cold, wicked intelligence to survey, organize, and master this mass of dangerous and painful experiences. But who could do me this service? And who has time to wait for such helpers? They are too rare. They are improbable in every age. In the end, one must do everything oneself if one wants to know something, meaning one has a great deal to do. But a curiosity like mine is, after all, the most delightful of vices. Pardon me. I meant to say, the love of truth is rewarded in heaven, and already here on earth. The faith that early Christianity demanded and often achieved, even in a skeptical, free-spirited, southern world that had centuries of philosophical conflict behind it and that had been educated in tolerance by the Roman Empire, was not the same as the sincere, austere, slave faith by which perhaps a Luther or a Cromwell or some other barbarian of the North clung to their God and Christianity. It was much closer to the faith of Pascal, which is, in a terrifying way, a continuous suicide of reason, a tough, stubborn, worm-like reason that cannot be killed with a single blow. Christian faith, from its beginning, has been sacrifice, the sacrifice of all freedom, all pride, all self-confidence of the spirit. It is submission, self-mockery, and self-mutilation. There is cruelty in this faith, a Phoenician-like religious cruelty that suits a sensitive, complex, and deeply troubled conscience. It assumes that the subjugation of the intellect is unbearably painful, that every past thought and habit of such a mind resists the absurdity that faith forces upon it. Modern people, who have lost all feeling for Christian language, no longer sense the horrific grandeur contained in the paradox, God on the cross. Never before had there been such a bold reversal of values, something so terrible, so filled with questions and doubts as this formula. It promised nothing less than the transvaluation of all ancient values. This was the Orient, the deep, mysterious Orient. It was the revenge of the Eastern slave upon Rome, upon its noble, light-hearted tolerance, upon Roman Catholicism in the truest sense, the non-belief of Rome. It was not faith that drove the slaves to revolt, but rather freedom from faith, the half-stoic, amused indifference with which their Roman masters regarded religion. This was what enraged the slaves against their masters. Enlightenment provokes rebellion, for the slave desires the absolute. He understands nothing but tyranny, even in morality. He loves and he hates without nuance, to the point of pain, to the point of madness. His many secret sufferings drive him to rebel against the noble taste, which seems to deny suffering. The skepticism towards suffering, at its core, a principle of aristocratic morality, was, in fact, one of the major causes of the last great slave rebellion, the one that began with the French Revolution. Wherever religious neurosis has appeared in the world, it has been linked to three dangerous practices: solitude, fasting, and sexual abstinence. But it is impossible to say with certainty whether these are causes or effects, or whether there is any causal connection at all. This uncertainty is justified by a common symptom observed among both primitive and civilized peoples: a sudden and extreme explosion of sensuality, which then swings just as suddenly into frantic repentance, world denial, and the renunciation of the will. Could these extremes be different expressions of the same disorder, perhaps a form of masked epilepsy? But no other type of person has been surrounded by more absurdity and superstition than the saint. No other figure has been of greater fascination to people throughout history, even to philosophers. Perhaps it is time to step back. Perhaps it is time to become a little more indifferent about this phenomenon, to learn caution, or better yet, to look away, to go away. And yet, in the background of one of the most recent philosophies, Schopenhauer's, this terrible question mark still lingers, this religious crisis, this supposed awakening. How is the negation of the will possible? How is the saint possible? It seems that Schopenhauer started with this question, and that this is what made him a philosopher. Thus, it was entirely fitting, entirely Schopenhauerian, that his most devoted disciple, perhaps his last disciple, as far as Germany is concerned, Richard Wagner, should conclude his life's work at this very point. It was inevitable that he would bring this eternal and terrible type onto the stage, as Kundry. A living type, a type that loved and suffered, just as the psychiatrists of Europe were closely studying the same type in asylums, where religious neurosis, what I call the religious mood, was making its latest epidemic outbreak under the name of the Salvation Army. But if we ask ourselves why this phenomenon of the saint has been so irresistibly fascinating to men of all sorts in all ages, even to philosophers, the answer is clear. It is the miraculous element in it, the immediate transformation of opposites, of moral extremes. It was always assumed, as if self-evident, that a bad man could suddenly become a saint, a good man. Here, the entire history of psychology has suffered shipwreck. But perhaps this happened because psychology had made the mistake of subordinating itself to morality. Perhaps it believed too much in moral opposites. Perhaps it saw, read, and imposed these opposites onto the very facts it was supposed to explain. What if the miracle was nothing but a misinterpretation? What if it was nothing more than bad philology? It seems that the Latin races are far more deeply bound to their Catholicism than we Northerners are to Christianity in general. As a result, unbelief in Catholic countries means something quite different from what it does in Protestant lands. In the South, it is a kind of rebellion against the spirit of the race, whereas for us Northerners, it is more of a return to the true spirit, or spiritlessness, of our race. We Northerners, after all, descend from barbarians, even in terms of our religious instincts. We have poor instincts for religion. The one exception may be the Celts, who have provided the most fertile ground for Christian infection in the north. The Christian ideal flourished in France as much as the pale northern sun would allow. Even today, how strangely pious the later French skeptics appear to us. Whenever there is Celtic blood in their lineage, their skepticism seems tainted with Catholic sentiment. How Catholic, how un-German, does Auguste Comte's sociology seem to us, with its Roman logic? How Jesuitical Sainte-Beuve is, despite all his hostility to the Jesuits, and even Ernest Renan. How completely inaccessible his language is to us Northerners, when the slightest touch of religious excitement sends his refined, voluptuous, comfortably reclining soul into convulsions. Let us repeat after him these fine sentences. Disons donc hardiment que la religion est un produit de l'homme normal, que l'homme est le plus dans le vrai quand il est le plus religieux et le plus assuré d'une destinée infinie. C'est quand il est bon qu'il veut que la vertu corresponde à un ordre éternel, c'est quand il contemple les choses d'une manière désintéressée qu'il trouve la mort révoltante et absurde. Comment ne pas supposer que c'est dans ces moments-là que l'homme voit le mieux? Let us say boldly, then, that religion is a product of the normal man, that man is most in the truth when he is most religious and most assured of an infinite destiny. It is when he is good that he wants virtue to correspond to an eternal order. It is when he contemplates things in a disinterested manner that he finds death revolting and absurd. How can we not suppose that in these moments man sees best? These sentences sound so antithetical to my ears, so opposed to my habits of thought, that my first impulse upon reading them was one of rage. I scribbled in the margin, "The pinnacle of religious foolishness, la niaiserie religieuse, par excellence." But later, I found myself enjoying them. After all, how delightful it is to have one's own absolute opposite. What is so astonishing about the religious life of the ancient Greeks is the irrepressible stream of gratitude that it pours forth. It is the mark of a superior kind of man to take such an attitude toward nature and life. But later, when the common people gained power in Greece, fear took over religion. Christianity was preparing itself. The passion for God takes many forms. There is the rough, honest, and insistent kind, as seen in Luther. The entire Protestant tradition lacks southern delicacy. There is the oriental ecstasy of the mind, as seen in St. Augustine. His piety resembles that of an undeservedly favored slave. He grovels before God like one who has been unexpectedly lifted up, yet who remains servile at heart. There is something repulsively ignoble about both his bearing and his desires. There is the feminine tenderness and sensuality in devotion, modest, unconscious, yet longing for a unio mystica et physica, a mystical and physical union, as in the case of Madame de Guyon. Sometimes, religious passion appears as a masked expression of puberty, a transformation of sexual energies into divine longing. Elsewhere, it manifests as the hysteria of an old maid, or as her final ambition. The Church has canonized many such women. The greatest men in history have always bowed reverently before the saint, that enigma of self-denial and voluntary renunciation. Why did they bow? Because they sensed in him, behind his frail and wretched exterior, an immense force, a force that wished to test itself by means of this self-subjugation. They saw in him a strength of will that they recognized as akin to their own, and they honored it as such. They honored themselves when they honored the saint. But beyond that, the presence of the saint troubled them. Why would a person seek such extreme self-negation, such an unnatural existence? Could it be that there was a reason, some great danger, that the ascetic was trying to understand more deeply through his self-denial? The great rulers of the world began to feel a new fear before the saint. They sensed a new kind of power, one they had never conquered, one they did not yet understand. It was the will to power that made them stop and hesitate before the saint. They had to question him. The Jewish Old Testament, the Book of Divine Justice, contains people, events, and sayings on such an immense scale that neither Greek nor Indian literature has anything to compare with it. One stands before these colossal remnants of what man once was, filled with fear and reverence. And one cannot help but feel sorrow for old Asia and for its tiny outcropping of a peninsula, Europe, which insists on presenting itself as the progress of mankind. Of course, a person who is nothing more than a domesticated house animal, who knows only the small comforts and necessities of such an existence, like today's cultured people, including the Christians of cultured Christianity, will neither be awed nor saddened by these ancient ruins. The ability to appreciate the Old Testament is a true test of greatness. It separates those of large souls from those of small souls. By contrast, such a person may find that the New Testament, the Book of Grace, appeals to his heart more. It has a distinct scent, the scent of the humble, the pious, the petty. Binding this New Testament, this rococo relic of taste in every sense, together with the Old Testament, into one book, as the Bible, as the book itself. That may well be the greatest act of literary audacity and the greatest sin against the spirit that Europe has ever committed. Why is atheism so widespread today? The Father in God has been thoroughly refuted. So has the judge, the rewarder. Even his supposed free will is in doubt. He does not hear, and even if he did, he would not know how to help. Worst of all, he seems incapable of making himself understood. Is he uncertain? This, I have gathered from many conversations, is the true cause of the decline of theism in Europe. And yet, the religious instinct itself is growing stronger. But it deeply distrusts theistic explanations. What has modern philosophy been doing mainly? Ever since Descartes, and in defiance of him rather than in continuation of his thought, philosophers have waged a direct attack on the old concept of the soul. Under the guise of analyzing the subject-predicate relationship in grammar, they have been attacking the very foundation of Christian doctrine. Modern philosophy, in its epistemological skepticism, is secretly or openly anti-Christian, though, let keener ears note this, not necessarily anti-religious. People once believed in the soul as they believed in grammar. I is the subject, think is the predicate, and therefore thinking requires a subject as its cause. But then, with astonishing tenacity and subtlety, philosophers asked, what if the opposite is true? What if thinking is the fundamental reality, and the I is merely an illusion, a synthesis created by the act of thinking itself? Kant himself sought to prove that if we start from the subject, we cannot even prove the subject, or the object, for that matter. Perhaps he was never entirely unfamiliar with the radical thought that once held such immense power on earth, the Vedanta philosophy, which questioned the very reality of the self. There is a great ladder of religious cruelty, with many rungs, but three stand out as the most important. First, in the earliest religions, men sacrificed other human beings to their gods, often those they loved most. This is the origin of firstborn sacrifices in primitive religions, and also of the infamous Mithraic sacrifice, carried out by the Emperor Tiberius in a cave on the island of Capri, perhaps the most horrific of all Roman anachronisms. Then, in the moral epoch of mankind, men sacrificed their strongest instincts, their very nature, to their God. This is the cruel joy that shines in the eyes of ascetics and anti-natural fanatics. Finally, what was left to sacrifice? Was it not necessary, in the end, for men to sacrifice everything comforting, everything holy, everything healing, all hope, all faith in hidden harmonies, in future justice, in salvation? Was it not necessary to sacrifice even God himself, to worship, out of sheer cruelty toward themselves, only stone, stupidity, gravity, fate, nothingness? To sacrifice God for nothingness, this paradoxical act of ultimate cruelty has been reserved for the rising generation, and we already know something of it. Whoever, like myself, has been driven by a strange and cryptic impulse to reach the deepest depths of pessimism, to strip it of the half-Christian, half-German foolishness in which it has been dressed by this century, namely, in the form of Schopenhauer's philosophy. Whoever has looked beyond good and evil, beyond Buddha and Schopenhauer, beyond the delusions of morality, to the most extreme form of world denial. Whoever has done this has, perhaps unintentionally, opened his eyes to the opposite ideal. The ideal of the most life-affirming, the most abundant, the most exuberant man. The man who not only accepts what was and what is, but who wants it to happen again, eternally, who, insatiably, calls out da capo, again. Not just to himself, but to the entire play, and not just to the play, but to the one who requires the play, who makes it necessary, because he always requires himself anew, and makes himself necessary. What? And would this not be circulus vitiosus deus? The vicious circle made divine. As man's intellectual vision and insight grow stronger, the distance around him expands. His world deepens. New stars, new mysteries, new concepts come into view. Perhaps everything upon which the mind has sharpened its vision, perhaps all the serious matters that have caused the greatest battles and suffering, the ideas of God and sin. Perhaps one day these things will seem no more significant to us than a child's toy or a child's pain seems to an old man. And perhaps, at that point, we will need a new game, a new pain. For the old man is still a child, forever a child. Has it been noticed how much idleness, or at least semi-idleness, is required for a truly religious life? This applies to both its microscopic self-examinations and its gentle repose, what it calls prayer, that perpetual state of readiness for the coming of God. I mean idleness with a good conscience, the old aristocratic idleness, which still carries the sentiment that work is dishonorable, that it vulgarizes body and soul. Modern life, with its constant noise, its frantic busyness, its self-important obsession with work, educates and prepares people for unbelief more effectively than anything else. Look at the irreligious people of Germany today. They come from all walks of life, but above all, they come from families where generations of labor have dissolved the religious instincts. They no longer even understand the purpose of religion. They notice its presence in the world with nothing but dull astonishment. These people already feel fully occupied by business, by pleasure, by their duties to the fatherland, by the newspapers, by family life. They have no time for religion. More importantly, they no longer even understand what religion is supposed to be. Is it a new business? A new form of entertainment? It cannot be either, they reason, because people do not go to church just to make themselves miserable. They are not hostile to religion. If politics or social conventions demand that they participate in it, they do so without much curiosity or discomfort, just as they do so many other things. But in the end, they remain indifferent. They see no reason to take a stance for or against it. This describes the majority of German Protestant middle-class people today, especially in industrial cities. It also describes most scholars and academics, except, of course, for the theologians, whose continued existence provides psychologists with a never-ending puzzle. Among those who still practice religion, there is little awareness of just how much deliberate effort, one might even say arbitrary will, is required for a German scholar today to take religious questions seriously. His entire profession, his entire modern work ethic, conditions him to regard religion with a kind of distant tolerance, perhaps even slight disdain, as if religious belief were something unclean. Only through history, not through any personal experience, can a scholar force himself to adopt a respectful attitude toward religion. At best, he may develop a kind of gratitude toward it, but this does not bring him closer to religion. Quite the opposite. In his case, indifference to religious matters sublimates into a kind of intellectual cleanliness, a fastidious avoidance of religious people and things. And ironically, it is precisely the depth of his tolerance that makes him avoid the trouble of being tolerant. Every era has its own form of naivete, a naivete so profound that later ages may envy it. And what naivete could be more adorable, childlike, and foolish than this modern scholar's belief in his own superiority? How pure and simple his faith in the goodness of his own tolerance! How comically unaware he is of the condescension in his instincts! How naturally he assumes that the religious man is a lower, less valuable type than himself. He, the arrogant little dwarf, the hyperactive intellectual drudge, the tireless worker bee of ideas, of modern ideas. Whoever has looked deeply into the world has surely guessed the secret. There is great wisdom in the fact that humans are superficial. It is their instinct for self-preservation that teaches them to be flighty, light-hearted, and false. Some philosophers and artists show an almost obsessive adoration of pure forms, a clear sign that, at some point, they made an unfortunate dive beneath the surface. And perhaps there is even a ranking order among these burnt children, those born artists who find the only joy in life by falsifying its image, as if taking revenge on it. One might guess how deeply life has disgusted them by the extent to which they insist on distorting its image, exaggerating it, idealizing it, deifying it. If this is true, then the most religious people may be the highest rank among the artists. Entire centuries have clung to religious interpretations of existence out of fear, a fear born from an instinct that knows the truth could come too soon before humanity has grown strong enough, hard enough, artistic enough to bear it. Viewed this way, piety, the life in God, is the most refined and elaborate fear of truth. It is a form of artistic devotion, an ecstatic intoxication before the most logically developed of all falsehoods. It is the will to turn truth upside down, to embrace falsehood at any price. Perhaps nothing has ever beautified mankind as much as religion. For through it, man has become so artful, so gracefully shallow, so iridescent, so charmingly good, that his appearance no longer offends. To love mankind for God's sake. This is, so far, the highest and most distant feeling humanity has ever achieved. But to love mankind with no hidden purpose, to love it with no hope of redemption, no divine justification, that would be sheer folly. That kind of love would be nothing but stupidity and brutishness. It needs balance, refinement, a grain of salt, a hint of ambergris, some higher inclination to give it its proper proportion. Whoever first realized this, whoever first experienced it, no matter how clumsily his tongue may have tried to express it, let him be holy, forever revered, for he was the one who flew the highest and got lost in the most exquisite way. The philosopher, as we free spirits understand him, the man of greatest responsibility, the one who carries the conscience for the overall development of humanity, will use religion as a tool in his work of discipline and education, just as he will use the political and economic conditions of his time. Religion is an instrument of selection and refinement. It can be destructive, but also creative and shaping, depending on the kind of people placed under its influence and protection. For the strong and independent, those who are destined and trained to rule, those in whom the instincts and wisdom of a ruling class are deeply ingrained, religion is yet another means of overcoming resistance in the exercise of power. It functions as a bond between rulers and subjects, binding them together, but in a way that betrays the subjects. It surrenders their very conscience into the hands of the rulers. It gives them no refuge from obedience, not even within their own souls. For those higher natures, those of noble origin, who, because of their greater spiritual depth, may feel drawn toward a more contemplative and withdrawn existence, religion serves a different function. For them, it provides a way to avoid the vulgar dirtiness of political affairs while still maintaining power. Religion allows them to rule in subtler ways, through disciples, through secret orders, through indirect influence over the course of history. The Brahmins, for example, understood this well. They used their religious structure to appoint kings for the people while keeping themselves above political turmoil, remaining untouched by its filth, preserving themselves for a higher mission. At the same time, religion acts as a ladder for those rising classes, those who, through fortunate breeding and self-discipline, are developing the will and capacity for future leadership. For these people, religion provides the temptation to strive for greater intellect, for inner mastery, for the discipline of silence and solitude. Asceticism and Puritanism, far from being simple restraints, are necessary tools for refining and ennobling a people who seek to rise above their base origins, a people struggling to elevate themselves toward a future of domination. And for the ordinary man, for the majority, those who exist only for the sake of service and usefulness, religion offers something entirely different. It gives them contentment with their condition. It grants them peace of heart. It ennobles their obedience, makes it bearable, even meaningful. It adds a touch of joy, a little illusion of dignity, a sense of belonging to something higher. In short, religion justifies their suffering. It beautifies their small, weary, semi-animal lives. For these perpetually burdened souls, religion is like Epicurean philosophy for the sick and suffering of a higher class. It refreshes them. It refines them. It turns suffering into something useful. It even hallows it. This is perhaps the greatest art of Christianity and Buddhism, their ability to teach even the lowest how to elevate themselves through piety, how to imagine themselves part of a higher order of things. By doing this, these religions ensure that even those who find it hard to endure life will accept their place in it. And this hardship is necessary. Of course, to make a proper counterbalance against such religions and to expose their hidden dangers, one must acknowledge the immense cost when religions do not serve as a tool in the hands of the philosopher. When they rule on their own, as the supreme and final authority, rather than as one instrument among many. Among all creatures, including humans, there is always a surplus of the weak, the sick, the degenerate, the broken, and those who suffer by necessity. The successful are always the exception, and since man, unlike other animals, is still not properly adapted to his environment, the rare exception. But it gets worse. The higher a man stands, the more improbable his success. The randomness and irrationality of human nature works most cruelly against the highest types, whose existence depends on delicate, complex, and precarious conditions. So, what is the role of the two greatest religions in history when it comes to this surplus of failures? They try to preserve what should perish. As religions for sufferers, they side with those who experience life as an illness, those who struggle and fail, those who cannot bear existence. They take their suffering as the ultimate truth of life, rejecting all other experiences as false or meaningless. And yet, as much as we might admire the care they have given, their compassion for the suffering, their protection of the helpless, their consolation to the broken-hearted, it remains true that these religions have been one of the greatest forces keeping humanity on a lower level. They have saved too many who should not have been saved. One must, of course, be grateful for what the spiritual men of Christianity have done for Europe. Who could ever be rich enough in gratitude to feel they have paid their debt? But after they comforted the suffering, after they gave courage to the oppressed and hope to the despairing, after they lured the broken and the weak into monasteries and places of retreat, what else did they have to do? To systematically ensure that all the weak and suffering were preserved, to actively work toward the deterioration of the European race, to reverse all values. That is what they had to do. They had to shatter the strong, crush great hopes, cast suspicion on beauty, undermine all autonomy, pride, conquest, and power, all the instincts that belong to the highest type of man, and turn them into guilt, shame, and self-destruction. They had to take love of the world, the joy of dominating life, and turn it into hatred of the world. They had to make earthly existence look evil and contemptible so that unworldliness, weakness, and asceticism could become the highest virtues. And so, over time, their values fused into a single formula. To be holy is to be against life. If one could observe this grotesque tragedy, the coarse yet sophisticated comedy of Christian Europe, from the perspective of an Epicurean god, I imagine one would do nothing but marvel and laugh. Would it not look as if, for 18 centuries, some single will had been at work, deliberately trying to turn man into a sublime failure? But what if one did not laugh? What if one approached this willing degeneration with a hammer in hand, no longer as an Epicurean observer, but as one furious, pained, and horrified? Would he not have to cry out against this work of botched artisans, against these pathetic and presumptuous moralists who took it upon themselves to reshape man? Would he not say, "You fools, you miserable, incompetent fools, what have you done? Did you think this was work for your hands? You have hacked and mutilated my finest stone. You dared to touch what you could never understand." I say that Christianity has been the greatest arrogance in human history. Men who were not great enough, not strong enough, to be artists, who had no right to participate in the shaping of mankind. Men who lacked the far-sightedness and strength to allow the necessary perishing of the unfit. Men who were not noble enough to recognize the vast chasms separating the ranks of men, and to leave them be. Such men, weak, blind, cowardly, have ruled Europe under their doctrine of equality before God. And what have they left behind? A dwarfed, stunted, pitiful species, a herd animal, something sickly, servile, mediocre, the modern European period. Summary. In this chapter, Nietzsche explores the psychological and existential dimensions of religious belief rather than simply dismissing it as superstition or falsehood. He investigates the religious impulse as a fundamental aspect of human nature, shaped by psychological needs, existential fears, and the longing for meaning. Rather than attacking religion outright, as he did in The Antichrist, Nietzsche takes a more nuanced approach, analyzing the religious mindset and its evolution. He begins by acknowledging that religion has been a powerful force in human history, providing structure, meaning, and comfort. However, he argues that the religious mood often arises from weakness, suffering, and fear. People turn to religion not because it is true, but because it offers consolation in the face of life's uncertainties and struggles. The religious believer, according to Nietzsche, often seeks deliverance from suffering rather than an honest confrontation with reality. Nietzsche also critiques asceticism, the religious ideal of self-denial and renunciation. He sees this as a form of self-punishment, a way for individuals to cope with feelings of powerlessness. The ascetic rejects worldly pleasures, strength, and life itself, embracing suffering as a virtue. Nietzsche views this as a hostile reaction to life, driven by resentment, ressentiment, against those who affirm and embrace existence. Additionally, he notes that even those who abandon traditional religion often retain a religious mood in different forms, whether in philosophy, science, or political ideologies. The longing for absolute truths and moral certainties persists, even in secular thinkers, showing that the religious impulse does not disappear easily. Commentary. Nietzsche's approach to religion in this chapter is psychological rather than theological. He is not concerned with whether God exists, but rather with why people believe and what that belief reveals about human nature. His argument that religion is driven by fear, suffering, and the desire for consolation aligns with modern psychological theories about the cognitive and emotional origins of belief systems. His critique of asceticism is one of the most powerful aspects of this chapter. Nietzsche sees self-denial not as a sign of spiritual strength, but as a reaction against life itself. This idea anticipates his later attacks on Christian morality in The Genealogy of Morals, where he argues that religious virtues like humility, self-sacrifice, and obedience were historically developed by the weak as a means of controlling the strong. The chapter is also significant for its insight into secular forms of religiosity. Nietzsche suggests that atheism does not necessarily free people from the religious mood. They may simply transfer their longing for certainty and meaning onto science, progress, or political ideologies. This observation remains relevant today, as many people replace religious dogma with ideological dogma, while still displaying the same moral absolutism and fervent belief in their truth. Overall, this chapter highlights Nietzsche's deep understanding of the psychological roots of faith, while also reinforcing his larger project of challenging traditional morality and promoting a life-affirming philosophy. Rather than escaping from suffering through religious illusions, Nietzsche urges a direct confrontation with existence, embracing struggle, uncertainty, and the fullness of life itself. Chapter 4. Apophthegms and Interludes. A true teacher takes things seriously, including himself, only in relation to his students. Knowledge for its own sake. This is morality's last trap. Through it, we are tangled in morals all over again. The pursuit of knowledge would not be so enticing if it did not require us to overcome so much shame along the way. We are most disrespectful toward our God. We do not allow him to sin. A person's willingness to be humiliated, robbed, deceived, and exploited may be the modesty of a God among men. Loving only one person is a kind of barbarism. It is done at the expense of all others. Loving only God is no different. I did that, says my memory. I could not have done that, says my pride, and remains stubborn. Eventually, memory gives in. One has lived too carelessly if one has not noticed the hand that kills with kindness. A man of character has his signature experiences, ones that always repeat themselves. As long as you see the stars as something above you, you lack the vision of the discerning one. It is not the intensity, but the longevity of great feelings that makes great men. He who reaches his ideal surpasses it in doing so. Many a peacock keeps his tail hidden from every eye and calls it his pride. A genius is unbearable unless he has at least two other qualities: gratitude and purity. A man's sensuality reaches to the highest altitudes of his mind. In times of peace, the warrior turns his aggression on himself. A man's principles serve one of five purposes: to dominate, justify, honor, condemn, or disguise his habits. Two men may hold the same principles, yet use them to pursue completely different goals. Even in self-contempt, there remains an act of self-respect, the respect of one who deems himself worthy of despising. A soul that knows it is loved, but does not love in return, brings up the sediment. The dregs rise to the surface. Once a thing is explained, it ceases to concern us. What did the God mean who commanded, "Know thyself"? Did he mean, stop concerning yourself with yourself, become objective? And Socrates? And the scientific man? To die of thirst at sea, what horror! Must you salt your truth so heavily that it can no longer quench thirst? Compassion for all would be cruelty and oppression toward you, my dear neighbor. When the house is on fire, one forgets dinner. Yes, but one digs it out from the ashes afterward. A woman learns to hate in proportion to how much she forgets how to charm. Men and women have the same emotions, but not the same tempo. This is why they never stop misunderstanding each other. Behind all their vanity, women still harbor an impersonal scorn for woman. If one locks up one's heart, one can grant the spirit all kinds of freedom. I have said this before, but no one believes it unless they already know it to be true. One begins to distrust even the most intelligent people when they become flustered. Dreadful experiences raise the question, is the one who experiences them not also something dreadful? Heavy, melancholy men become lighter, if only for a moment, through the very things that burden others: love and hate. So cold, so icy, that one burns their fingers at his touch. Every hand that grasps him recoils, and because of this, many assume he must be red hot. Who has not, at some point, sacrificed themselves for the sake of their good name? Affability does not contain hatred of men, but precisely for that reason, it contains far too much contempt for them. Maturity means regaining the seriousness one had as a child at play. To be ashamed of one's immorality is a step on the way to eventually being ashamed of one's morality as well. One should part from life as Ulysses parted from Nausicaa, not in love, but with gratitude. A great man? I always see merely the actor performing his own ideal. When one trains one's conscience, it kisses even as it bites. I listened for the echo, but all I heard was praise. We all pretend to ourselves that we are simpler than we truly are. This is how we relax in the company of others. A perceptive person might well see himself today as the animalization of God. Discovering that love is mutual should actually disillusion the lover. What? She is humble enough to love even you? Or foolish enough? Or everything is working out for me. I now love every fate. Who wants to be mine? It is not their love of humanity, but the weakness of their love that prevents modern Christians from burning us. A pious fraud is even more offensive to the free spirit than an impious one. This explains the free spirit's deep lack of judgment, compared to the church, as a sign of its own unfreedom. Through music, even passions enjoy themselves. A sign of strong character. Once a decision has been made, one shuts one's ears even to the best counter-arguments. At times, this is simply a will to stupidity. There are no moral facts, only moral interpretations of facts. The criminal often fails to live up to his own crime. He diminishes and slanders it. A criminal's defenders are rarely artists enough to turn the terrible beauty of the deed to his advantage. Our vanity is hardest to wound when our pride has already been hurt. To someone destined for contemplation rather than belief, all believers seem too noisy and intrusive. He avoids them. You want to win his favor? Then act embarrassed in front of him. The immense expectation placed upon love and the shyness that comes with it ruins a woman's view of life from the very start. When neither love nor hatred is at stake, a woman's game is mediocre. The great turning points in our lives come when we summon the courage to redefine our worst traits as our best. The will to overcome an emotion is ultimately just the will of another emotion, or of several others. There is an innocence in admiration. It belongs to those who have never realized that one day they themselves may be admired. A person can loathe dirt so much that they refuse to clean themselves, refuse to justify themselves. Sensuality can force love to grow too quickly, leaving its roots weak and easy to tear out. Curious that when God decided to become an author, he learned Greek, but did not learn it better. Rejoicing over praise is often just politeness of the heart, the opposite of vanity of the spirit. Even concubinage has been corrupted by marriage. The martyr who rejoices at the stake does not triumph over pain. Rather, he triumphs because he does not feel pain where he expected to. A parable. When we are forced to change our opinion about someone, we charge them heavily for the inconvenience. A nation is nature's detour to produce 6 or 7 great men, and then to get around them. To all true women, science is an enemy of modesty. They feel as though it is trying to see beneath their skin, or worse, beneath their clothes and adornments. The more abstract the truth, the more you must seduce the senses to make it appealing. The devil has the greatest perspective on God. That is why he stays so far away. After all, the devil is the oldest friend of knowledge. What a person truly is begins to show when his talent fades, when he can no longer rely on what he can do. Talent is an adornment. An adornment is also a disguise. The sexes deceive each other because, in truth, they love and admire only themselves, or their own ideal, if one wishes to put it more delicately. Man wishes woman to be peaceful, but in reality, woman is essentially unpeaceful, like a cat, however well she may imitate peacefulness. A person is punished most for his virtues. The man who cannot find his way to his ideal will live more frivolously and shamelessly than the man with no ideal at all. From the senses arise all reliability, all good conscience, all evidence of truth. Pharisaism is not a corruption of the good man. Much of it is an essential condition for being good. One person seeks a midwife for his thoughts, another seeks someone to whom he can offer help. Thus, a good conversation begins. When dealing with scholars and artists, one is often mistaken in opposite ways. In a great scholar, one often finds a mediocre man. In a mediocre artist, one often finds a remarkable man. We do the same thing awake as we do when dreaming. We invent the people we interact with, and immediately forget it. In revenge and in love, woman is more barbaric than man. If you do not want the bond to break, bite it first, make it secure. The belly is the reason man does not so easily mistake himself for a god. the most chaste expression I have ever heard. In true love, the soul envelops the body. Our vanity prefers that what we do best be seen as what is most difficult for us. This explains the origin of many moral systems. When a woman develops scholarly inclinations, there is usually something wrong with her sexual nature. Barrenness itself inclines one toward a kind of masculine taste. In this sense, man is the barren animal. If woman did not have the instinct for the secondary role, she would not have the genius for adornment. He who fights with monsters should take care lest he become a monster himself, and if you stare too long into an abyss, the abyss will also stare into you. From old Florentine novels, and from life, a good woman and a bad woman both need the stick. Sacchetti, Novella 86. To charm their neighbor into forming a favorable opinion, and then to believe in that opinion themselves, who performs this magic trick better than women? What an era calls evil is often just an untimely echo of what was once called good, an atavism of an old ideal. Around the hero, everything turns into tragedy. Around the demigod, everything becomes a satyr play. And around God, what? Perhaps a world. It is not enough to have talent. You must also have people's permission to have it. My friends? Where the tree of knowledge grows, there is always paradise. So say the most ancient and the most modern serpents. What is done out of love always happens beyond good and evil. Objection, evasion, joyful distrust, and love of irony are signs of health. Everything absolute belongs to pathology. The sense of the tragic rises and falls with sensuality. Madness in individuals is rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and eras, it is the rule. Not only our reason, but also our conscience, submits to our strongest impulse, the tyrant within us. One must repay good and evil, but why just to the one who did good or evil to you? One no longer loves one's knowledge as much after sharing it. Poets are shameless with their experiences. They exploit them. Our fellow man is not our neighbor, but our neighbor's neighbor. So thinks every nation. Love brings out a lover's rarest and noblest qualities, but in doing so, it may deceive as to his true character. Jesus said to his Jews, "The law is for servants. Love God as I love him, as his son." What have we, the sons of God, to do with morality? A shepherd always needs a bellwether, or else, at times, he must become a wether himself. One may lie with words, but the accompanying grimace always tells the truth. For strong men, intimacy is both shameful and precious. Christianity gave Eros poison to drink. He did not die of it, but he degenerated into vice. Talking too much about oneself can also be a way of hiding oneself. There is more intrusiveness in praise than in blame. To a man of knowledge, pity is almost ridiculous, like delicate hands on a cyclops. Sometimes one embraces someone out of love for mankind, because one cannot embrace everyone, but one must never confess this to the individual. One does not hate while one still looks down on another, only when one sees them as an equal or superior. You utilitarians, you, too, love usefulness only as a vehicle for your desires. You, too, actually find the sound of its wheels unbearable. In the end, one loves not the object of desire, but one's desire itself. The vanity of others is only unpleasant when it clashes with our own. With regard to what truthfulness really is, perhaps no one has ever been sufficiently truthful. No one believes in the foolishness of clever men. What a violation of human rights. The consequences of our actions seize us by the hair, completely indifferent to the fact that we have since reformed. There is an innocence in lying. It is the sign of good faith in a cause. It is inhuman to bless someone while they curse you. The familiarity of superiors is bitter because it cannot be returned. I am not upset that you lied to me, but that I can no longer believe in you. There is a haughtiness in kindness that looks like cruelty. I dislike him. Why? I am no match for him. Has anyone ever answered so? Summary. Chapter 4 of Beyond Good and Evil is a collection of aphorisms, brief yet provocative statements that encapsulate Nietzsche's wit, skepticism, and psychological insight. Unlike the more structured arguments of other chapters, this section serves as an interlude, offering sharp observations on morality, truth, power, human nature, and philosophy. Nietzsche continues his critique of dogmatic philosophy, suggesting that truths are often illusions we have forgotten are illusions. He suggests that moral values are often expressions of psychological states rather than absolute truths. Virtues like humility, kindness, and self-sacrifice often stem from weakness or resentment rather than genuine goodness. Several aphorisms touch upon power dynamics, suggesting that behind every ideology, philosophy, or moral system, there is a hidden will to dominate. Nietzsche examines the paradoxes of love and hate, suggesting that love is often intertwined with cruelty, and hatred can be strangely intimate. He mocks the pretensions of past philosophers, exposing their unconscious biases and hidden theological assumptions. One particularly famous aphorism from this chapter is, "Whoever fights monsters should see to it that he does not become a monster, and if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you." This reflects Nietzsche's concern that those who oppose oppression or dogmatism often become what they originally fought against, a warning against fanaticism and ideological rigidity. Commentary. Overall, this chapter serves as a moment of playfulness and sharp critique, allowing Nietzsche to break from long arguments and deliver direct, cutting insights. The aphoristic style reflects his preference for a dynamic, exploratory approach to philosophy rather than rigid systems. One of the most striking aspects of this section is Nietzsche's suspicion of morality. He continually suggests that moral values are not absolute, but psychological constructs, shaped by hidden motives. This forces the reader to reconsider their assumptions about good and evil, aligning with the book's overarching theme of going beyond traditional moral categories. The chapter also highlights Nietzsche's deep psychological insight. He anticipates modern psychoanalysis by suggesting that our conscious beliefs are often rationalizations for deeper, unconscious drives. His thoughts on power, truth, and self-deception are eerily relevant today, particularly in discussions about ideology, identity, and political discourse. Overall, Apophthegms and Interludes is a whirlwind of Nietzschean wit and critique, serving as a moment of both reflection and provocation before the book plunges back into deeper arguments. It challenges readers to question their own values, confront uncomfortable truths, and embrace the complexity of human nature. Chapter 5. The Natural History of Morals. The moral sentiment in Europe today is perhaps as refined, subtle, and sensitive as its science of morals is crude, clumsy, and in its infancy. This creates an amusing contrast which sometimes becomes obvious in the very person of a moralist. Indeed, the phrase "science of morals" is far too pretentious and in poor taste. It would be better to use more modest words. What is needed for a long time yet is not a grand theory, but the patient gathering of material, a wide-ranging survey and classification of the immense variety of moral sentiments, values, and distinctions that live, grow, spread, and decay. Perhaps we might even begin attempting to describe the recurring patterns of these moral crystallizations as a preparation for a theory of moral types. But people have not been so modest. Every philosopher, with a pedantic seriousness, has demanded something far more grandiose. They have all wanted to found morality on a solid basis, and each one believed he had succeeded. Morality itself was taken as a given, unquestionable. None of them considered the seemingly minor problem, now long neglected, of simply describing the different forms morality takes. And yet, even the most delicate hands and sharpest senses would struggle to handle such a task. Because moral philosophers have understood morality only incompletely, based on a narrow, accidental, and local snapshot, their own culture, church, social class, or time period, they have failed to see the real problem of morality. This problem only emerges when many different moralities are compared. In fact, every so-called science of morals so far has strangely left out the very problem of morality itself. None of them suspected that morality could be problematic at all. When philosophers tried to give a basis to morality, what they were really doing was just expressing their own faith in the dominant moral code of their time, but in a more learned way. Their work was merely an intellectual restatement of that morality. In essence, their goal was not to question morality, but to defend it against questioning. Their so-called science of morals was, in reality, a deeply moral act of faith. Just listen to Schopenhauer, for example, and see what this reveals about the scientific nature of moral philosophy. He writes in The Fundamental Problems of Ethics, "The principle on which all moralists are practically agreed, harm no one, but help everyone as much as you can, is really the foundation of ethics, which has been sought, like the philosopher's stone, for centuries." Schopenhauer himself failed to justify this principle, and anyone who has seriously examined reality, where life itself is a struggle for power, will recognize how absurdly sentimental it is. And yet, despite being a supposed pessimist, Schopenhauer stopped at morality. He clung to it. He even played the flute every day after dinner. So I must ask, a pessimist, an enemy of both God and the world, who still believes in morality and plays the flute to soothe himself, what kind of pessimist is that? Regardless of whether it is true that there is a categorical imperative in us, we must always ask, what does such a statement reveal about the person who says it? Some moral systems are designed to justify the philosopher in the eyes of others. Some are meant to soothe his conscience and make him feel at peace with himself. Others serve as a form of self-torture, self-abasement, or self-punishment. Some are tools of revenge. Others are means of concealment, while some are strategies for self-glorification, giving the philosopher an aura of superiority and distinction. One man's morality is a way to make himself forget something. Another man's morality is a way to make others forget something about him. Some moralists, perhaps Kant most of all, seem to be saying, "What is valuable in me is that I know how to obey, and it shall be no different with you." In short, every system of morality is nothing more than a sign language of emotions. Every system of morality, in contrast to complete freedom, laissez-aller, is a form of tyranny against both nature and reason. But this is no argument against morality, unless, of course, one were to decree by yet another moral system that all tyranny and irrationality are forbidden. The true value of every moral system is that it is a long discipline, a constraint. If one wishes to understand Stoicism, Port Royal, or Puritanism, one should recall how every language has achieved both strength and freedom through strict metrical constraints, the tyranny of rhyme and rhythm. How much effort poets and orators have put into obeying these artificial rules. Even today, some prose writers obey an inner compulsion to structure their words with the same discipline. And yet, utilitarian bunglers call such work folly, believing themselves wise, while anarchists scoff at it as submission to arbitrary laws, imagining that they are free, even free-spirited. And yet, the peculiar truth remains: all freedom, elegance, boldness, and mastery, whether in thought, governance, speech, persuasion, art, or even conduct, has only emerged through such disciplines. It is not impossible that this is what is truly natural, rather than complete self-abandonment. Every artist knows that his most natural state is not one of chaotic inspiration, but one of careful arrangement, structuring, and composition, an obedience to 1,000 silent laws, too subtle to be formulated into concepts. The essential thing, in heaven and on earth, is obedience, long obedience in one direction. From this, everything valuable has emerged: virtue, art, music, dance, reason, spirituality, everything that is elevating, refined, foolish, or divine. The long discipline of the mind, the severe constraints of communication, the intellectual discipline imposed by religious or philosophical traditions, all these seemingly arbitrary limitations have strengthened the European spirit, giving it its precision, its curiosity, its agility. Granted, much talent and spirit have been stifled, crushed, or wasted in this process, but such is nature: extravagant, indifferent, wasteful, yet noble. For centuries, European thinkers only thought in order to prove a predetermined conclusion, just as ancient astrologers did, or as many Christian moralists still do today, interpreting every event as evidence for their God. Today, we are suspicious of any thinker who begins with the desire to prove something. But that old intellectual tyranny, the magnificent stupidity of it, has nonetheless been an education, a discipline. In this sense, every system of morality is a lesson in hating laisser-aller, the excess of freedom. It implants the need for limits, for immediate duties. It teaches the mind to narrow its perspective. This is why stupidity itself is a necessary condition for life and development. You must obey someone, and for a long time, otherwise you will come to ruin and lose all respect for yourself. This, I think, is morality's fundamental law, not a categorical imperative, as Kant naively imagined, and not something addressed to individuals. Nature does not care for individuals, but rather something spoken to nations, races, epochs, and social orders, above all, to humanity as an animal species. Hard-working peoples find idleness unbearable. It was a masterstroke of the English spirit to make Sunday so dreary and oppressive that the Englishman longs for his work week to begin again, just as fasting makes a man hungry for food. This was a clever kind of self-discipline, much like the fasting customs of the ancient world, though in southern cultures, fasting was rarely related to work. Such periodic fasting is necessary. Whenever powerful impulses take hold of a society, its leaders must impose periods of restraint to teach discipline, sharpen instincts, and prevent degeneration. Entire generations and historical eras, when seized by a moral fanaticism, can be seen as periods of self-imposed fasting. times when an instinct humbles itself so that it may later purify and strengthen itself. Philosophical movements also serve this function. For example, Stoicism within the highly sensual culture of ancient Greece, which was steeped in the aphrodisiac atmosphere of its own decadence. This may also explain a paradox. Why was it precisely in the most Christian era of European history that sexual passion, amour passion, first arose? The strict Christian repression of desire had the unintended effect of elevating and intensifying it. There is something in Plato's morality that does not truly belong to him, but only appears in his philosophy, almost in spite of him. This is Socratism, for which Plato himself was too noble. The Socratic moral principle: no one desires to harm himself, therefore all evil is done in ignorance. The evil man harms himself, and would not do so if he understood the truth. Therefore, if one removes his ignorance, he will become good. This smells of the common people. It is how simple minds judge morality. They assume that evil is just stupidity, because they only recognize its unpleasant consequences. For them, what is good is simply what is useful and pleasant. All utilitarian moral systems have the same origin. If one follows the scent, one will rarely go wrong. Plato did everything he could to make Socrates' ideas appear refined and noble, above all, to read himself into them. He was the greatest of all interpreters, lifting Socrates out of the streets, shaping him into endless new forms, disguising him, multiplying him. In jest, using the language of Homer, what is the Platonic Socrates, if not Plato in the front, and Plato in the back, and goat in the middle? The old theological problem of faith versus knowledge, or more plainly, instinct versus reason, is simply the old moral problem that first emerged in Socrates and divided minds long before Christianity. The question is this: should our deepest values be based on instinct or on rationality? Socrates, with his talent for dialectics, took the side of reason. His life was spent mocking the noble Athenians who, like all noble people, lived by instinct and could never explain the why of their actions. But in the end, Socrates must have secretly laughed at himself too. With his sharper introspection, he must have seen the same problem within himself, his own inability to rationally justify life. And so, he deceived himself. We must not reject our instincts, but instead persuade reason to support them with good arguments. This was the great self-deception of that mysterious ironist. He knew that moral judgments were irrational, yet he found a way to rationalize them to himself. Plato, more innocent and less cunning than Socrates, spent all his strength, more than any philosopher before or since, trying to convince himself that reason and instinct must lead to the same conclusion: the good, the true, the divine. Since Plato, all theologians and philosophers have followed this same path. In morality, instinct, which Christians call faith, and which I call the herd, has always triumphed. The one exception might be René Descartes, the father of rationalism, and, indirectly, the grandfather of the French Revolution. He recognized only the authority of reason. But reason is merely a tool, and Descartes, ultimately, was shallow. Anyone who has studied the history of a single science will find a key to understanding how human knowledge has always developed. It begins with premature assumptions, fictions, and a naive eagerness to believe, combined with a lack of skepticism and patience. Our senses are slow learners, and they never fully evolve into subtle, reliable instruments of knowledge. Our eyes, for example, prefer to see what they expect to see. They take the easy route, filling in what is familiar rather than noticing what is new. Truly seeing something fresh requires effort. It demands morality in perception. The same applies to our ears. We struggle with unfamiliar music, and when hearing a foreign language, we instinctively reshape its sounds into words we already know, just as the Germans once turned arqueballista into armbrust, crossbow. Our senses are naturally resistant to the new, and even in the most basic acts of perception, emotions such as fear, love, and laziness dominate. Just as a modern reader skims a page, grasping only a few words and guessing at the meaning, we do not see a tree in its full complexity. We simply recognize a tree and move on. Even in our most striking experiences, we fabricate most of what we perceive. We cannot help but be inventors of reality. This proves something profound. From our earliest beginnings, we have been accustomed to lying. Or, to put it more gently, we are all artists, far more than we realize. In conversation, for instance, I often see a person's face with far more clarity than my eyes alone should allow. I imagine subtleties in their expressions that correspond to the thoughts I believe they are having. The truth? Their actual expression was probably quite different, or non-existent. What once moved in the light now acts in darkness. But the reverse is also true. Our dreams shape us just as much as our waking experiences do. They make us richer or poorer, give us new desires or take old ones away. In broad daylight, even at our most lucid moments, our lives are still governed in part by the nature of our dreams. Take someone who has often flown in dreams. Over time, they may come to expect flight as a privilege. They feel they can move effortlessly in all directions, experience a divine lightness, an ascent without struggle, a descent without weight. With such dream habits, how could this person not begin to experience happiness in a different way? Their idea of joy would become something unlike that of ordinary people. To them, the way poets describe flight, full of exertion, with flapping wings and great muscular effort, would seem crude, even ridiculous. The differences between people are not just about what they desire or how they rank different pleasures and goals. A deeper difference lies in what they consider to be true possession. Take love, for example. A simple man believes he possesses a woman when he has control over her body and physical intimacy. A more ambitious man, however, sees through this illusion. He wants to know whether she chooses to belong to him, whether she gives up what she values for his sake. He does not feel that he truly possesses her until he is sure that she prioritizes him over all else. But there is a third type of man, one whose distrust goes even further. He does not just want to be loved, he wants to be loved for who he truly is. He fears that the woman might love only an illusion of him, a flattering image she has created in her own mind. So he risks exposing himself fully, allowing her to see both his virtues and his darker, insatiable desires. Only when she loves him, knowing everything, does he feel he has truly won her. The same differences appear in every form of possession. One man wants to control a nation and will use manipulation and deception to achieve it. Another, more refined, says, "One should not deceive when one wishes to rule." He cannot bear the thought that he might govern through illusion. He wants to be known and rule by understanding. Even those who help others often do so out of a possessive instinct. The so-called charitable often set up elaborate tests to ensure that the recipient deserves their help, that they seek only their help, that they will be eternally grateful. They become jealous when someone else steps in to provide assistance. Their generosity is just another form of ownership. Parents do the same. They mold their children into reflections of themselves and call it education. Mothers feel that the child they carried belongs to them in a deep, inescapable way. Fathers have historically claimed the right to shape, or even decide the fate of, their offspring. In ancient Germanic societies, a father could determine whether his newborn child lived or died. And it is not just parents. Teachers, religious leaders, political rulers, they all see every new human being as raw material, as something to be shaped and possessed. The result? A world where possession is never simple and never equal. The Jews, a people described by Tacitus and the ancient world as born for slavery, but who call themselves the chosen people, performed a revolution in moral values that gave life on earth a new and dangerous appeal for thousands of years. Their prophets fused together terms like wealthy, godless, wicked, violent, and sensual, and for the first time used the word world as an insult. This inversion of values, where poor became synonymous with holy and friend, marks the true significance of the Jewish people. It was they who began the slave revolt in morality. It is reasonable to assume that there are countless dark bodies near the sun, hidden from our sight. In our world, this is a metaphor. The psychologist of morality reads the entire constellation of human values as a symbolic language where much remains unspoken. Predators, whether animal or human, like Cesare Borgia, are fundamentally misunderstood. Nature itself is misunderstood when we assume that such beings are sick or damned, as moralists have always done. Is there not an underlying hatred of wild nature and tropical vitality among these moralists? They seem determined to discredit the tropical man, whether by branding him as diseased and degenerate, or by portraying him as trapped in his own personal hell. But why? Is this done in favor of the temperate zones, in favor of moderate men, the moral, the mediocre? This belongs to the chapter, Morality as Cowardice. All moral systems that promise happiness are nothing more than strategies for managing danger, the danger of one's own impulses. They are recipes for handling one's passions, for taming one's desires, for harnessing the will to power without letting it run wild. These moral systems are not wisdom, much less science. They are crude, old remedies, drenched in the stale scent of household cures and folk superstition. They all suffer from the same foolishness. They assume they can speak for everyone, making grand pronouncements where generalization is impossible. They declare absolutes, taking themselves far too seriously. To be endured at all, they must be heavily seasoned and spiced, especially with threats of an afterlife. Repeated again and again, morality is nothing but convenience, 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 and stupidity, stupidity, stupidity. Whether it is the Stoics preaching detachment, Spinoza's attempt to dissect emotions until they disappear, Aristotle's morality of moderation, or even the religious transformation of emotions into aesthetic ecstasy. These are all strategies of fear. Even those who celebrate indulgence, like Hafiz and Goethe, who encourage a refined surrender to the senses, are merely making an exception for the rare few who can afford such a philosophy. This, too, belongs to the chapter, Morality as Cowardice. For as long as humanity has existed, there have been human herds, families, tribes, states, churches, and in every case, the majority has obeyed the few. Given how deeply ingrained obedience has become, we should assume it has developed into an instinct, a kind of built-in conscience that constantly whispers, "You must." This need for obedience is insatiable. It does not question what is commanded, only that something is commanded. It latches onto any authority, parents, teachers, laws, customs, public opinion, without discernment. This is why human development is so slow, hesitant, and prone to regression. The herd instinct is inherited far more easily than the ability to lead. If this instinct were to grow unchecked, independent individuals would disappear entirely. Or, if any leaders did emerge, they would feel such guilt about commanding others that they would have to lie to themselves, pretending they are merely executing orders from a higher power, whether it be tradition, justice, law, or God. This condition already exists in Europe today. I call it the moral hypocrisy of the ruling class. Those in power soothe their bad conscience by pretending they are only servants of the people or instruments of the common good. Meanwhile, the herd, the modern, gregarious European, has begun to act as though he is the only legitimate form of human being. He glorifies his own qualities, his mildness, his industry, his humility, his sympathy, as the human virtues. And yet, when it becomes clear that the herd still needs leaders, modern societies resort to an absurd solution. Instead of raising real commanders, they create ruling committees. All representative governments are born from this impulse, the attempt to replace strong leaders with a cleverly averaged herd. But history has repeatedly shown that the herd, when overwhelmed by its own mediocrity, craves a master. What a relief! What a joy it was for Europe when Napoleon appeared. The entire century, in its greatest moments, was shaped by the influence of this one absolute ruler. Napoleon was the last great demonstration of how a single commanding figure can give the highest meaning to an age. A person born in an age of dissolution, when races mix and cultural inheritances clash, carries within himself contradictory instincts and conflicting values, often in turmoil and seldom at peace. Such a person, belonging to a late stage of civilization, is typically weak. His deepest desire is for the internal war within him to end. Happiness, for him, means relief, stillness, satisfaction, and ultimate unity. His ideal is the final Sabbath, as St. Augustine, who himself was such a man, once described it. However, if this internal struggle stimulates him rather than exhausting him, if he has inherited not only irreconcilable instincts but also the necessary control and cunning to manage them, then something rare happens. A person of extraordinary power is born. Such a person is capable of conquest, not only over others, but over himself. He deceives even his own instincts, mastering both self-discipline and self-deception. These rare, enigmatic figures emerge precisely when their weaker counterparts, who long for rest and stability, become dominant. They are opposites, yet they arise from the same cause. Among them, we find Alcibiades, Julius Caesar, and, by my own preference, the Hohenstaufen Emperor, Friedrich II. In the realm of art, Leonardo da Vinci might be their equivalent. As long as morality is judged solely by its usefulness to the herd, as long as society's preservation is the highest value, there can be no such thing as love thy neighbor morality. Even if people already practice consideration, kindness, fairness, gentleness, and mutual aid, even if those instincts later become glorified as virtues, in the earliest stages, these behaviors have no moral value. They exist beyond morality. In the best period of Roman history, for instance, a compassionate act was neither considered good nor bad, moral nor immoral. If it was praised, it was only as a secondary virtue, one that paled in comparison to acts that benefited the Republic as a whole. Love thy neighbor has always been a secondary concern. It is an artificial virtue, a product of fear of the neighbor. Once a society has secured itself against external threats, that same fear turns inward, reshaping morality itself. Previously, instincts such as ambition, daring, vengeance, cunning, greed, and the desire for power were necessary for survival. These instincts were not only accepted, but cultivated. They were virtues under different names. But once society stabilizes, once there are fewer external threats, these same instincts become internal dangers. Now, they are rebranded as immoral, They are demonized. Meanwhile, their opposites, meekness, submission, self-restraint, mediocrity, are elevated as virtues. Fear is always the mother of morality. The most dangerous thing for a society is when one individual rises above the herd. A single exceptional person can shatter the herd's faith in itself, break its sense of unity. That is why the most noble instincts, independence, self-reliance, the desire for mastery, even pure reason, are feared and denounced. The herd calls these things evil. It calls obedience good. And when a society becomes especially peaceful, even justice begins to seem harsh. Strength is distrusted. High-minded nobility is treated with suspicion. A strong sense of self-responsibility becomes offensive. The lamb, and even more, the sheep, becomes the ideal. At a certain point, society reaches such a degree of softness that it even defends those who harm it. It starts siding with criminals instead of punishing them, sincerely, even self-righteously. Is it not enough to make the criminal harmless? Why do we still need to punish him? Isn't punishment itself a kind of injustice? This is the final logic of herd morality, the morality of fear. If all danger could be eliminated, then morality itself would disappear, because it would no longer consider itself necessary. If you examine the modern European conscience beneath all its layers of moral reasoning, you will always find one simple imperative. We want a world where there is nothing left to fear. That is what people now call progress. Let us say it again, because in our time, people's ears refuse to hear such truths. Our truths. We know full well how offensive it sounds when someone plainly, without metaphor, classifies man among the animals. But it is treated almost as a crime when we apply to modern man the terms herd, herd instinct, and other such descriptions. What does it matter? We cannot do otherwise, because this is precisely where our new insight lies. Europe has reached near unanimity on moral judgments. Even in the lands where European influence prevails, people today seem to know what Socrates once claimed he did not know. They know what the ancient serpent promised to teach mankind. They know what is good and evil. And so, it must sound unpleasant, perhaps even unbearable, when we insist that all this moral certainty, all this self-congratulation of praise and blame, is simply the instinct of the herding animal in man. This is the instinct that has taken over, is still taking over, and is winning. It is a physiological process. People are becoming more and more alike, more uniform in body and mind. European morality is herd morality. But, and this is where we part ways with the herd, this is only one kind of morality. There were, there are, and there must be higher forms of morality beyond it. Yet, herd morality fights against this idea with all its might. It insists, I am morality itself. There is nothing else. And so, with the help of a religion that has flattered and reinforced the deepest instincts of the herd, this morality has not only survived, it has spread into everything. We can see it plainly in political and social structures. The democratic movement is simply the heir of Christianity, but its pace is too slow for the most impatient among the herd. That is why we now hear the increasingly furious howling of anarchists, gnashing their teeth like rabid dogs as they roam the highways of European culture. At first glance, these anarchists seem opposed to peaceful, industrious democrats, to revolutionary idealists, to socialists dreaming of a free society. But in reality, they all belong together. They are all bound by a shared hatred of any society that is not herd society. This is why they reject all notions of master and servant, hence the socialist slogan, ni Dieu, ni maître, neither God nor master. They are united in their opposition to all special privileges and distinctions. And since rights are distinctions, they are, in the end, against rights altogether. After all, when all are equal, what need is there for rights? They are united in their distrust of justice, especially punitive justice, believing it to be a tool of oppression against the weak, an unfair burden passed down from earlier societies. But more than anything, they are united in their religion of sympathy. They feel compassion for everything that suffers, down to the smallest animals, up to God Himself. Sympathy for God. What an absurdity, yet another symptom of a democratic age. Above all, they are united in their hatred of suffering. They cannot bear to see suffering, let alone accept or allow it. Their softness, their inability to tolerate hardship, is feminine in nature. Europe, under the spell of this sentimentality, is teetering on the edge of a new Buddhism, a great turning away from life, a longing for an end to struggle, an exhaustion that calls itself virtue. And so, in the end, they share one final faith, the belief that mutual sympathy is morality itself, that compassion is not just one value among others, but the supreme value, the final achievement of mankind, the great salvation of history, the only hope for the future. That community is the deliverer, that the herd is all, and therefore that they themselves are all. We hold a different belief. We see the democratic movement not only as a declining form of political organization, but as a sign of the declining type of man. It represents his diminishment, his standardization, his cheapening. Where, then, do we place our hopes? In new philosophers, there is no other alternative. In minds strong enough, original enough, to challenge the values that have reigned for millennia. In men who will invert and revalue those so-called eternal values. We seek forerunners, men of the future, who, starting now, will bind humanity to new paths, imposing constraints that will shape the course of millennia. To teach mankind that its future depends on its own will, to prepare for vast, dangerous, collective projects in education and breeding, all in order to put an end to the monstrous reign of stupidity and randomness that has been called history. This is our task. The folly of the majority rule is merely history's latest disguise. For such a mission, a new type of philosopher is needed. A philosopher who is also a commander, a being so fearsome and magnificent that even the most legendary, benevolent, or demonic figures of the past would look like mere shadows in comparison. We see the outline of such figures before us. Is it even lawful to say it aloud, you free spirits? The conditions for their emergence, conditions that must be created as much as seized, the training, the trials, the methods by which a soul could be forged to endure such a mission, the pressure and hammer that would be needed to harden a conscience, to transform a heart into iron capable of bearing such weight, the danger that such figures might never come, or worse, might emerge only to falter and degenerate. These are our real fears. You free spirits know it well. These are the heavy clouds and distant storms that darken our sky. Few pains are as terrible as watching a truly exceptional man go astray and decay. But there is an even greater suffering, recognizing the general decline of mankind itself. We have seen, again and again, how history has played out as mere chance, without plan or guidance, not even a finger of God interfering in the game. We alone foresee what is hidden behind the idiotic carelessness of modern ideas, behind the disastrous complacency of Christian European morality. We suffer an anguish no one else can imagine. For we know what man could still become, how much potential remains untapped, how close mankind has come, again and again, to truly new and higher paths. And we know, too well, the ridiculous, petty obstacles that have crippled the most promising developments, reducing them to failure, mediocrity, and disgrace. It is possible, yes, it is truly possible, that mankind will collapse into universal degeneration, into the dismal future imagined by the socialist fools and shallow minds. It is possible that humanity will shrink into nothing more than a herd animal, a diminutive, domesticated creature, an equalized and mindless drone, their so-called man of the future. A free society, they call it. A world without rulers, without distinctions, without greatness. A world of human cattle. He who has fully grasped this possibility, who has traced it to its final consequence, feels a revulsion unlike anything known to others. And perhaps, out of this revulsion, a new mission is born. Summary. In this chapter, Nietzsche analyzes the origins and development of moral values from a psychological and historical perspective. Instead of treating morality as something eternal or absolute, he approaches it as a human construct that evolves over time. He critiques previous moral philosophers for their lack of historical awareness, arguing that morality is deeply tied to power structures, psychological instincts, and social conditions. Nietzsche anticipates his later work on the genealogy of morals by distinguishing between different types of morality. He suggests that morality is not universal, but historically contingent, shaped by specific cultural and psychological factors. This is one of Nietzsche's most famous ideas. He argues that morality has two fundamental types. Master morality originates from noble, powerful individuals who define good in terms of strength, nobility, and vitality, while bad simply refers to what is weak and contemptible. Slave morality, by contrast, emerges from the oppressed, the weak, and the resentful. It is built around resentment, ressentiment, and inverts values, making humility, meekness, and suffering good, while strength and dominance become evil. Nietzsche argues that Christian morality is a prime example of slave morality, since it elevates the weak, the suffering, and the humble as morally superior, while condemning the powerful and noble. He sees this as a resentful reaction against strength and life affirmation. Nietzsche asserts that morality is not the same across different cultures and historical periods. Each civilization develops moral codes that reflect its particular circumstances, often as a means of controlling behavior and maintaining social order. Behind every moral system lies a hidden will to power, meaning that moral values are often justifications for domination. Those who preach equality and selflessness often do so to gain influence and control over others. Nietzsche is deeply suspicious of any morality that presents itself as absolute, eternal, or universal. He challenges the notion that moral progress is a straight path toward enlightenment. Instead, he sees morality as a battlefield of competing values, driven by power struggles and psychological needs. Commentary. This chapter is one of Nietzsche's most radical and influential critiques of morality, and it sets the stage for much of his later philosophy. His historical approach to morality was groundbreaking at the time and remains highly relevant to modern discussions in philosophy, psychology, and social theory. Nietzsche destabilizes the entire foundation of traditional morality by arguing that moral values are not timeless truths, but rather products of human psychology and historical circumstances. This relativist perspective forces us to question whether our own moral assumptions are merely inherited prejudices rather than objective truths. Nietzsche's distinction between master and slave morality is one of his most controversial ideas, but it remains a powerful psychological tool for understanding cultural and political dynamics. Many modern ideological conflicts can be interpreted through this lens, where some groups seek to assert dominance through power, while others moralize their victimhood and use guilt as a weapon. His argument that Christian morality is an expression of slave morality is one of the most provocative parts of the chapter. He believes that Christianity promotes a morality that suppresses strength, ambition, and vitality in favor of meekness and submission. While this has led to moral systems based on compassion and equality, Nietzsche sees it as ultimately life-denying. Nietzsche's insights extend far beyond religion. He would likely see modern social movements, political ideologies, and cultural battles as struggles between master and slave moralities. Those who preach equality and fairness may in reality be using morality as a tool for power, just as those who dominate may disguise their will to power under the guise of merit or excellence. Nietzsche forces us to question whether morality is really about goodness at all. Could it be that moral rules are imposed mainly to serve the interests of certain groups? This skepticism toward moral authority is one of the most enduring legacies of Nietzschean thought. In conclusion, the natural history of morals is a deeply unsettling but intellectually liberating chapter. Nietzsche's message is not that we should abandon morality altogether, but that we must recognize its historical roots and psychological function. By doing so, we can free ourselves from inherited moral prejudices and create new values that affirm life, strength, and individual flourishing. Chapter 6. We Scholars. At the risk of revealing morality as nothing more than what it has always been, resolutely showing its own wounds, as Balzac put it, I must protest against a wrongful and damaging shift in rank that is quietly establishing itself in the relationship between science and philosophy. One must have the right, through personal experience, and isn't experience always, in some way, painful, to speak on such an important matter, so as not to talk of color like the blind, or attack science like women and artists, whose instincts and shame recoil from it. Ah, this dreadful science, they sigh. It always finds things out. The declaration of independence by the scientist, his emancipation from philosophy, is a subtle consequence of democratic organization and disintegration. The self-congratulation and conceited self-importance of the scholar is now in full bloom, though that does not mean his self-praise has a pleasant scent. Here, too, the instinct of the crowd shouts, "Freedom from all masters," and having successfully resisted theology, to which it had long been a handmaiden, science now recklessly and arrogantly seeks to dictate laws to philosophy, to play the role of master, or worse, to pose as a philosopher in its own right. My own memory, the memory of a scientist, if you will, is filled with examples of the naive arrogance I have heard from young naturalists and aging physicians, not to mention the most cultured and conceited of all scholars, philologists and schoolmasters, who combine both qualities professionally. Sometimes it is the narrow specialist, instinctively defensive against anything that demands synthesis and broader insight. At other times, it is the diligent worker, who sniffs out in philosophy a certain leisureliness and luxurious ease, and feels insulted and diminished by it. Elsewhere, it is the short-sighted utilitarian who sees in philosophy nothing but a series of outdated systems and useless extravagances that benefit no one. Or it may be the nervous skepticism of those who fear hidden mysticism and any attempt to define the boundaries of knowledge. Or, simply, the contempt for particular philosophers extending into a general contempt for philosophy itself. Most often, behind the disdain of philosophy in young scholars, I detect the lingering effect of a particular philosopher whose influence they have rejected, without, however, freeing themselves from his scornful dismissal of all other philosophers. This, for instance, seems to me the effect of Schopenhauer on modern Germany. His mindless hatred of Hegel has cut off an entire generation of Germans from their own cultural heritage. And yet that heritage, for all its flaws, had cultivated a refined historical sense, an ability Schopenhauer himself lacked entirely, in a way that was un-German to the point of being ingenious. But in the end, it may simply be the human, all too human quality of modern philosophers, their sheer mediocrity, that has done the most to undermine reverence for philosophy and given the instincts of the mob free rein. Let us acknowledge just how far our modern world has diverged from the world of Heraclitus, Plato, and Empedocles, all those royal and magnificent hermits of the intellect. Given the state of philosophy today, an honest scientist may well feel himself of better lineage than those who now represent the discipline, figures who, thanks to the fashion of the times, are at once on the heights and in the gutter. Take, for example, the twin lions of Berlin, the anarchist Jürgen Düring and the eclectic Eduard von Hartmann. It is especially the sight of these mixed-breed philosophers, these self-proclaimed realists and positivists, that implants a dangerous mistrust in the soul of an ambitious young scholar. At best, these men are mere scholars and specialists. It is painfully obvious. All of them are men who once aspired to something greater, but had no right to it, and who have now returned, defeated, to the realm of science. Resentful and disillusioned, they now dedicate themselves to denying philosophy's highest tasks and its supremacy. How could it be otherwise? Science is flourishing and wears its good conscience openly. Meanwhile, what philosophy has become, what little remains of it, only inspires distrust and displeasure, if not outright ridicule and pity. A philosophy that has reduced itself to mere theory of knowledge, a timid science of restrictions and cautions, a philosophy that never even dares to cross the threshold, denying itself the right to enter. This is philosophy in its death throes, a mere ending, an agony, something pitiful. How could such a philosophy ever rule? The dangers facing the development of a true philosopher today are so numerous that one might question whether this type of mind can even reach maturity anymore. The sciences have expanded into vast and towering structures, making it increasingly likely that a potential philosopher will exhaust himself as a mere learner, or attach himself to some specialty, thus never reaching the heights of overview, vision, and descent that define the philosopher. Or, worse, he reaches those heights too late, when his prime has passed, when he has grown dull, coarse, or exhausted, so that his view no longer matters. Perhaps it is his own refined intellectual conscience that holds him back, making him hesitate, fearing that he will become a mere dilettante, an intellectual millipede with 1,000 superficial touches, but no true grasp. He knows that if he loses respect for himself, he will no longer lead, unless he chooses the path of charlatanism, becoming a kind of philosophical Cagliostro, a Pied Piper leading the blind. This, in the end, is a matter of taste, if not of conscience, and to make his difficulties even greater, the philosopher must judge not just science, but life itself and its worth. He resists believing that it is his right, even his duty, to make this judgment. He struggles toward it only through vast experiences, often painful, confusing, or disorienting. People have long mistaken the philosopher for either the scientist, the ideal scholar, or for the holy man, the ascetic visionary. Even today, when someone is praised as living like a philosopher, all that is usually meant is that he lives prudently and apart. Wisdom, to the masses, seems to mean a kind of evasion, a way to escape from a losing game. But the true philosopher, does it not seem so to us, my friends, lives unphilosophically, imprudently, always burdened with 100 risks and temptations. He plays this bad game with his own life. Compared to the genius, the one who creates and engenders, in every sense, the scholar, the scientific average man, always has something of the old maid about him. Like her, he lacks experience in the two most fundamental human functions, and so, to both the scholar and the old maid, We grant respectability, as if offering compensation. Yes, they are respectable, and yet, even as we grant them this, we cannot help but feel a touch of irritation. What is the learned man? First and foremost, he is an average type, with average virtues. That is, he is neither commanding, nor independent, nor self-sufficient. He is industrious, obedient, and patient, well adapted to rank and file. He values his little patch of independence, his green meadow where he can rest from his labors. He craves recognition, the continual confirmation of his worth, without which his deep-seated insecurity, the typical anxiety of herd animals, would overwhelm him. But he also has the petty vices of his type: envy, a sharp eye for the weak points of those above him, whose heights he cannot reach. He is open and trusting, but only in the manner of a man who lets himself go, not one who flows. And before a man of great force, of deep currents, before that kind of man, the scholar becomes cold, reserved. His eyes become blank, like a still lake that refuses to be disturbed. And yet the most dangerous trait of the scholar, the Jesuitism of mediocrity, is his instinctive drive to break the exceptional man, or better yet, to relax him, to soften him, unstring his bow, not brutally, of course, but with the gentle hand of sympathy. This is the true art of Jesuitism. It introduces itself as the religion of kindness. As much as we may welcome the rise of the objective spirit, and who has not grown sick of all this subjectivity and its self-important self-expression, we must nevertheless be wary of going too far in our gratitude. The unselfing and depersonalizing of the intellect, now celebrated as if it were a goal in itself, has become a kind of salvation myth, especially among the pessimists, who have their own motives for worshipping disinterested knowledge. The ideal scientific thinker, he who has emerged after countless failed attempts, may be a valuable tool, but a tool is all he is. He is a mirror, a measuring instrument, but not a purpose in himself. The objective man is a mirror placed at the feet of all knowledge, waiting only to reflect. His only desires are the desires of a spectator, a recorder, a passive surface over which the world may glide without resistance. He calls up the memory of himself with effort, and often gets it wrong. He confuses himself with others. He misjudges his own needs. He notices the illness of a friend or the misfortune of a wife, but he is unable to care in a way that would move him to action. His mind instantly turns the problem into a more general case, reducing even his own suffering to an abstract observation. His virtues, his passivity, his hospitality to all ideas, his instinct for seeing everything but affirming nothing, have their cost. Should one seek love or hate from him, the kind of love or hate that God, woman, and beast understand, one will receive only a performance, a forced and fragile imitation. His love is strained, his hatred is artificial, a tour de force at best. Only in his calm impartiality is he truly himself. Only as a mirror does he remain natural. He affirms nothing. He denies nothing. Je ne méprise presque rien, said Leibniz. I despise almost nothing. Let us not overlook the almost. He is not a model man. He leads no one, nor does he follow. He stands too far off to take up the cause of either good or evil. For too long, he has been mistaken for a philosopher, a kind of Caesarian commander of civilization. But this has only flattered him. He has been given too much honor. What he is, essentially, is an instrument, something of a slave, though perhaps the most refined kind of slave. But he is not a goal. He is not an outgoing, ascending, or commanding type. He is not a foundation, nor a creator. He is a soft, malleable vessel, waiting for someone else to give him form and content. In most cases, he lacks both. a man without substance, a selfless man, and, in parentheses, let it be said, nothing for women. When a philosopher today declares that he is not a skeptic, I trust that has been made clear from my description of the objective spirit. People react with impatience, even unease. They immediately have so many questions. Among the more timid listeners, of which there are plenty, he is quickly labeled dangerous. His rejection of skepticism sounds to them like a distant explosion, as if some new kind of spiritual dynamite were being tested. Perhaps a new form of nihilism, but one that acts rather than merely doubts. A pessimism of goodwill, not just a denial of life, but a practice of negation. Terrifying. Against such a will to active negation, modern thinkers prescribe only one sedative: skepticism. It is the poppy of philosophy, the gentle lullaby of doubt. Today, Hamlet is recommended like a sleeping pill, a cure for those noisy, subterranean stirrings of the spirit. Aren't our ears already full of bad noises? So complain the skeptics, those peaceful policemen of thought. This underground no is horrifying. Be quiet, you pessimistic moles. The skeptic is, at heart, timid. His conscience flinches at every strong no, but also at every firm yes. Even a bold affirmation feels to him like a bite. He finds such things immoral. Instead, he prefers to retreat, to celebrate his virtue by staying above the fray. What do I know? He says with Montaigne. Or, with Socrates, I know that I know nothing. Or, I don't trust myself here, no door is open to me. Or, even if the door were open, why rush through? Why the hurry? Must every crooked line be straightened immediately? Must every hole be plugged? Is there not time enough for that? Hasn't time itself all the time in the world? Oh, you impatient demons! Can you not wait? For him, uncertainty is a kind of beauty. Even the Sphinx seduces him. Even Circe was a philosopher. But he needs such consolations, for skepticism is, at its core, a sickness. It is the most intellectual symptom of a nervous disorder, what doctors call neurasthenia. It emerges when long-separated races and classes suddenly blend, producing in their offspring a chaos of conflicting instincts, values, and standards. Everything in such people is unstable, tentative, restless. Their virtues work against each other. Their bodies and souls lack balance, weight, or center. But worst of all is what has withered in them, the will. They no longer know how to decide. They have no pleasure in willing. They doubt, even in their dreams, whether the will is free. Look at Europe today, a massive, chaotic experiment in racial and class mixture. No wonder skepticism dominates both its heights and depths. Sometimes, this skepticism flits from idea to idea like an impatient monkey. Other times it broods darkly, like a thundercloud heavy with question marks. But above all, Europe suffers from a sickness of the will. Where does this crippled will not sit today? And yet, how well dressed it is, how ornamented. Today's scientific objectivity, its pure knowledge for its own sake, its art for art's sake, all these are merely skepticism in disguise, symptoms of this paralysis of the will. This disease does not afflict all parts of Europe equally. It is worst where civilization has been longest established. It fades where the barbarian, whether still or once again, asserts himself under the thin veil of Western culture. In France, this infirmity is at its peak. And yet, France, true to itself, has turned even this spiritual crisis into something elegant, even seductive. It now leads Europe precisely by being the school of all skepticism's charms. In Germany, the will is somewhat stronger, and stronger still in northern Germany than in central Germany. In England, it is stronger still, though phlegmatic. In Spain and Corsica, it is stubborn. Italy. It is too young to know what it wants. It has yet to prove whether it even can will. But the strongest, the most ominous will, is found where Europe begins to bleed back into Asia. Russia. There, the will has been stored up, accumulating for centuries, but it remains undirected, uncertain whether to affirm or negate. It waits, threateningly, to be discharged. Perhaps it will not be wars in Asia alone that will save Europe from its greatest peril. Perhaps it will require an internal collapse, a fragmentation into smaller states, and, most of all, the introduction of parliamentary idiocy with its tiresome morning newspaper rituals. I do not say this because I want it. In my heart, I would rather see the opposite. I would rather see Russia's menace grow so strong that Europe would finally be forced to unite, to forge its own great will. Europe would then need to give itself a new ruling caste, a single, terrible will capable of thinking in thousand-year terms. Then, at last, the long and tedious comedy of petty politics, whether dynastic or democratic, would come to an end. The era of small politics is over. The next century will bring the battle for world power, the necessity of great politics. Will this new age of war in Europe strengthen a new kind of skepticism? Let me answer with a parable. Some of you, those who know German history, will understand at once. The mad Prussian king, father of Friedrich the Great, was obsessed with tall soldiers. He built an army of giant grenadiers. He was fanatical about it. But in this one thing, he had the luck of a genius. He saw what Germany lacked most. And what was that? Men. Germany had no real men. And he feared, more than anything, that his own son was not a man. Here, of course, he misjudged Friedrich. But who could have known? All he saw was a son seduced by French wit, atheism, and the pleasant frivolity of the esprit. He feared, in his deepest instincts, that Friedrich's heart had been softened, that his will had collapsed, that he had become incapable of commanding. What he could not see was that in his son a new kind of skepticism was forming, one harder, sharper, more dangerous. Perhaps it was even his father's hatred, his father's cold discipline, that forced Friedrich to steel himself. This was not the old, weak skepticism of retreat, of safety, of Hamlet-like hesitation. It was the skepticism of conquest. It despises, yet it grasps. It undermines, yet it takes possession. It doubts, but it does not lose itself. It gives the mind a dangerous liberty, but it keeps the heart under iron discipline. It was the German form of skepticism, what I call Friderician skepticism. This spirit would later dominate all of Europe, not just through Germany's armies, but through its philosophy, its historical criticism, its relentless distrust. Even in its scholars, its great philologists and historians, this skepticism was martial. They were not merely thinkers, they were artists of destruction. This is why some still fear the German spirit. They see in it something Mephistophelian, something fatalistic. And yet, how short a time ago was it that a certain masculinized woman had the nerve to tell Europe that Germans were weak, gentle, poetic fools? And what did Napoleon say when he met Goethe? Voilà un homme, which meant, this is a man, and I had only expected a German. If, in sketching the philosophers of the future, some traits suggest they might be skeptics in the sense just discussed, that would describe only one aspect of them, not their whole being. With equal justification, they could be called critics. More than anything, though, they will be experimenters. That is why I dared to baptize them with a name emphasizing their willingness to try, their love of experimentation. Will these new philosophers, as critics in body and soul, embrace experimentation in an even broader, more daring, and possibly more dangerous sense? Will their hunger for knowledge push them further into painful, risky trials than the delicate, coddled tastes of a democratic age could ever approve? No doubt, these thinkers will not be able to do without the serious, unflinching qualities that set a true critic apart from a mere skeptic. They will have certainty in their standards of value, a conscious and unified method, a fearless independence, and a capacity to bear full responsibility for themselves. They will delight in denial and dissection, and possess a kind of deliberate cruelty, the skillful, steady hand that knows how to wield the knife precisely, even when the heart bleeds. They will be harsher, not just with themselves, but with others, than many humane souls might like. They will not seek truth because it is pleasing, or uplifting, or inspiring. They will have little faith in the idea that truth brings some kind of spiritual ecstasy. These rigorous minds will smirk when someone in their presence says, "That idea elevates me. Why should it not be true?" Or, "That work enchants me. Why should it not be beautiful?" Or, "That artist enlarges my soul. Why should he not be great?" No, such thinkers will not only smirk, they may feel a deep disgust toward anything that reeks of rapture, idealism, sentimentality, in short, anything feminine or hermaphroditic. And if someone were to peer into their hearts, they would not find even the slightest trace of a wish to reconcile Christian sentiments with classical taste, or worse, with modern parliamentary democracy, which even today's philosophers, uncertain and conciliatory as they are, still attempt to do. They will not only demand strict discipline in thought, they will display it proudly as their badge of honor. And yet, despite all this, they will reject the title of critic. To them, reducing philosophy to mere criticism, as is now so popular, would be an insult. How convenient it is for the positivists of France and Germany, perhaps even for Kant himself, given the titles of his books, to reduce philosophy to a critical science. But the new philosophers will have none of it. Critics are tools of philosophy, but they are not philosophers. Even that great Chinese bureaucrat from Königsberg, Immanuel Kant, was, at best, a great critic. I insist that people finally stop confusing philosophical workers, and scientific thinkers in general, with actual philosophers. It's important to give each their due, not to give too much credit to one and too little to the other. For a true philosopher, it might be necessary to have once stood on every step where his assistants, the philosophical workers, remain and must remain. He may have had to be a critic, a dogmatist, a historian, and also a poet, a collector, a traveler, a solver of riddles, a moralist, a visionary, a free spirit, and almost everything else in order to explore the full range of human values and perspectives. He must be able to see from great heights to the farthest horizons, from deep within to the highest peaks, from a tiny corner to the widest expanse. But all of this is just preparation. The philosopher's real task is something else entirely. He must create values. Philosophical workers, following the example of thinkers like Kant and Hegel, organize and define the dominant systems of values, the ones that have already been established, those past creations of value that, for a time, are accepted as truths, whether in the realm of logic, politics, morality, or art. Their job is to make what has happened so far more visible, understandable, and manageable, to shorten everything long, even time itself, and to bring the past under control. This is a vast and impressive task, one that offers plenty of room for intellectual pride and relentless dedication. But real philosophers? They are commanders and lawgivers. They say, "This is how it shall be." They determine the direction and purpose of humanity, sweeping aside the work of all the philosophical workers who merely catalogue the past. They reach for the future with a creative hand, turning everything that is and everything that was into a tool, an instrument, a hammer. For them, knowing is creating, their creating is giving orders, and their will to truth is will to power. Are there such philosophers today? Have there ever been such philosophers? Must there not one day be such philosophers? It becomes clearer to me every day that the philosopher, the one humanity needs for tomorrow and the day after, has always found himself, and must find himself, at odds with the present. His greatest enemy is always the dominant ideal of his time. Throughout history, these rare figures, those who truly pushed humanity forward, were called philosophers, though they rarely saw themselves as lovers of wisdom. More often, they felt like unwanted nuisances, dangerous questioners. Their mission, difficult, involuntary, and inescapable, but ultimately, their greatness, was to act as the bad conscience of their age. They took a scalpel to the very virtues of their time, exposing what was underneath: hypocrisy, laziness, self-indulgence, and self-deception. They showed how much of what people called virtue was already outdated, and their message was always the same: we must go where you feel least at home. Today, in a world obsessed with modern ideas, which tries to trap every person in a specialization, a true philosopher, if such a thing could exist now, would have to redefine greatness itself. Instead of being confined to a narrow role, greatness would mean breadth, complexity, and versatility. The ability to carry the weight of many perspectives, to take on responsibilities that would break lesser men. But in this age, the ruling ideas weaken the will. Nothing fits the spirit of the time better than a lack of willpower. So, for today's philosopher, greatness must include precisely the opposite qualities: strength of will, discipline, and the ability to commit to long-term decisions. Just as an earlier time, like the 16th century, was plagued by too much will, chaotic ambition, and ruthless self-interest, and needed an opposite ideal of humility and self-sacrifice, our age, which drowns in passivity, requires a new kind of strength. Look at the time of Socrates. He lived among Athenians whose instincts were exhausted, conservatives who had given up on real discipline and had started chasing happiness and pleasure instead. They clung to grand words, but their lives had already betrayed their lack of conviction. In such a time, irony became a tool of greatness, a weapon used by Socrates, a man both plebeian and physician, who cut into his own soul as ruthlessly as he cut into the hearts of noble men. His message was clear: drop the act. We are equals in this failure. But today, only the herd is respected. The herd gives out honors. The herd defines morality. The idea of equal rights has too easily slid into equal mediocrity, a collective war against anything rare, exceptional, or noble. This is a world that resents the higher man, the higher soul, the one who takes greater risks, bears greater responsibility, and claims the right to create. So now, greatness must mean something else. To be noble is to stand apart, to be capable of difference, to walk alone, to live by one's own laws, by personal initiative. The philosopher of today, if he exists at all, will reveal his own ideal when he declares, "The greatest shall be the most solitary, the most hidden, the most independent, the man beyond good and evil, the master of his virtues, overflowing with will." This is what we must call greatness: to be as complex as possible while remaining whole, to be as vast as possible while still being full. But then we must ask again, is greatness even possible today? It is difficult to truly understand what a philosopher is because it cannot be taught. You must experience it firsthand, or else have the pride to admit you don't understand. Today, however, people talk about things they can't possibly have experienced, and nowhere is this truer than when they talk about philosophers or philosophy. Only a rare few truly know what it means to be a philosopher, and all popular ideas about them are wrong. Take, for example, the real philosopher's combination of bold, overflowing intelligence, moving at lightning speed, and at the same time, a razor-sharp logic that never makes a misstep. Most so-called thinkers and scholars have never encountered this in themselves, so when they hear someone describe it, they find it unbelievable. To them, anything necessary feels like a burden, an uncomfortable constraint. For them, thinking itself is slow, difficult, something worthy of the sweat of the noble, but never something light, effortless, even divine. They have no sense of the connection between thinking and dancing, between rigor and exuberance. To them, thinking always means taking things seriously and painstakingly, because that's all they've ever known. Artists, on the other hand, might understand this better. They know that when they stop doing things arbitrarily and start creating with absolute necessity, that's when their feeling of freedom, power, and mastery reaches its peak. In these moments, necessity and free will become the same thing. There is a hierarchy of mental states, just as there is a hierarchy of problems. The highest problems ruthlessly reject anyone who approaches them without being born for them. No amount of ambition will change that. What's the point of average, everyday minds, or even well-meaning, clumsy scholars, forcing their way into these sacred questions, like commoners storming into a temple? It happens all the time now. But not just anyone is allowed in. The law of reality ensures that the doors remain shut to those who don't belong, no matter how much they knock, or even bash their heads against them. To stand among philosophers, one must be born to it, or, more precisely, bred for it. A person only has the right to real philosophy, philosophy in the highest sense, if their bloodline has prepared them for it. Many generations must have laid the groundwork before a true philosopher can emerge. Every one of his virtues had to be developed, refined, and passed down. Not just the brilliant, effortless flow of his thoughts, but also his ability to bear heavy responsibilities, his instinct for ruling, his sense of distance from the crowd with their petty duties and second-hand virtues, his instinct to protect what is misunderstood and reviled, be it God or the devil. He must know true justice, how to command, how to will with authority, and above all, he must have the rare, patient gaze, one that admires little, looks up to even less, and almost never loves. Summary. In this chapter, Nietzsche criticizes the scholarly class and their limitations, distinguishing true philosophers from mere scholars. He argues that most intellectuals, scientists, academics, and so-called philosophers are not truly free spirits, but rather narrow-minded specialists, confined by their adherence to systems, methodologies, and institutional pressures. He presents a contrast between the rigorous but unimaginative scholar and the bold, creative philosopher. Nietzsche sees scholars as servants of knowledge rather than its masters. They are often too specialized, too methodical, and too obedient to established intellectual traditions to ever create anything truly new. They are workers, not creators. A real philosopher, in Nietzsche's view, is not a mere academic who gathers and organizes knowledge, but a commander, a legislator of values. Philosophers do not just analyze, they create, shaping the intellectual and moral landscape of the future. Nietzsche critiques scientists and empiricists who reduce everything to mechanical processes, data, and measurable facts. He believes that purely scientific thinking is not enough to grasp the full complexity of life, and that scholars, in their obsession with facts, often lack deeper wisdom and vision. Nietzsche suggests that many scholars are driven not by a pure love of knowledge, but by hidden psychological motives, such as fear, conformity, the need for security, or resentment against life. He argues that true intellectual courage demands a willingness to break with tradition and confront uncomfortable truths. Nietzsche questions the ideal of scholarly objectivity, suggesting that all knowledge is shaped by perspective and interpretation. Scholars pretend to be neutral and dispassionate, but in reality, they are influenced by their own instincts, prejudices, and psychological needs. He introduces his concept of the will to power in intellectual life, suggesting that even scholars and scientists are not simply seeking truth, but rather exercising power in their own way, by defining what counts as knowledge, shaping discourse, and controlling interpretation. Nietzsche does not reject scholarship entirely, but argues that a higher, more noble type of scholar is needed, one who can transcend narrow academic concerns and engage in the bold, creative work of the philosopher. Commentary. This chapter is one of Nietzsche's most direct critiques of academia, and it remains deeply relevant today. His distinction between mere scholars and true philosophers resonates with ongoing debates about the role of universities, the specialization of knowledge, and the lack of bold, visionary thinking in modern intellectual life. Nietzsche's idea that scholars are merely workers who do not create is a sharp attack on intellectual bureaucrats, those who accumulate vast amounts of knowledge but lack the creative force to challenge, innovate, or revolutionize. He suggests that true greatness in thought comes not from accumulating facts, but from shaping new ideas. This critique applies just as much to contemporary universities and academic institutions as it did in Nietzsche's time. Today, academic careers are often built on specialization, conformity, and producing research that fits within existing paradigms rather than challenging foundational assumptions or creating new systems of thought. Nietzsche's critique of scientific thinking as narrow and reductive anticipates many later debates about the limits of empiricism and materialism. He suggests that life cannot be fully understood through numbers, data, and equations alone, a point that is still debated in fields like philosophy of science, psychology, and ethics. Nietzsche's idea that even scientists and scholars are exercising power is a radical insight. He suggests that knowledge is never neutral. Even in academia, what is considered truth is shaped by institutional politics, ideological biases, and the struggle for influence. This is especially relevant in modern debates about political correctness, ideological conformity in universities, and the way knowledge is controlled in public discourse. Nietzsche does not entirely dismiss scholarship, but calls for a higher type of intellectual, one who is both rigorous in study and daring in thought. This is a call to action for those who seek to go beyond academic routine and engage with deep, transformative ideas. In conclusion, we scholars, Nietzsche exposes the limitations of academic knowledge and calls for a more daring, creative approach to philosophy. His critique of intellectual narrowness and academic conformity remains highly relevant in the modern world, where universities, scientific communities, and public intellectuals often prioritize safe, incremental thinking over bold, revolutionary insight. At its core, this chapter is a warning against intellectual stagnation, a call to scholars, scientists, and thinkers not just to study reality, but to shape it, challenge it, and reimagine it. Chapter 7. Our Virtues. Our virtues? It's likely that we still have some, though they are certainly not the same solid, unshakable virtues that made our grandfathers so admirable, and, let's be honest, also a bit distant from us. We, the Europeans of the day after tomorrow, the firstborn of the 20th century, with all our dangerous curiosity, our talent for disguise, our refined and deceptive cruelty, both in body and in spirit, if we must have virtues at all, then they will be those that align with our deepest instincts, our strongest desires. So let's go looking for them in our labyrinths, that place where so many things get lost, and where so much is meant to be lost. And isn't there something beautiful about searching for our virtues? Doesn't that almost mean we believe in them? And isn't believing in one's own virtues just another way of saying we still have what people used to call a good conscience, that long, respectable pigtail of an idea that our grandfathers used to wear behind their heads, and just as often behind their reason? So perhaps, despite all our claims to be modern, to be nothing like our stiff, old-fashioned ancestors, we are still, in one way, their true grandchildren. We, the last Europeans with good consciences, still wear their pigtail. But if only you knew how soon, so very soon, that too will change. Just as in the vastness of space, where a planet can be caught between two suns, its path dictated by the pull of each, or where suns of different colors take turns bathing it in red, then green, and sometimes both at once, creating a strange, shifting glow, so too are we modern men caught in a complicated gravitational field of moralities. Our actions flicker between different hues, shifting under the influence of conflicting values, rarely appearing in just one clear color. And often, just like those planets caught in mixed light, our deeds shine in a kaleidoscope of contradictions, never simply good or evil, but something far more complex, more ambiguous, more dazzlingly uncertain. Loving one's enemies? That lesson has been thoroughly learned, practiced daily, on both grand and trivial scales. In fact, something even higher and more sublime happens now. We learn to despise while we love, and often precisely when we love most. But we do it silently, without spectacle, without grand declarations, with the shamefaced discretion of true goodness, which forbids turning morality into a performance. Morality as posturing, that no longer suits our taste. This, too, is progress, just as it was progress for our fathers when religion as performance became distasteful to them, including all the dramatic rebellion and Voltairean sneering that once came with being a freethinker. Now it is the music in our conscience, the dance in our spirit, that refuses to keep time with Puritan hymns, moralizing sermons, and smug virtue signaling. Be cautious around those who pride themselves on their moral sensitivity and refined judgment. They never truly forgive you if they've once misstepped in front of you, or even in relation to you. No matter how much they pretend otherwise, they will instinctively start undermining you, whispering against you, even while still calling themselves your friends. Blessed are the forgetful, for they are the only ones who can truly move past their own mistakes. The French psychologists, and honestly, where else do real psychologists still exist, have never tired of their bitter amusement at the stupidity of the bourgeois. It's as if, well, let's just say it reveals something about them. Take Flaubert, that respectable citizen of Rouen. By the end of his life, he saw, heard, and tasted nothing but bourgeois foolishness. It became his form of self-torture, his refined cruelty. Since this obsession is getting tiresome, let me suggest a different source of amusement. Try observing the unconscious cunning with which your average, good-natured, well-fed mediocrity instinctively handles the existence of higher minds and the tasks they undertake. The sheer Jesuitical slyness of the ordinary in its battle against the exceptional is 1,000 times more subtle than even the finest intellects of the middle class in its best moments, more subtle even than the intellect of those it targets. A repeated proof that instinct is still the sharpest form of intelligence ever discovered. In short, You psychologists, take some notes. Study how the rule operates when it faces the exception. You'll witness a spectacle fit for the gods and for anyone with a taste for divine cruelty. Or, to put it bluntly, dissect good people, the so-called well-intentioned souls. Dissect yourselves. Moral judgment and condemnation are the favorite form of revenge for those of limited intellect against those who surpass them. It's also a way for them to compensate for nature's lack of generosity, and, perhaps most importantly, it's an opportunity to acquire cleverness. Nothing sharpens the mind like malice. Deep down, they're relieved that a standard exists by which the intellectually superior can be measured as equals to them. They fight for the idea that all are equal before God, and, in fact, they need the belief in God to sustain this fiction. It's in their ranks that you'll find the fiercest enemies of atheism. Imagine telling them, a truly elevated mind is beyond all comparison with the honesty and respectability of a merely moral man. They'd go absolutely rabid, so I won't say it. Instead, I'll flatter them with a more digestible theory, that high spirituality is simply the final product of morality, that it's the culmination of all the virtues attributed to the merely moral person, refined over generations of discipline and training. In this way, true intellectual greatness is nothing but justice, sharpened into wisdom, a beneficent severity that preserves hierarchy, knowing it has the right and duty to maintain gradations of rank, not just among men, but among all things. People love to praise the so-called selfless person, but before jumping on that bandwagon, one should ask, what actually interests people? What do ordinary men, yes, even the cultured and learned, care about deep down? Once you take a closer look, you'll see that most of what fascinates and captivates the higher and more refined minds is utterly uninteresting to the masses. But when they see someone passionately devoted to such things, they misinterpret it as selflessness. They just can't imagine how anyone could genuinely care about something so foreign to their own small concerns. Some philosophers, perhaps because they never actually experienced such a higher nature themselves, have dressed up this misunderstanding in mystical and otherworldly language instead of stating the obvious, that so-called selfless acts are often deeply self-interested, just not in the small-minded way that ordinary people assume. And love? What? You think even acts of love are unselfish? Oh, you fools. And what about self-sacrifice? Well, anyone who has truly sacrificed something knows that they did so to gain something in return. Perhaps something even greater. Maybe they gave up something here to get more over there. Or maybe they sacrificed in order to become more, to feel more, to expand themselves. But these are questions that a more discerning spirit doesn't linger on for long, because truth yawns when answering them. And truth, after all, is a woman, and you don't get anywhere with her by using force. Now, let's hear from a moralistic pedant, one of those guys who loves to analyze morality but misses the bigger picture. He once said, "Sometimes I admire and respect an unselfish person, but not because he's unselfish. I just think he has the right to benefit someone else at his own expense. The real question is always, who is he? And who is the other person? For example, if someone is born to command, then self-denial and humble retreat wouldn't be virtues. They'd be a waste of virtues. That's how it seems to me. Any moral system that claims to be universally valid, that says this applies to everyone, is not only in bad taste, but also encourages mediocrity. It seduces people into neglecting their true nature, all while parading as philanthropy. And it does the greatest harm to the higher, rarer, more privileged types of men. Morality itself needs to be forced to bow before rank and hierarchy. Its arrogance must be beaten down until it finally admits it is immoral to claim that what is right for one is right for another. That was the moralist's argument. Did he deserve to be laughed at for lecturing morality on how to be moral? Probably. But if you want people to laugh with you, you can't be too right. After all, even good taste requires a pinch of wrong. Everywhere you look these days, people are preaching sympathy, or rather, fellow suffering, as if it were the one true religion left. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the only religion people still bother to preach. But if you're a good psychologist, you'll listen past all the vanity and the noise, because preachers, all preachers, love to make noise. And you'll hear a deeper, hoarser, more honest sound beneath it all, self-contempt. This obsession with sympathy is part of the general uglification of Europe, which has been spreading for the past century, maybe even longer. The first signs of it were already documented in a letter from Galliani to Madame d'Épinay. And, who knows, maybe this very obsession with pity is what's been making everything uglier in the first place. The modern man, this puffed-up, self-important monkey, is deeply dissatisfied with himself. Of that, there can be no doubt. He suffers. And his vanity? Well, his vanity demands that he doesn't suffer alone. No, he wants to suffer with others. The modern European is a strange hybrid, a fairly ugly plebeian when you really think about it, and he knows it. That's why he's so desperate for a costume. He needs history, not as a source of wisdom, but as a wardrobe, a dressing room full of old outfits. But no matter what he tries on, nothing really fits him. He keeps changing and changing, hoping to find something that makes him look like he belongs. Just take a look at the 19th century. It's a parade of hasty fashion choices, one ridiculous attempt after another to play dress-up. Romantic, classical, Christian, Florentine, Baroque, nationalist. And yet, no matter what style he picks, it always feels wrong. But this constant wardrobe crisis has, at least, one benefit. We moderns have become expert costume designers. We study the past like no age before us. We dig through every old belief system, every morality, every artistic movement, every religion, trying them on like masks. And maybe, just maybe, this is where we finally discover our own genius, not in creating new things, but in making a grand parody of the world's history. Maybe our real destiny is to be history's jesters, the great fools of God, the ones who laugh at everything. And who knows, maybe, even if nothing else from our age survives, at least our laughter will have a future. The historical sense, that ability to instinctively grasp the hierarchy of values that a people, a culture, or an individual has lived by, to sense the relationships between these values, to recognize how they hold authority over the forces at play, this historical sense, which we Europeans like to claim as our specialty, is actually a byproduct of the chaotic semi-barbarism into which Europe has been thrown by the democratic mixing of classes and races. It was only in the 19th century that people started recognizing this faculty as a kind of sixth sense. Because of this chaotic mixture, the past, in all its diversity of cultures and ways of life, formerly kept separate, has now poured into us modern souls. Our instincts pull us in every direction. We are, in effect, a chaos of contradictions. And yet, strangely, our spirit benefits from this. Our semi-barbarism, both in our bodies and our desires, has given us secret access to things that more noble ages never had. We can enter the labyrinth of imperfect civilizations. We can understand and even inhabit the half-barbaric states of being that have existed throughout history. And given that most of human history has consisted of such semi-barbarism, this historical sense of ours effectively opens everything to us, every taste, every perspective. And what does that tell us? That the historical sense is, at its core, a vulgar sense. For example, we moderns have rediscovered Homer, and we can actually appreciate him again. That might be our greatest victory. The cultured elite of earlier times, like the French of the 17th century, think Saint-Evremont, who dismissed Homer for his esprit vaste, or even Voltaire, the last echo of that century, could not appreciate Homer so easily. They barely allowed themselves to enjoy him. Why? Because their highly refined palate led them to reject anything that didn't immediately suit their taste. Their sharp sense of disgust, their inborn reluctance toward the unfamiliar, their horror of bad taste, their refusal to even admit a new craving, all these traits made them naturally resistant to everything that wasn't their own. The best things in the world could be right in front of them, but if they didn't recognize them as theirs, they wouldn't even consider them. For such people, nothing is more alien or more offensive than this historical sense of ours with its plebeian curiosity. The same goes for Shakespeare. He's a wild, chaotic mix, a blend of Spanish, Moorish, and Saxon elements, a mad fusion of tastes. If an ancient Athenian from Aeschylus's time had seen his plays, he would have either died laughing or stormed out in outrage. But we moderns, we accept this mess. In fact, we embrace it. We see it as a special refinement, something only we are evolved enough to appreciate. We don't mind the coarseness, the raw populism lurking within Shakespeare's work, any more than we mind the smell of sewage when walking through the vibrant streets of Naples, enchanted, alert, fully immersed, but unbothered by the filth around us. Yes, we moderns, with our historical sense, have our virtues. We are modest. We are selfless. We have patience, self-discipline, and endurance. We can appreciate things as they are, without needing them to be ours. But there's a problem. We lack taste. Let's be honest. Our historical sense makes it difficult for us to truly grasp, feel, and love perfection. When a culture or an artwork reaches its peak, when it achieves smoothness, clarity, and self-sufficiency, we instinctively resist it. We struggle to appreciate things that are complete, that have finished their journey, and simply exist in their perfected state. Maybe our virtue, our historical awareness, is in direct opposition to good taste. At best, it's a form of bad taste. We have to force ourselves to admire those rare moments when something has stopped growing, when it has reached a golden stillness, like an ocean that has finally calmed, a piece of art that has nothing left to prove. We are drawn, instead, to the infinite, the unmeasured, the chaotic. We are like a rider on a galloping horse, too thrilled by the speed to ever want to slow down. We let go of the reins, and we don't want to stop. We modern men, we semi-barbarians, are never happier than when we are in the greatest danger. Whether it's hedonism, pessimism, utilitarianism, or eudaimonism, all those ways of thinking that measure the worth of things by pleasure and pain, that is, by surface-level effects and secondary conditions, are nothing but simplistic ideas, naive perspectives that anyone with a creative mind or an artist's conscience will look down upon. Not necessarily without a certain sympathy, though. But not your kind of sympathy. No, our sympathy is different. We don't waste it on the socially distressed, on the miserable and unfortunate, on the hereditarily broken and defective lying around us like human wreckage. And we certainly don't waste it on the resentful, bitter, revolutionary slave classes that disguise their thirst for power under the noble-sounding name of freedom. Our sympathy is something greater. We see how man is shrinking, how you are making him smaller. And sometimes, this realization brings us an unbearable pain, an indescribable resistance, an instinctive revolt against what you call sympathy. Your sympathy, your obsession with eliminating suffering, is far more dangerous than any kind of indifference. You dream of a world where pain no longer exists. We would rather see suffering increase, grow more intense than ever. This comfort you glorify, this well-being, it is no goal for us. To us, it is an end, a dead end, a condition that turns man into something ridiculous and contemptible, and honestly, something better off destroyed. You have forgotten something crucial. Suffering disciplines us. Great suffering has been the one and only force responsible for every ascent of humanity. The pressure of hardship gives the soul its depth. The fear of collapse teaches resilience. The wounds of pain inspire creativity, bravery, and transformation. Everything truly profound, mysterious, cunning, artistic, and great in human nature has been shaped by suffering, by the refining fire of hardship. Man is not just raw material, just flesh and folly, chaos and weakness. He is also a creator, a sculptor, chiseling himself into something greater. He is the hammer and the anvil. He is the divine craftsman that shapes and destroys himself. And what does your sympathy focus on? The creature in man, the weak, soft clay, the part that must be beaten, stretched, burned, hammered, refined, the part that must suffer in order to grow. Our sympathy, on the other hand, do you not see what it resists? It resists your weakness, your pampering, your decay, your desire to turn man into something soft and spineless. It is sympathy against sympathy. But once again, there are far greater problems than pleasure, pain, and pity. Any philosophy that concerns itself only with these things is laughably naive. We immoralists, this world we live in, the world that matters to us, the world we fear and love, is almost invisible to the ordinary person, a world of delicate commands and delicate obedience, a world of almost, subtle, intricate, sharp, and tender. And you know what? This world is well protected from clumsy onlookers and nosy intruders. We are caught in a tight web of obligations. We cannot free ourselves from them. And precisely because of this, we are, in a way, also men of duty. Even we, the immoralists. Yes, sometimes we dance in our chains, we move gracefully between our swords, but we also grit our teeth at the secret burden of our condition. And yet, no matter what we do, the fools and the superficial minds around us will always say, "These are men without duty." Yes, we always have fools and appearances working against us. Honesty, since it's the one virtue we free spirits cannot shake off, we might as well throw ourselves into it completely, with all our contrariness and passion, and never stop perfecting this virtue of ours, the only one we truly have. Perhaps one day it will spread over this aging civilization like a golden, mocking twilight, casting light on its dull and dreary seriousness. But what if someday even our honesty grows tired? What if it sighs, stretches, and starts longing for a more comfortable existence, one that is easier, softer, more indulgent, like some pleasant vice? Well then, let us remain hard. Let us be the last Stoics and send our inner devils to its aid, our disgust for the vague and sloppy, our instinct to push boundaries, our hunger for adventure, our sharp and demanding curiosity, and our most subtle, cunning will to power, our restless drive to claim and conquer the future. And if this makes people misunderstand us, so be it. They will say, their so-called honesty is nothing but devilry. Well, what does it matter? Even if they were right, haven't all gods so far been nothing but sanctified, renamed devils? And really, what do we know about ourselves? What does it matter what our guiding spirit wants to be called? A name is just a name. And how many spirits do we even contain? Let's be careful. Our honesty, we free spirits, must not become our vanity, our pride, our narrowness, our stupidity. Every virtue has a tendency toward stupidity, and every stupidity has a way of masquerading as virtue. Stupid to the point of sanctity, as they say in Russia. Let's be careful, lest we, out of sheer honesty, become saints, or worse, bores. Isn't life far too short for that? To bore ourselves? Of all things? One would have to believe in eternal life to... I hope I'll be forgiven for pointing this out, but all moral philosophy so far has been boring, one of history's great sleeping pills, and honestly, virtue has been damaged more by the tediousness of its defenders than by anything else. And yet, I don't want to overlook their usefulness either. After all, it's good that as few people as possible spend too much time thinking about morality. So, maybe it's actually a blessing that morality has remained so painfully uninteresting. But no worries. Things are still the way they've always been. I don't see a single person in Europe today who even suspects that discussing morality could be done in a way that's dangerous, seductive, intoxicating, even catastrophic. Look, for example, at the tireless, inevitable English utilitarians. How heavy-footed they march along in Bentham's footsteps, just as he had already plodded along in Helvetius's footsteps. No, Helvetius was not a dangerous man, he was a senator poco curante, as Galliani called him. No new ideas, no subtle refinements of old ideas, not even a proper historical account of moral thought. In short, a dull, plodding, and frankly unbearable literature, unless you know how to stir some mischief into it. In fact, the old English vice called cant, that is, moral hypocrisy, has wormed its way into these moralists as well. Only now it disguises itself under the name of scientific objectivity. But even they struggle with their conscience, these descendants of Puritans. Their moral philosophy is just a way of scientifically tinkering with their inherited guilt. And what's the result? They all secretly want English morality to be accepted as universal law. Of course, they'll say it's about mankind, or the greater good, or the happiness of the greatest number. But let's be real. It's about England. In their hearts, they believe that striving for English happiness, that is, comfort, respectability, a seat in Parliament, is the true path to virtue. And not just that. They actually believe that, wherever there has been virtue in history, it was just another name for their kind of virtue, for this English pursuit of comfort and stability. Not one of these plodding, self-doubting, herd-like thinkers who try to justify egoism by linking it to the general good wants to acknowledge a simple fact. The general good is not an ideal, not a goal, not even a real thing. It's just a convenient fiction. What is good for one person may not be good for another. The very idea that there should be one morality for everyone is a disaster for the higher types of people. In short, they refuse to acknowledge that there's a distinction of rank between people and therefore between moralities. But after all, these utilitarian Englishmen are an unpretentious, fundamentally mediocre breed. And as I said, precisely because they are so tedious, they might actually be useful. Maybe we should even encourage them. In fact, I once tried to do just that, with the following little poem. Hail, ye worthies, barrow-wheeling, longer, better, eye revealing, stiffer eye in head and knee, unenraptured, never jesting, mediocre everlasting, without genius and without wit. In these modern times, which take pride in their so-called humanity, there still lingers a deep fear, a superstition of fear, toward the cruel wild beast that these ages believe they have conquered. This beast, the taming of which they regard as their great triumph, has been neither killed nor banished. It still lives, it thrives, it has merely been transfigured. But so deep is the terror of acknowledging this fact that even the most obvious truths remain unspoken, as if they might resurrect the beast. Perhaps I take a risk in letting such a truth slip out. Others will surely rush to smother it again with their milk of pious sentiment, so that it may slumber once more in its old corner, forgotten. One must learn to see cruelty again. one must cultivate impatience toward the absurdly virtuous errors that have been passed down through the centuries, errors that even ancient and modern philosophers have perpetuated, particularly in their mistaken understanding of tragedy. My thesis is this: nearly everything we call higher culture is founded on the spiritualization and intensification of cruelty. The so-called wild beast has not been vanquished at all, it has merely taken on new forms. The pleasure we derive from tragedy is cruelty. The tragic sympathy that we claim elevates us, the rapture we feel in the sublime, the highest and most refined shivers of metaphysical experience. All these are secretly infused with cruelty. The Roman at the arena, the Christian transfixed by the suffering of the cross, the Spaniard mesmerized by the sight of fire and the bullfight, the modern Japanese enthralled by the tragedy, the Parisian laborer who longs for the bloodshed of revolution, the Wagnerian devotee surrendering to Tristan and Isolde. All of them, whether they know it or not, are drinking from the same intoxicating cup, the potion of the great enchantress, cruelty. Here, of course, we must completely discard the crude psychology of earlier times, which assumed that cruelty simply meant taking pleasure in the suffering of others. There is an excess of pleasure, a superabundance of joy, even in suffering oneself, in deliberately causing one's own suffering. Where man has been persuaded to self-denial in the name of religion, to self-mutilation, as among the Phoenicians and ascetics, to desensualization, mortification, or acts of repentance, to those puritanical convulsions of self-loathing, to the vivisection of conscience, to Pascal's absurd sacrificia dell'intelletto, everywhere he is secretly lured forward by his own cruelty, by the exhilarating danger of turning it against himself. And finally, even the seeker of knowledge is no less an artist of cruelty. Every serious thinker, every true inquirer is a violator, forcing his mind to see against its own inclinations, compelling it to say no where it would rather affirm, love, and worship. Every true investigation, every pursuit of depth, is an injury, a direct act of violence against the spirit's natural tendency toward illusion and superficiality. Yes, even in the most ardent thirst for knowledge, there is always a drop of cruelty. Perhaps what I have just said about a fundamental will of the spirit needs further explanation. Let me attempt to clarify. That commanding entity, which people call the spirit, seeks to be master, both within and without. It wants to rule. It wants to feel itself in control. It desires to take what is diverse and make it one, to simplify, bind, tame, and impose order. In this, it follows the same law that physiologists ascribe to all living things. It hungers, grows, and seeks to expand its power. The spirit's power to appropriate foreign elements manifests as a relentless drive to assimilate the new into the old, to simplify what is manifold, to reject or ignore contradictions. It emphasizes certain traits in the external world while distorting, exaggerating, or outright falsifying others, all for the purpose of making reality digestible. Its ultimate goal? Incorporation. Every new experience must be rearranged within an existing framework. It is not truth that the spirit craves, but the feeling of growth, the sense of increasing power. Paradoxically, this very same will to expansion employs an opposite impulse, the deliberate preference for ignorance, for selective blindness. The spirit chooses to shut out knowledge, to close its windows, to say no to reality. It instinctively limits itself to what it can absorb without disruption, refusing to be overwhelmed by excess. In this sense, the spirit resembles a stomach more than anything else. It must regulate what it consumes, lest it choke. This impulse toward limitation does not stop at self-deception, it extends to the deception of others. The spirit enjoys disguise, enjoys misleading, enjoys its own ability to conceal itself. It exults in ambiguity, in mystery, in the power to magnify or diminish at will, to bend reality to its own needs. It delights in masks. And the more protean it becomes, the better it is shielded. Its own craftiness is its best protection. Yet against this instinct for disguise and simplification, there stands another force, the noble tendency of the seeker of knowledge, the one who insists on seeing things as they truly are. This impulse is marked by an intellectual cruelty, a fierce and merciless honesty that every genuine thinker must acknowledge in himself. If such a person has sharpened his vision through rigorous self-discipline, if he has hardened his mind against easy consolations, he will be the first to admit, there is something cruel in the nature of my spirit. Let the virtuous and the kind-hearted try to convince him otherwise. It would sound better, of course, if we dressed up our cruelty as extravagant honesty, if we whispered about our noble love of truth, if we glorified our thirst for knowledge as heroism. Perhaps one day, long after we are gone, that will be our legacy. But in the meantime, we who have suffered long under the weight of knowledge, who have seen through the glittering illusions of noble-sounding words, have grown weary of such embellishments. Honesty, love of wisdom, sacrifice for truth, intellectual heroism. These grand phrases once made our hearts swell with pride. But now we know they are nothing more than the old vanity, the old self-deception, another layer of gilded paint covering the terrible original text, Homo Natura. For that is our true task, to translate man back into nature, to strip away the sentimental, self-congratulatory interpretations that have been layered over him for centuries, to see him with the same cold, fearless eyes with which we now observe the rest of nature, to teach man to look upon himself as he is, without flattery or illusion, without the comforting lies of metaphysics whispering in his ear. You are more, you are higher, you have a different origin. A foolish task, perhaps, a strange one, certainly, but who can deny that it is a task? And why did we choose it? Why knowledge at all? Everyone asks us this, and we, who have asked ourselves 100 times, still have no better answer. Learning changes us. It acts upon us as nourishment does, provided it does more than merely preserve. The physiologist knows this well. Yet, at the very foundation of our being, in the deepest recesses of our souls, there remains something unteachable, a granite core of spiritual fate, a predetermined structure that dictates how we will respond to life's fundamental questions. Each of us carries within us an immutable "I am this," a final, unchangeable answer to certain great problems. A thinker does not learn anew about man and woman, for instance. He only realizes fully what has already been set within him. He merely follows the path of his own predetermined nature to its inevitable conclusion. Sometimes we stumble upon particular solutions to life's questions, and these become our strongest beliefs. We call them convictions. But later, when we look back, we see them for what they really were: mere stepping stones to self-knowledge, guideposts leading us to the ultimate realization of what we ourselves are, or rather, to what great stupidity we embody. For at the root of it all, our destiny is the unteachable in us, that which cannot be altered or undone. And so, having just paid myself this rather dubious compliment, I hope I may now be permitted to utter some truths about woman as she is. Of course, let it be understood from the outset that these are merely my truths. Truths as they appear to the particular kind of stupidity that I happen to be. Woman wants to be independent, and so she begins educating men about what woman truly is. This, I say, is one of the worst symptoms of Europe's ongoing uglification. For what can these clumsy attempts at scientific self-exposure possibly reveal? Do we really want to see what they will bring to light? Woman has so much to be ashamed of. In woman, there is so much pettiness, so much superficiality, pedantry, schoolmistress-like presumption, uncontrolled impulse, indiscretion. Observe only how she behaves toward children. It was fear of man that had long kept these qualities in check. But alas, if ever the eternally tedious in woman, she has plenty of it, is set free. If she unlearns her art, the art of charming, of playfulness, of lightness, of soothing, of relieving pain, of making life beautiful. Already, some women have begun to speak, and by Saint Aristophanes, what a dreadful sound it is. They now make explicit, in a crude and shameless way, what they demand from men. Is it not the worst kind of bad taste for woman to make herself scientific? Enlightenment has always been a man's domain, a man's invention. We men once had the decency to keep it among ourselves. But now, look at the books women write about woman. Who, in the end, can believe that woman truly wants enlightenment about herself? Can she even desire such a thing? If she does, it is surely only as a new ornament, for ornamentation is the essence of the eternally feminine. Or perhaps she merely wants to be feared. Perhaps this is her way of seizing power. But does she seek truth? What does woman care for truth? From the very beginning, nothing has been more foreign, more repugnant, more hostile to woman than truth. Her true genius is deception. Her deepest instinct is appearance and beauty. And let us confess it, we men. We honor this in her. We love this in her. After all, we are the ones burdened with the hard task of life, and we need the company of beings who can make our seriousness, our weight, our profundity seem like folly. Let me ask, has a woman ever truly acknowledged depth in another woman's mind, or justice in another woman's heart? And has it not always been true that woman herself has despised woman the most, and not we? We men want to spare woman from this degrading self-exposure, just as men once did her a favor by decreeing, mulier taceat in ecclesia, woman shall be silent in the church. It was for her own benefit when Napoleon told the overly talkative Madame de Staël, mulier taceat in politicis, woman shall be silent in politics. And today, the best friend woman could have is the man who tells her, mulier taceat de muliere, woman shall be silent about woman. It is both a corruption of instinct and a sign of bad taste when a woman attempts to prove something about woman as she is by invoking the names of Madame Roland, Madame de Staël, or George Sand. These three are not proof of anything except their own absurdity. Among men, they are regarded as the three great comedic women, and in fact, they are the best unintentional arguments against female independence. Stupidity in the kitchen. Woman as cook. Consider the terrifying thoughtlessness with which she manages the feeding of the household, of the master of the house. Woman does not understand what food means, and yet she insists on being the cook. Had woman been a thinking creature, would she not, after thousands of years as the chief cook of the human race, have discovered at least some of the most basic physiological truths about nourishment? Would she not have mastered the art of healing through diet? And yet, the utter lack of reason in the kitchen has been one of the greatest hindrances to the development of mankind. Even today, things are barely better. A word of advice for high school girls: learn to cook. There are certain turns of phrase, certain expressions, in which an entire culture crystallizes. Consider, for example, this passing remark from Madame de Lambert to her son. Mon ami, ne vous permettez jamais que des folies qui vous feront grand plaisir. My dear, Permit yourself only those follies which will bring you great pleasure. A woman's remark, and yet the wisest and most motherly advice ever given to a son. I do not doubt that every noble woman would object to what Dante and Goethe believed about woman. Dante, when he wrote, Ella guardava suso, ed io in lei. She gazed upward, and I upon her. And Goethe, when he interpreted it, the eternally feminine draws us aloft. For surely, every noble woman believes the exact opposite about the eternally masculine. How quickly boredom flees when a man falls to his knees. Age, alas, and serious thought, help even weak virtue a lot. Dark dress and silence meet. A lady's fashion, discreet. When I'm happy, whom do I bless? God, and my tailoress. Young, a flowered cave in bloom. Old, a dragon from the gloom. A noble name, a graceful thigh, and a man. Oh, would he be mine? Words too short, sense too vast. Make a donkey slip too fast. Men have always treated women like birds that have strayed from some great height and landed among them, delicate, fragile, wild, strange, sweet, and full of life. But they have also treated them as something that must be caged, to keep them from flying away. Misunderstanding the fundamental nature of the relationship between men and women, refusing to see the deep and necessary opposition between them, and entertaining fantasies of equal rights, equal education, and equal roles. This is a sure sign of superficial thinking. A philosopher who reveals such shallowness in his instincts on this crucial issue exposes himself as lacking depth in all matters of life, both present and future. He's unfit to explore the real depths of existence. In contrast, a man who possesses true intellectual and emotional depth, including the kind of deep benevolence that can be mistaken for severity, will only think of women as the Eastern world does. He will see them as property, as something to be contained, as beings whose purpose is to serve and fulfill their designated role. He will recognize the wisdom of Asia in this regard, just as the Greeks once did. The Greeks, who, as their culture grew in refinement and their power expanded, became increasingly strict in their treatment of women, moving ever closer to an Eastern perspective. How necessary, how rational, how deeply human this was. Let us reflect on that ourselves. Never before has the weaker sex been treated with as much respect by men as it is today. This is part of the democratic mindset, just as the lack of respect for old age is. Is it any wonder, then, that this newfound respect is immediately exploited? Women want more. They start making demands, and the tribute of respect itself begins to feel burdensome. They would rather have competition, even open conflict, than mere reverence. In other words, women are losing their modesty, and along with it, they are losing their sense of taste. They are unlearning the fear of men, but a woman who no longer fears man is giving up her most fundamental feminine instincts. It makes perfect sense that women would push forward when men no longer embody what is fearsome, when they are no longer fully developed as men, no longer the embodiment of masculinity. But what is more troubling is that in this process, women themselves are deteriorating. That is exactly what is happening today, and we should not deceive ourselves about it. Wherever the industrial mentality has triumphed over the aristocratic and military spirit, women strive for economic and legal independence, for jobs and offices. The working woman is now the banner of modern society. While she seizes new rights, aspires to be the master, and raises the flag of progress for women, the opposite reality manifests itself with disturbing clarity. Woman is regressing. Since the French Revolution, the influence of women in Europe has steadily declined, just as they have gained more rights and made more demands. The so-called emancipation of women, when it is actually desired by women themselves, and not just promoted by shallow-thinking men, is proof that the most womanly instincts are weakening and dying. There is a kind of foolishness in this movement, almost a masculine foolishness, of which any well-bred woman, who is always a sensible woman, ought to be ashamed. Women are forgetting the foundation on which they have always won their greatest victories. They are neglecting the weapons that have served them best. They are allowing themselves to be exposed before men, perhaps even educating themselves, where before they exercised self-control and a refined, strategic humility. They are undermining men's faith in an ideal of womanhood, an eternal, necessary femininity. They loudly and emphatically reject the idea that they should be protected, cherished, and indulged like some rare, strange, and delightful domestic creature. They gather up every instance of servitude and submission from history, as if pointing to slavery were an argument against it, rather than an acknowledgement that servitude has always been a condition of every higher culture, every elevation of civilization. What does all of this signify, if not the decay of womanly instincts, the stripping away of femininity itself? Certainly, there are enough foolish men, so-called intellectuals, who encourage women to de-feminize themselves, to imitate all the absurdities from which European men and their supposed manliness are already suffering. These men push women toward general education, toward reading newspapers, and even meddling in politics. Some even want women to become free spirits and writers. But what is a woman without piety? To a profound and irreligious man, she would seem either ridiculous or repulsive. Everywhere, women's nerves are being ruined by the most sickly and dangerous music, our latest German music, and they are becoming ever more hysterical, ever more incapable of fulfilling their first and most essential purpose, bearing strong, healthy children. The goal now is to cultivate women further, to make them strong through education. But history teaches a different lesson. Education and the refinement of culture have always gone hand in hand with the weakening of the will. The most powerful and influential women in history, take, for example, the mother of Napoleon, did not owe their dominance to schoolmasters, but to their own sheer force of will. What truly inspires awe and even fear in a woman is her nature, which is more natural than a man's. It is her feline cleverness, her hidden claws beneath the glove, her instinctive and almost naive selfishness, her untamed spirit, the depth and unpredictability of her desires and virtues. What makes her both dangerous and beautiful, what makes her evoke sympathy even as she inspires fear, is that she seems more afflicted, more vulnerable, more desperate for love and more destined for disappointment than any other creature. Man has always stood before woman with these two emotions, fear and sympathy, always with one foot already in tragedy, drawn in by the pleasure of it, even as he's torn apart. But what if all of that is coming to an end? What if the disenchantment of woman is underway? What if she is becoming tedious? Oh, Europe! We know the horned beast that has always seduced you, the one that always brings danger. Your old fable might become history once more. Another great stupidity might overtake you, might sweep you away. And this time, not even a god would be behind it, only an idea, a modern idea. Summary. In this chapter, Nietzsche redefines the concept of virtue, rejecting traditional moral virtues and proposing a new, more dynamic and individualistic set of virtues for the future. He critiques the moral ideals of his time, arguing that many so-called virtues are actually forms of weakness, conformity, or herd mentality rather than expressions of genuine strength or greatness. Nietzsche argues that old moral virtues, such as humility, self-sacrifice, and obedience, are outdated and often harmful. These virtues were once useful in maintaining social order, but in the modern world, they suppress individuality and human excellence. He exposes the hidden motives behind conventional morality. Many people praise virtue not because they truly value it, but because it gives them a sense of moral superiority or because it helps them control others. Nietzsche suggests that the future will require new kinds of virtues rooted in strength, creativity, independence, and self-overcoming. He sees truthfulness, courage, and intellectual honesty as among the most valuable virtues, but not in the moralistic sense, rather as expressions of a deeper, more powerful life force. Nietzsche argues that virtue should not be something imposed by society or religion, but something that each individual creates for themselves, based on their own instincts, desires, and goals. The highest virtue, then, is self-mastery and self-overcoming, the ability to shape oneself into something higher. He warns that modern society tends to flatten out differences, suppress individuality, and promote mediocrity. The widespread emphasis on equality and justice often leads to a culture that rewards the average and punishes the exceptional. For Nietzsche, virtue is not about being good in the traditional sense, but about being strong, self-directed, and full of life. He ties this idea to his concept of the will to power, suggesting that true virtue is an expression of one's inner strength and creative force. Commentary. This chapter is one of Nietzsche's most radical rejections of traditional morality. He flips the script on what it means to be virtuous, arguing that many of the so-called good qualities promoted by religion and society are actually symptoms of weakness rather than strength. Nietzsche challenges the traditional Christian and moralist idea that virtue is about self-denial, humility, and obedience. Instead, he redefines virtue as self-assertion, creativity, and the ability to master one's own instincts. This is a direct attack on moral systems that reward passivity and discourage greatness. His critique of moralists and virtue signalers is still highly relevant today. Many people adopt virtuous behaviors not because they truly believe in them, but because it gives them a social advantage, whether in terms of moral superiority, political power, or simply social acceptance. Nietzsche's concern that modern values promote mediocrity and suppress greatness feels even more relevant in today's world, where conformity, political correctness, and the fear of offending others often stifle boldness and individual thought. His idea that virtue should be self-created rather than socially imposed is one of his most empowering ideas. Instead of blindly following inherited moral codes, Nietzsche urges individuals to forge their own path, create their own values, and define their own virtues based on their own goals and instincts. Nietzsche's connection between virtue and the will to power offers a completely new way of thinking about ethics. Instead of seeing morality as a set of fixed rules, he sees it as a dynamic expression of life force and creative power. The best virtues are those that enhance and elevate life, rather than restrain or suppress it. Overall, in Our Virtues, Nietzsche destroys traditional moral ideals and calls for a new, life-affirming set of virtues based on strength, self-mastery, and individuality. He warns against the dangers of herd morality and the suppression of greatness in modern culture, urging people to become creators of their own values. His critique of conventional morality, moral hypocrisy, and the flattening effect of modern society remains deeply relevant today. In a world where conformity is often rewarded and individuality is seen as a threat, Nietzsche's call to self-overcoming and personal virtue stands as a bold challenge to anyone seeking true greatness. Chapter 8. Peoples and Countries. I recently listened to Richard Wagner's overture to Die Meistersinger again, as if for the first time. It is a magnificent, opulent, weighty work of late-period art, with the audacity to assume that 2 centuries of music are still alive in order to be fully understood. That such pride was not misplaced is a credit to the Germans. What an array of flavors and forces, what a blend of different times and climates it contains. At moments, it feels ancient, at others, foreign, bitter, and too modern. It is both arbitrary and ostentatiously traditional, sometimes playful, but more, often rough and coarse. It has fire and boldness, yet also the dull, thick skin of fruits that ripen too late. It flows broadly and richly, until suddenly, without explanation, there is a hesitation, a strange pause, as if a gap has opened between cause and effect. A heaviness settles in, an almost dreamlike oppression, bordering on a nightmare. But then, the flow resumes, expanding again, carrying with it a mixture of pleasures, old joys and new ones. Above all, there is the artist's own delight in his work, a joy he does not bother to conceal. He marvels at his mastery of the artistic devices he employs, at the newly acquired techniques that he only partially trusts and perhaps betrays to us in his exuberance. And yet, despite all of this, there is no beauty here, no trace of the South, no luminous clarity, no grace, no dance, barely even a concern for logic. There is even a kind of deliberate clumsiness, as if the artist were saying, "This is exactly how I intended it to be." The work is wrapped in heavy drapery, an affected barbarism, a ceremonial grandiosity, full of scholarly allusions and intellectual witticisms. It is German in both the best and worst senses of the word. Sprawling, shapeless, inexhaustible. There is in it a particularly German form of power and an overabundance of spirit, one that does not hesitate to hide itself beneath the decadence of refinement. Perhaps even feels most at home there. This is the real signature of the German soul, simultaneously young and old, overripe, yet still pregnant with the future. This music embodies my view of the Germans. They belong to yesterday and to tomorrow, but they have no present. We, good Europeans, also have our moments of sentimental patriotism when we slip back into old loves and narrow perspectives. I just gave an example of it. There are times when we experience nationalistic fervor, patriotic anxiety, and all sorts of outdated emotional floods. For duller minds, however, what passes through us in mere hours can take much longer to work itself out. Some need months, others half a lifetime, depending on how quickly and forcefully they digest and transform their experiences. I can even imagine slow-moving, hesitant nations that even in our rapidly changing Europe might take 50 years to overcome these primitive surges of patriotism and attachment to their homeland before they can finally return to reason. That is, to good Europeanism. As I consider this, I happen to overhear a conversation between 2 elderly patriots, both hard of hearing and therefore speaking loudly. "He has as much philosophy and knows as much as a peasant or a college fraternity student," said one. "He's still naive." But does that even matter these days? This is the era of the masses. They bow down before anything massive. And the same goes for politics. A statesman who builds them some gigantic Tower of Babel, some monstrous empire or colossus of power, they call him great. Meanwhile, we more prudent and conservative types haven't abandoned the old belief that only a great idea makes an action or endeavor truly great. Imagine a statesman who forces his people into a position where they must engage in high politics, despite being naturally unfit and unprepared for it. They would have to abandon their old, reliable virtues in favor of some new, dubious mediocrity. Suppose such a statesman made politics an obsession for his people when they previously had better things to do and think about. Deep down, they had always been wisely averse to the chaos, emptiness, and noisy disputes that characterize nations obsessed with politics. Suppose he stirred up their dormant passions and greed, turned their former caution and preference for solitude into a disgrace, made their uniqueness and quiet strength seem like a crime, devalued their deepest instincts, corrupted their conscience, narrowed their minds, and made their tastes crude and nationalistic. And then, what? Would such a statesman be considered great? Of course, the other old patriot shouted indignantly. Otherwise, he couldn't have done it. Maybe it was madness to even attempt it, but hasn't everything great been a little mad at the start? Misuse of words, his companion retorted, just as forcefully. Strong, yes, strong and mad, but not great. The old men had clearly worked themselves into a frenzy, shouting their truths at each other. Meanwhile, in my detached contentment, I reflected on how easily the strong can be overtaken by someone even stronger, and that while one nation might suffer an intellectual decline, another may be deepened in compensation. Whether we call it civilization, humanizing, or progress, or, if we neutrally refer to it as the democratic movement in Europe, there is a massive physiological transformation happening beneath these moral and political facades. This transformation is steadily homogenizing Europeans, detaching them from the environmental and hereditary conditions that once shaped distinct and unified races. It is making them increasingly independent of any fixed surroundings that over centuries might have left a deep imprint on both their bodies and souls. In other words, a fundamentally supranational and nomadic type of human is slowly emerging, one whose defining trait, physiologically speaking, is an unparalleled ability to adapt. This process of the evolving European can be slowed down by major setbacks, perhaps even deepened and intensified by them. The storm of nationalistic fervor still raging today, as well as the rise of anarchism, are both symptoms of this broader shift. Yet the end result of this transformation will likely be something quite different from what its naive proponents, the apostles of modern ideas, have envisioned. The very conditions that are driving the overall leveling and mediocritization of humanity, creating a useful, industrious, adaptable, and clever herd, are also highly conducive to producing exceptional individuals with dangerous and captivating qualities. While the constant need for adaptation, the ever-shifting circumstances, and the demand to start anew with every generation, or even every decade, will make the emergence of a powerful general type impossible. The collective result will likely be a population of talkative, weak-willed, highly skilled laborers who need a master, a commander, as much as they need their daily bread. Thus, the democratization of Europe is, paradoxically, producing a type of human particularly suited for slavery, though in the most refined and subtle sense of the word. At the same time, however, it is also creating the conditions for the rise of individuals stronger and more resourceful than ever before. These rare individuals will be shaped by a highly diverse and unprejudiced education, an immense range of experiences, and the mastery of multiple arts, techniques, and disguises. In short, the democratization of Europe is unwittingly setting the stage for the emergence of tyrants, in every sense of the word, including the most intellectual and spiritual ones. I am pleased to hear that our sun is moving swiftly toward the constellation Hercules. I hope that the people of this earth will do the same, and first among them, we good Europeans. There was once a time when Germans were distinctively called deep. But now that the dominant form of modern German identity chases after different honors, perhaps yearning for cleverness rather than depth, it seems timely and even patriotic to reconsider whether that label was ever true, or whether it was, in fact, a misunderstanding, or even something worse, something we should be thankful to finally outgrow. To properly reassess German depth, we must conduct a little vivisection of the German soul. The German soul is, above all, a mixture, layered and accumulated, rather than carefully constructed. A German who confidently declares, "Two souls, alas, dwell in my breast," is making a severe miscalculation. The truth is far worse. There are far more than just two souls at work in a German. As a people born of extraordinary racial mingling, perhaps with a strong pre-Aryan component, as the true people of the centre, in every sense, Germans are more elusive, more expansive, more contradictory, more unknowable, more unpredictable, more surprising, and even more unsettling to themselves than other peoples are to themselves. They resist definition, and that alone is enough to drive the French mad with frustration. It is a distinctly German trait that the question, "What is German?" never ceases to be asked among them. Kotzebue, for example, knew his Germans well enough. "We are known," they triumphantly declared to him. But Sand also thought he understood them. Jean-Paul had good reason to be angered by Fichte's nationalistic flattery and exaggeration, but Goethe likely had a different opinion of Germans than Jean-Paul, even if he agreed with him on Fichte. What Goethe really thought about Germans is uncertain. He never spoke openly on many subjects, keeping a shrewd silence throughout his life, likely for good reason. What is certain is that the wars of independence did not fill him with joy, just as the French Revolution did not. The one event that made him rethink Faust, and, indeed, the entire human problem, was the rise of Napoleon. There are moments in Goethe's writings where he condemns, with almost foreign impatience, things that Germans take pride in. He once described the German way of thinking as indulgence toward their own and others' weaknesses. Was he wrong? One is rarely entirely wrong about Germans. The German soul is a labyrinth, full of tunnels, hidden rooms, and dungeons. Its disorder carries a certain mysterious charm. The German knows the paths that lead to chaos, and just as everything seeks a symbol for itself, the German finds his in clouds, in all things vague, evolving, twilight-like, damp, and cloaked. He seems to believe that anything uncertain, incomplete, shifting, or still in the process of becoming is somehow deep. The German does not exist. He is becoming, he is always developing himself. This obsession with development is a fundamentally German invention, a grand philosophical breakthrough that, along with German beer and German music, is striving to Germanize all of Europe. Foreigners are puzzled and fascinated by the contradictions at the heart of the German soul, riddles that Hegel turned into a system and that Richard Wagner ultimately set to music. Good-natured and spiteful. An absurd combination in other nations, yet perfectly at home in Germany. A short stay among the Swabians is enough to prove it. The clumsiness of the German scholar and his social awkwardness match, in a disturbingly perfect way, his sudden daring acrobatics, his terrifying leaps of thought, which have startled even the gods. Anyone who wishes to see the German soul clearly should look at German taste, German art, and German manners. What an astonishing disregard for taste! The highest and the lowest stand side by side, disorderly yet rich, all thrown together in one chaotic mixture. The German drags his soul with him, just as he drags everything he experiences. He digests his experiences poorly, never finishing with them, never getting over things. What people call German depth is often nothing more than slow, painful digestion. And just as all chronic invalids and dyspeptics crave comfort, the German loves frankness and honesty, because they are so convenient. This willingness to trust, to show one's cards, this exaggerated German honesty, is perhaps his most dangerous and successful deception. It is his true Mephistophelian trick. With it, he can still achieve much. The German lets himself go, gazing with his faithful blue, empty German eyes, and the rest of the world mistakes him for his dressing gown. My point is this. Whatever German depth may be, and among ourselves, we might permit ourselves to laugh at it. We would be wise to maintain its reputation. Let us not trade away our old image as a profound people for the sake of Prussian smartness and Berlin's wit and sand. A nation should cultivate its pose, its myth, and allow itself to be seen as deep, clumsy, good-natured, honest, and even a bit foolish. It might even be deep to do so. After all, let us not forget our name. We are called the Teuscher folk, the deceptive people, for a reason. The good old days are gone. They sang their farewell in Mozart. How fortunate we are that his Rococo style still speaks to us, that his good company, his gentle enthusiasm, his childlike delight in Chinese flourishes, his heartfelt politeness, his longing for elegance, romance, lightness, and sentimentality, and his faith in the South still resonate with something that remains in us. But one day, that too will be gone. And who can doubt that the taste and appreciation for Beethoven will fade even sooner? For Beethoven was not, like Mozart, the final echo of a great European tradition that had lasted for centuries. He was merely the last reverberation of a period of rupture and transition. Beethoven's music stands between an aging, crumbling soul and a future soul, still too young and constantly arriving. His work is filled with the twilight of both eternal loss and boundless, reckless hope. The same light that bathed Europe when it dreamed with Rousseau, when it danced around the Tree of Liberty during the Revolution, and when it nearly prostrated itself in worship before Napoleon. But how quickly has that very sentiment faded? How difficult it is today even to grasp that mood. How foreign to our ears now are the voices of Rousseau, Schiller, Shelley, and Byron, all of whom collectively expressed that same European fate which found its song in Beethoven. All German music that followed belonged to Romanticism, a movement that, from a historical perspective, was even shorter, more fleeting, and more superficial than that great interlude, that transition of Europe from Rousseau to Napoleon, and finally to the rise of democracy. Take Weber, for instance, who today still cares for Der Freischütz or Oberon, or for Marschner's Hans Heiling and Der Vampir, or even for Wagner's Tannhäuser. This music is already extinct, though not yet entirely forgotten. Romantic music as a whole lacked nobility, and it lacked music. It never earned its place anywhere, except in the theatre, in front of the masses. From the start, it was second-rate music, never taken seriously by true musicians. It was different with Felix Mendelssohn, that master of halcyon moods, whose light, pure, happy soul quickly won admiration, but was just as quickly forgotten. He was the beautiful episode of German music. But what about Robert Schumann, the one who took things seriously, and was, from the beginning, taken seriously in return? Now, does it not feel like a relief, a liberation, that Romanticism, especially his Romanticism, has been overcome? Schumann, retreating into the Saxon Switzerland of his soul, with a character that was half Werther, half Jean-Paul, but certainly not Beethoven, certainly not Byron. His Manfred music is an unfortunate error, a misunderstanding so profound that it borders on injustice. Schumann, with his fundamentally small taste, that is, a dangerous inclination, doubly dangerous among Germans, for quiet lyricism and indulgence in sentimentality, was always withdrawing, retreating, pulling away. He was a noble weakling, delighting only in anonymous joy and sorrow. From the beginning, he was something of a delicate, untouchable figure, a noli me tangere. Schumann was already just a German event in music, no longer a European one. Beethoven had still been European, Mozart even more so. But with Schumann, German music stood on the brink of its greatest danger, losing its voice in the soul of Europe and sinking into mere national music. For a reader with a third ear, someone who truly listens to the art of language, German books are torture. How exasperating it is to stand beside that sluggish swamp of sounds where there is no melody, no rhythm, and yet Germans dare to call it a book. And even worse, look at the Germans who read these books, how lazily, reluctantly, and poorly they do it. How many of them actually know, or even consider it their duty to know, that there is art in every well-crafted sentence? That a sentence must be felt in order to be understood, that missing the correct tempo means missing the entire meaning. They do not notice when symmetry is broken on purpose to create charm. They fail to hear the deliberate shifts between staccato and rubato. They do not recognize how the sequence of vowels and diphthongs can be shaded and refined like colors on a palette. Which German book reader is willing to listen so closely, to perceive all this effort and artistry? Almost none. Simply put, they have no ear for it. And so, the most striking contrasts, in style, go unheard, and the most delicate craftsmanship in language is wasted on the deaf. I thought of this when I saw how clumsily two great masters of prose had been confused with each other. One of them lets his words drip cold and hesitantly, like water from the roof of a damp cave. He relies on their dull echoes. The other wields language like a flexible sword, feeling the ecstatic danger of his blade vibrating in his hand, eager to bite, hiss, and cut. The lack of harmony and musicality in German writing is obvious from the fact that even our great musicians write terribly. Germans do not read aloud, they do not read for the ear, only with their eyes. They put their ears away in a drawer, so to speak. In antiquity, when people read, which was rare, they read aloud, always with their voice. It was strange for anyone to read silently. People suspected there must be something secretive about it. Reading aloud meant reading with all the swells, intonations, key changes, and shifts in tempo that made speech enjoyable in the ancient public world. The rules of written style were the same as those of spoken style. These rules depended partly on the highly developed refinement of the ear and the larynx, and partly on the sheer strength and endurance of ancient lungs. A proper sentence was a physiological whole, something meant to be spoken in a single breath. In Demosthenes and Cicero, sentences swell and subside twice, all in one breath. This was a pleasure for the ancients, who were trained to appreciate the skill and rarity of such an achievement. But we moderns, short of breath in every sense, have no right to the long, grand period. The ancients were all amateur speakers, and therefore connoisseurs and critics. This is why their orators reached such heights, just as, in 18th century Italy, where everyone could sing, musical virtuosity reached its peak. In Germany, however, until recently, there was only one public form of speech with any artistic quality: the sermon. The preacher alone knew the weight of a syllable or a word, how a sentence strikes, leaps, flows, and ends. He alone had a conscience in his ears, though often it was a guilty conscience. There are reasons why Germans rarely develop eloquence, or only do so too late in life. It is fitting, then, that the greatest work of German prose is the work of its greatest preacher, the Bible. Compared to Luther's Bible, almost everything else is merely literature, something foreign to Germany, something that has never truly taken root in the German heart the way the Bible has. There are two kinds of genius, one that primarily creates and seeks to create, and another that is receptive, allowing itself to be impregnated and then bringing forth something new. The same distinction applies to nations. Some nations are entrusted with the female task of gestation, formation, maturation, and perfection, like the Greeks and later the French. Others, however, are destined to act as the fertilizing force to instigate new ways of life, such as the Jews, the Romans, and, if we may be so bold, the Germans. These are nations possessed by strange fevers, both tormented and exhilarated, unable to remain confined within themselves. They are drawn to foreign peoples, desiring them, yearning to shape and influence them, yet always maintaining an imperious stance, like anything that is aware of its own generative force and therefore assumes the right to command, as though by divine decree. These two types of genius, like man and woman, seek each other out, but they also misunderstand each other, again like man and woman. Every nation has its own version of hypocrisy and calls it a virtue. No one truly knows, nor can they know, the best qualities within themselves. What does Europe owe to the Jews? Many things, both good and bad, but above all, one thing that is both the best and the worst: the grand style in morality, the terrifying and majestic weight of infinite demands, of infinite meanings, the entire romanticism and grandeur of moral dilemmas. This is the most seductive, intoxicating, and exquisite aspect of those shimmering illusions that still give the sky of European culture its glow, perhaps its final glow before it fades away. And for this, we, the artists among philosophers and spectators, must be grateful to the Jews. The German people, suffering from a kind of national fever and political ambition, are prone to various passing fits of delusion: anti-French sentiment, anti-Semitism, hostility towards Poles, romantic Christian fantasies, Wagnerian hysteria, Teutonic pride, Prussian militarism, and many more. You see it especially among German historians, their minds tightly wrapped in ideological bandages. I, too, was momentarily infected during a brief stay in this fever-ridden climate. I even started thinking about issues that didn't concern me, always the first sign of political disease. Take the Jews, for example. I have never met a German who truly liked them. Even those who publicly reject anti-Semitism usually do so for practical reasons, not out of any deep affection. The common instinct of the German people is clear. They believe they already have more than enough Jews. Unlike the Italians, French, or English, whose stronger cultural digestion has assimilated the Jewish presence more smoothly, the Germans struggle to do the same. Their national identity is too fragile, too unsettled, and they fear being overwhelmed by a people as strong, persistent, and well-adapted as the Jews. Yet anyone who thinks about Europe's future must reckon with both the Jews and the Russians as decisive forces. The so-called nations of Europe are still young, artificial, unstable. The Jews, by contrast, are an ancient and enduring race, hardened by adversity, who could, if they wished, seize control of Europe. That they are not doing so is beyond doubt. Instead, they seem eager to assimilate, to settle down, to be accepted as full members of European society. They long to leave behind the fate of the wandering Jew. This impulse should be recognized and accommodated. Perhaps anti-Semitic agitators should even be expelled, for they only make Jewish assimilation more difficult. The English aristocracy provides a useful model. They integrate useful outsiders with careful selection. The more self-assured and powerful elements of German society, such as the Prussian officer class, could engage with the Jews without anxiety. Imagine if Jewish financial intelligence and patience were combined with the German military tradition of command and obedience. Such an alliance could be fascinating, even beneficial. But here, I must pause my Teutonic enthusiasm, for I have touched upon my true subject, the European problem, as I see it, the formation of a new ruling class for the continent. The English are not a philosophical people. Bacon himself was an attack on the very spirit of philosophy, while Hobbes, Hume, and Locke only managed to degrade the idea of what a philosopher should be for more than a century. It was against Hume that Kant rose and established himself. It was Locke whom Schelling rightly dismissed with contempt. In the struggle against the English mechanistic simplification of the world, Hegel and Schopenhauer, though philosophical opposites, found themselves in agreement, much like two rival brothers fighting against a common enemy. What England has always lacked, that theatrical moralist Carlyle knew deep down, but tried to cover up with his exaggerated expressions. What was missing in Carlyle himself? True intellectual strength, real depth of thought, in short, philosophy. It is typical of such an unphilosophical people to cling tightly to Christianity. They need its moral discipline to keep them in check. The Englishman, gloomier, more sensual, stubborn, and brutal than the German, is also the more pious, because he needs religion more, to more refined sensibilities even. English Christianity still has a certain unpleasant odor, a mixture of melancholy and drunken excess. Christianity, for them, is a kind of refined poison used to counteract a cruder one. In fact, this subtle poisoning is actually a step toward their spiritualization. Coarse people can only evolve through increasingly refined forms of corruption. The English sense of clumsy restraint is best masked by religious theatrics, by their praying, their hymn-singing, their sanctimonious displays. And for their drunken, degenerate masses, who once learned to groan out their morals under Methodism, and, more recently, the Salvation Army, their moments of religious fervor may be the closest thing to true humanity they can achieve. One might as well grant them that. But what is most offensive about even the most civilized Englishman? His lack of music, both literally and figuratively. He has no rhythm, no natural grace in his soul or body, no instinct for movement or dance, not even a desire for them. Just listen to an Englishman speak. Watch the most beautiful Englishwoman walk. No country has more lovely doves and swans, and yet, and as for their singing, but I am asking too much. Some truths are best understood by mediocre minds because they are made for them. There are certain ideas that only appeal to average intellects, that only captivate the uninspired. This becomes all too clear now that the influence of respectable but uninspired Englishmen, Darwin, John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, is taking over the middle-class culture of Europe. But should we really be surprised? Perhaps it is useful for such minds to dominate for a time. It would be a mistake to think that truly exceptional, independent thinkers should be the ones collecting mundane facts and drawing conclusions from them. Those who stand apart, who are exceptions, are not best suited for handling the rules. They have something greater to do than just see and analyze. They must be something new. They must create meaning. They must embody new values. The gap between mere knowledge and true power is perhaps deeper and stranger than we think. The man who is capable in the grandest sense, the creator, might even need to be ignorant in certain ways. Meanwhile, scientific discoveries, like Darwin's, seem to require a specific kind of mind, narrow, dry, methodically diligent. In short, a distinctly English type. And we must not forget, once before, this same English mediocrity dragged down the intelligence of all Europe. What we now call modern ideas, or the so-called ideas of the 18th century, or French ideas. Those very things that the German mind reacted to with such disgust are, in truth, of English origin. The French were merely the performers, the imitators, the best foot soldiers of these ideas, but also, tragically, their first and most devastated victims. The French soul, once full of energy and invention, has been drained by this Anglomania of modern thought. Now, When we look back at the 16th and 17th centuries, when France was strong, passionate, and brilliant, it almost seems unreal that such a nation ever existed. But let us at least uphold historical truth against modern prejudices and superficial appearances. Everything noble in European sentiment, taste, and manners, the very concept of aristocratic refinement, was created by France. And everything ignoble, everything plebeian about modern ideas, everything that has cheapened Europe, that we owe to England. Even now, France remains the center of Europe's most refined and intellectual culture. It is still the great school of taste. But one must know where to find this France of taste. Those who truly embody it keep themselves hidden. They are few, often delicate, perhaps fatalistic, hypochondriacs, invalids, some spoiled, over-refined souls who take pride in their ability to disappear from view. What unites them is their refusal to listen to the loud and mindless noise of the democratic bourgeois. The France that stands in the foreground today is drunken and brutalized, celebrating its decline in tasteless spectacles, as was on full display at Victor Hugo's funeral, a grotesque orgy of bad taste and self-congratulation. Another thing they share is their resistance to German intellectual influence, though they are, ironically, quite powerless to stop it. In fact, the France of the intellect, now also a France of pessimism, has become a more fitting home for Schopenhauer than Germany ever was. Heinrich Heine has long since been resurrected in Paris, in the work of its most refined poets. Hegel, too, now rules in France in the form of Taine, the greatest living historian, whose influence is nearly despotic. As for Wagner, the more French music adapts itself to the desires of the modern soul, the more it will move in his direction. This is inevitable. It is already happening. And yet, despite all the creeping Germanization and vulgarization of French taste, France can still boast of three things that prove its enduring intellectual superiority over Europe. First, its capacity for artistic emotion, its devotion to form, which gave rise to the phrase l'art pour l'art. This respect for art has lasted for 3 centuries, and because of its reverence for the few, France has been able to create a kind of chamber music of literature, something unmatched anywhere else in Europe. Second, France possesses an ancient, rich, and intricate moralistic culture. Even the most trivial novelists in Parisian newspapers display a level of psychological subtlety and curiosity that Germans cannot even imagine, let alone embody. Germany, with its naive simplicity, is still centuries behind in moral sophistication. When Germans are called naive, it is not a compliment. It is a sign of their lack of refinement. The contrast is clearest when one looks at Henri Bayle, Stendhal, that strange Napoleonic visionary who raced ahead of his time and mapped out the entire European soul long before anyone else could even begin to comprehend it. It has taken 2 whole generations just to start catching up with him. Third, the French have a rare and successful blend of North and South in their character. This allows them to understand things that an Englishman could never grasp. The occasional resurgence of Provençal and Ligurian blood keeps them from sinking into the dull, lifeless grey monotony of the North, the curse of the Germans. While Germany tries to cure itself with its heavy-handed politics, France still has an instinct for warmth and brightness, for passion and clarity. And finally, there is still in France a home for those rare souls who are too vast to belong to any single nation, those good Europeans who can love the North while in the South, and the South while in the North. For them, Bizet has composed music, this latest genius who has discovered a new beauty, a new seduction, who has finally found the South in music. I believe one must take great precautions against German music. If someone loves the South as I do, as a vast sanctuary of healing for both the soul and the senses, as an endless outpouring of sunlight and radiance that nourishes a self-confident, sovereign existence. Then they will come to see German music as a danger. It not only disrupts one's taste, but also unsettles one's health. A Southerner, not necessarily by birth but by conviction, who dreams of the future of music must dream of its liberation from the North. They must anticipate something deeper, stronger, perhaps more enigmatic and provocative. A super-German music, one that does not fade, pale, and wither at the sight of the mischievous blue sea and the sharp Mediterranean clarity of the sky. A super-European music, one that can hold its own even against the brown, burning sunsets of the desert, whose soul is attuned to the palm tree, and which can feel at home among the great, beautiful, solitary beasts of prey. I can imagine a music whose rarest beauty would lie in its utter ignorance of good and evil, a music that has completely moved beyond these notions. Perhaps, here and there, a faint trace of nostalgia for home, a golden haze, a fleeting tenderness might pass through it, like the last remnants of a vanishing moral world drifting toward it from afar. And this music, profound and generous, would not turn them away, but would take them in as gentle, wandering fugitives. The madness of nationalism has led to an unhealthy division among European nations, a division encouraged by short-sighted politicians who use this fervor to maintain power. They do not realize that their policies of fragmentation are merely temporary. They are nothing more than an interlude in history. Because of this, and for many other reasons that cannot yet be spoken of, the clearest signs that Europe is striving toward unity are ignored or deliberately misinterpreted. Among the deepest and most forward-thinking minds of this century, the true, unspoken labor of their spirit has been to pave the way for a new synthesis, to anticipate and prepare for the European of the future. Only in their weaker moments, or perhaps in old age, did they retreat into patriotism. They took refuge in the idea of a fatherland only as a temporary escape from their larger mission. I think of figures like Napoleon, Goethe, Beethoven, Stendhal, Heine, and Schopenhauer. Even Richard Wagner, despite his own misunderstandings of himself, geniuses rarely understand themselves, belongs to this lineage. The current hostility toward Wagner in France should not fool anyone. He and the French Romanticism of the 1840s are profoundly connected. At their core, they share the same ambition, the same heights and depths of longing. They are both expressions of a single, unified European soul striving outward and upward toward a new light, a new sun. But who could clearly articulate what all these masters, with their new languages of expression, failed to put into words? What is undeniable is that they were tormented by the same forces. They were seekers in the same way, these last great explorers of the soul. They were all completely immersed in literature, the first artists shaped by a universal literary culture. Most of them were writers and poets as much as they were painters, composers, or philosophers, blending the arts and senses into new forms. Wagner, for example, is a musician who belongs among painters, a poet among musicians, an artist among actors. They were all obsessed with expression, at any cost, and the need to make something new speak. Delacroix, for instance, was Wagner's closest artistic relative. They were all pioneers of the sublime, including its terrifying and grotesque aspects. But more than that, they were masters of spectacle, of effect, of grand theatrical display. They were all immensely talented, perhaps even more than they were truly great, consummate virtuosos with an uncanny instinct for what seduces, compels, and overwhelms. They were born enemies of logic and straight lines, drawn instead to the strange, the exotic, the monstrous, the contradictory. As men, they were like Tantalus, forever reaching, never satisfied. Many were social outsiders, plebeian upstarts unable to master a noble, steady rhythm in life and action. One only has to think of Balzac. They were tireless workers, often to the point of self-destruction. In morality, they were rebels and iconoclasts, insatiable in their ambitions, unable to find balance or peace. And yet, in the end, almost all of them collapsed at the foot of the Christian cross. And rightly so, because which of them was profound or original enough to develop a genuinely anti-Christian philosophy? They were, in sum, a generation of bold, reckless, overreaching, soaring men, pulling the masses along with them, who first had to teach the 19th century what it even meant to be a higher man. German admirers of Wagner should consider whether there is anything purely German in his art at all, or is its true significance precisely that it draws from sources beyond Germany? Could it be that Wagner's entire creative instinct was shaped in part by his exposure to Paris, which he was instinctively drawn to at the crucial moment of his development? Indeed, his entire self-presentation and public mission only fully matured under the influence of French socialism. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one might argue that Wagner's German nature revealed itself in his strength, boldness, severity, and loftiness, qualities beyond the reach of any 19th-century Frenchman. Perhaps this is because Germans still retain a closer connection to barbarism than the French. Wagner's most extraordinary creation may not only be incomprehensible to the Latin nations today, but may remain forever beyond their grasp. Siegfried, the truly free man. Siegfried is probably too free, too hard, too joyful, too healthy, too anti-Catholic for nations shaped by long, refined civilizations. He may even be Wagner's great sin against Romanticism, a figure completely alien to the Latin spirit. But Wagner atoned for this in his later years when, in a move eerily prescient of modern politics, he began to advocate, if not to walk, the road to Rome, embracing Catholicism with the religious fervor that was always latent in him. To make my meaning clear to those who might misunderstand, let me offer some powerful verses that will make even the dullest ears understand what I mean. What I mean against the final Wagner and his Parsifal music. Is this our way? Did this sickly wailing come from a German heart? From a German body, this self-mutilation? Is this cringing priestly hand-wringing? This smoky incense of devotion? Is this uncertain faltering and stumbling? This feeble, wavering falsetto ringing? This lecherous nun-gazing? This Ave bell chime? This holy fake ecstasy leaping to heaven? Is this our way? Think again. You're still waiting at the door. For what you hear is Rome, Rome's faith by intuition. Summary. In this chapter, Nietzsche examines different European nations and their unique psychological and cultural traits, offering a mix of sharp critique, deep insight, and playful mockery. He explores how national character influences philosophy, morality, and politics, often making bold and provocative generalizations about the Germans, French, English, Italians, and other European peoples. Nietzsche describes Germany as a complex, multi-layered, and contradictory nation, one that struggles with self-definition. He criticizes the Germans for their clumsiness, lack of clarity, and tendency toward philosophical abstraction. However, he also recognizes Germany's depth and its potential to shape European culture, particularly through its thinkers like Goethe and Schopenhauer. Unlike Germany, which Nietzsche sees as clumsy and chaotic, he views France as the cultural and intellectual high point of Europe. He praises the French for their refinement, wit, and psychological depth, particularly in their literature and moral philosophy. Nietzsche is harsh on the English, portraying them as pragmatic, unoriginal, and lacking true philosophical depth. He sees English philosophy, Locke, Hume, Mill, Darwin, Spencer, as simplistic and reductionist, focus too much on utility, empiricism, and moralizing, rather than on deep, creative thought. Nietzsche romanticizes Italy, describing it as a place of joy, beauty, and artistic passion. He admires the Italian Renaissance as a time when life was lived more fully, with greater intensity and individual expression. Nietzsche suggests that the future belongs to a new type of person, the good European, someone who transcends narrow national identities and embraces a broader, transnational intellectual and cultural perspective. He sees nationalism as a form of small-mindedness and advocates for a more cosmopolitan vision of European culture. Nietzsche denounces anti-Semitism, a rare stance for his time. While he acknowledges the resilience and influence of Jewish culture, he condemns the crude racism of anti-Semites, arguing that Jewish intellect and adaptability have contributed significantly to European civilization. Nietzsche sees nationalism and democracy as symptoms of cultural decline, believing that they promote mediocrity and suppress individual greatness. He warns that modern political movements are eroding aristocratic values and replacing them with herd morality. Commentary. This chapter is one of Nietzsche's most provocative and culturally charged sections, offering a mix of deep insight, brutal critique, and playful provocation. One of Nietzsche's great strengths is his ability to analyze the psychological and cultural traits of nations. His descriptions of German depth, French refinement, English pragmatism, and Italian vitality still feels surprisingly relevant today. However, he is also deliberately provocative and playful, often exaggerating for rhetorical effect. Nietzsche's critique of German culture is particularly sharp, despite being German himself. He rejects the idea of German superiority, instead arguing that Germany is weighed down by its contradictions, its obsession with systematizing knowledge, and its lack of refined taste. His warning against rising German nationalism was incredibly prescient, given that Germany would soon embark on 2 world wars driven by nationalist ideology. His admiration for French culture highlights his preference for psychological depth, literary elegance, and clarity of expression. Unlike German philosophy, which he sees as abstract and overcomplicated, he values the French ability to express profound truths with precision and wit. Nietzsche's critique of English thought is one of his most radical intellectual attacks. He sees British empiricism and utilitarianism, Locke, Hume, Mill, Darwin, Spencer, as shallow and uninspired, reducing human life to a mere calculus of pleasure and pain. He believes philosophy should be grand, artistic, and life-affirming, not just an intellectual exercise in utility. Nietzsche's vision of a transnational European elite, the good Europeans, is a radical rejection of nationalism. He argues that national identity is a limitation, and that the most creative, intelligent individuals must transcend national boundaries and embrace a broader cultural horizon. This cosmopolitan ideal contrasts sharply with the nationalism that was growing across Europe at the time. Nietzsche's rejection of anti-Semitism is particularly important, given how deeply anti-Semitic attitudes were ingrained in 19th-century Europe. He condemns the racism and resentment behind anti-Semitism, seeing Jews as a resilient and intellectually influential people. Ironically, despite his opposition to anti-Semitism, the Nazis would later distort and misuse his philosophy to justify their own racial ideology. Nietzsche's disdain for democracy and nationalism comes from his fear that they promote mediocrity and suppress individuality. He believes that aristocratic values, excellence, strength, and creativity are being destroyed by the rise of mass politics and herd morality. His argument is a warning about the dangers of populism, which remains a relevant concern today. Overall, the chapter Peoples and Countries is a bold, controversial, and highly insightful chapter in which Nietzsche analyzes the national characteristics of European peoples and warns against the dangers of nationalism, mediocrity, and herd morality. His vision of the good European, someone who transcends national borders and embraces a broader intellectual and cultural identity, remains strikingly relevant in an era where nationalism is once again on the rise. Despite its sometimes exaggerated generalizations, this chapter contains deep psychological insights into how different cultures shape thought, philosophy, and values. Nietzsche's rejection of nationalism, his praise for cultural refinement, and his call for a new kind of European identity make this one of his most thought-provoking discussions on politics and culture. Chapter 9. What is noble? Every rise in the quality of humanity has always been the work of aristocratic societies, and it will continue to be so. Such societies believe in a strict hierarchy, in deep-seated differences in value between people, and they require some form of slavery. Without this pathos of distance, which comes from the rigid structure of classes, from the ruling caste constantly looking down on those beneath them, and from their continual practice of commanding and obeying, there could never have developed that deeper and more mysterious longing, the urge to widen the internal distance within oneself, to create ever higher, rarer, broader, and more comprehensive states of being. This is what truly elevates the human type, what drives mankind to continually overcome itself. We must not fall into naive humanitarian illusions when considering how aristocratic societies, the necessary precondition for human elevation, actually come into existence. The truth is harsh. Every high civilization has originated the same way. Strong, unrefined, barbaric men, predators in the full, terrible sense of the word, have thrown themselves upon weaker, more moral, more peaceful peoples. These weaker peoples may have been traders or herders, or they may have been older, refined civilizations where vitality was fading, where life flickered in the form of wit and decadence. At its origin, the ruling class was always made up of these invading barbarians. Their superiority was not merely physical, but more importantly, psychological. They were more complete beings, which also means they were more complete beasts. Corruption signals a breakdown of the instincts, a coming anarchy in the soul, a convulsion in the foundation of life itself. But corruption takes different forms depending on the kind of society it infects. Consider the French aristocracy at the beginning of the Revolution, when they threw away their privileges in an act of self-sacrifice, when they destroyed themselves out of an excess of moral sentiment. That was corruption. But this was only the final stage of a much older decay. Over centuries, they had already surrendered their power bit by bit, gradually reducing themselves to a mere function of the monarchy, eventually even becoming nothing more than its decoration and ceremonial dress. A healthy aristocracy, by contrast, must never see itself as a mere servant of the king or the state. It must see itself as the very purpose and justification of society. It must accept, in good conscience, that countless individuals must be reduced to lesser beings, slaves, instruments, to serve its higher function. The fundamental principle of aristocracy is that society does not exist for its own sake. Rather, it is a foundation, a scaffolding that allows a select group of people to climb higher, to fulfill greater responsibilities, to live a superior existence. Just like the Sipo matador, those vine-like plants in Java, which wrap themselves around an oak, spiraling upward, feeding off its strength, until they finally break free above the tree's canopy, unfurling their blossoms in the open sunlight. Mutually refraining from harm, violence, and exploitation, and treating one's will as equal to that of others, This might work in a limited sense between individuals, provided that they are actually similar in strength and value and exist within the same structure. However, if one were to take this principle and try to apply it universally, to make it the foundation of society, it would quickly reveal its true nature: a will to the denial of life, a principle of weakness, disintegration, and decay. To grasp this fully, one must think deeply and resist all sentimental illusions. Life itself is fundamentally about taking, appropriating, injuring, conquering the unfamiliar and the weak, imposing one's own form, assimilating and, at the very least, exploiting. But why should we continue using these words with the moral disdain they have carried for so long? Even within an aristocratic society, where individuals treat each other as equals, this mutual restraint applies only internally. If such a society is alive and not decaying, it must act outwardly in the opposite manner. It must be the embodiment of the will to power. It must strive to expand, dominate, assimilate, and establish supremacy, not out of some moral or immoral impulse, but simply because it lives, and life itself is nothing but the will to power. Nowhere is the modern European mind more resistant to correction than on this point. Everywhere people fantasize, even under the guise of science, about future societies in which exploitation will be abolished. To my ears, this sounds as absurd as inventing a form of life that no longer carries out its basic biological functions. Exploitation is not some moral failing, nor is it exclusive to primitive or corrupt societies. It is intrinsic to life itself. It arises directly from the fundamental will to power, which is, in essence, the will to live. If this sounds like a radical theory, so be it. But as a fact of history, it is simply the truth. Let us at least be honest with ourselves. As I traveled through the many refined and crude moral systems that have shaped human societies, I noticed certain patterns repeating themselves, revealing two fundamental types of morality. This distinction became clear. There is a master morality and a slave morality. I should add, however, that in all complex and advanced civilizations, there are attempts to reconcile these two moralities. More often, though, they are confused or misunderstood, sometimes even coexisting in the same person, within a single soul. The origins of moral values come from two very different sources, either from a ruling class, fully aware of its superiority over the ruled, or from the ruled themselves, those who are dependent, subjugated, or enslaved. In the first case, where the ruling class defines good, moral worth is associated with an exalted, proud disposition, which determines rank and status. The noble type of man instinctively separates himself from those who lack this proud, elevated disposition. He despises them. In this first kind of morality, the contrast between good and bad is essentially the same as noble versus despicable. The distinction between good and evil, however, comes from a different source. The cowardly, the timid, the small-minded, and those fixated on mere utility are despised. So are the distrustful, with their nervous glances, the self-abasing, the submissive, those who let themselves be mistreated, the sycophantic flatterers, and, above all, the liars. It is a fundamental belief among aristocrats that the common people are dishonest. In ancient Greece, the nobility referred to themselves as "we truthful ones." Originally, moral values were attributed to people, not actions. It is a mistake, then, when historians of morality begin their inquiries with questions like, "Why have compassionate actions been praised?" The noble type of man sees himself as the one who assigns value. He does not seek approval from others. He judges. What harms me is, by definition, harmful in itself. He knows that he alone gives things their honor and significance. He is a creator of values. He esteems in others what he recognizes in himself. His morality is an act of self-glorification. At its core, this morality comes from a feeling of overflowing power, an inner wealth that seeks expression. The noble man helps those less fortunate, but not, or only rarely, out of pity. Rather, he helps from a surplus of strength, as an act of generosity that affirms his own power. He honors strength, especially in himself. He respects those who can control themselves, who know when to speak and when to remain silent, who enjoy discipline and hardship, and who revere what is harsh and severe. In an old Scandinavian saga, a Viking declares, "Wotan placed a hard heart in my breast." This expresses, with perfect clarity, the soul of a proud warrior. Such a man takes pride in not being made for sympathy. The same Viking warns, "He who has not a hard heart when young will never have one." The noble and brave, who think in this way, are the farthest removed from the morality that defines virtue as sympathy, altruism, or self-sacrifice. Faith in oneself, pride in oneself, a deep-seated hostility toward the ideal of selflessness. These are the defining features of noble morality. Just as essential is a dismissive scorn for compassion and the so-called warm heart. It is the powerful who know how to honor. This is their art, their domain of invention. Profound reverence for age and tradition. This is the foundation of all law. The belief in and preference for one's ancestors, alongside suspicion toward newcomers, is typical of aristocratic morality. By contrast, the modern belief in progress and the future, along with an increasing lack of respect for old age, reveals the ignoble origins of these so-called modern ideas. A morality belonging to the ruling class is especially offensive and foreign to modern sensibilities because of its strict principle that one has duties only to one's equals. Toward those of lower rank, or anyone deemed outside their circle, one may act however one wishes, as the heart desires, and in any case, entirely beyond good and evil. It is here, in this space beyond duty, that sentiments like sympathy may have a place. The ability, and indeed, the duty, to maintain long-lasting gratitude and long-lasting revenge, but only within the circle of equals. A refined artfulness in retribution, a highly developed, nuanced sense of friendship. Even a certain necessity for enemies, as an outlet for emotions like envy, quarrelsomeness, and arrogance, or, in fact, as a condition for being a good friend. All of these are hallmarks of noble morality. This kind of morality, however, does not align with modern ideas, and is therefore difficult for contemporary people to understand, let alone recognize and bring to light. Things are different with the second type of morality, slave morality. Suppose that those who have been wronged, oppressed, burdened, uncertain of themselves, and exhausted were to develop their own moral system. What would be the common theme of their judgments? Most likely, they would express a deep pessimism about the entire condition of human existence, perhaps even a condemnation of life itself. The slave views the virtues of the powerful with suspicion. He is skeptical and distrustful. Indeed, he cultivates a refined distrust of everything that is honored as good among the strong. He even convinces himself that the happiness of the powerful is not real happiness. Instead, he glorifies those qualities that make life easier for the weak, that help them endure suffering, that soften the blows of existence. Thus, sympathy, kindness, helpfulness, warmth of heart, patience, diligence, humility, and friendliness become the highest virtues, not because they are noble, but because they are useful. Slave morality is, at its core, a morality of utility. It is in this context that the famous contrast between good and evil emerges. According to slave morality, what is evil is that which is strong, dangerous, and commanding, something that inspires fear. But under master morality, it is precisely the good man who instills fear and who seeks to do so, while the bad man is simply a contemptible, pathetic figure. The contrast between these two perspectives reaches its peak when, under the logic of slave morality, even its own good man begins to carry a slight, if well-intentioned, undertone of contempt. After all, in the mindset of the enslaved, the good man must at the very least be harmless, kind-hearted, easy to deceive, perhaps even a bit foolish, un bonhomme. Whenever slave morality dominates, we find that language itself starts to blur the line between good and stupid. There is one last fundamental difference between these two moralities: the desire for freedom, the instinct for happiness, and an ever more refined sensitivity toward personal liberty are essential features of slave morality. In contrast, devotion, reverence, and the ecstatic experience of submission and admiration are characteristic of aristocratic thinking and valuation. For this reason, we can now understand why love as passion, a specifically European phenomenon, must have been of noble origin. As is well known, this invention came from the Provençal knight poets, the refined and brilliant creators of the guy sabre, the joyful knowledge, to whom Europe owes so much, perhaps even its very self. Vanity is one of the hardest things for a noble person to grasp. He will be tempted to deny its existence, even where others see it as obvious. The challenge for him is to imagine people who try to create a good opinion of themselves that they themselves do not actually believe in, let alone deserve, and who then go on to actually believe in that manufactured opinion. To him, this is both in terrible taste and an outright insult to oneself, while at the same time being so utterly irrational that he would prefer to see vanity as an exception rather than the rule. He will say something like, "I may be mistaken about my worth, but even so, I still want others to recognize me as I recognize myself. That's not vanity, but self-confidence. Or, in most cases, it's what people call humility or modesty." Or, he might argue, there are plenty of reasons why I might take pleasure in others having a good opinion of me, perhaps because I love and respect them and enjoy sharing in their happiness, perhaps because their approval strengthens my own self-belief, or maybe because their good opinion is useful to me, or will be in the future. But none of that is vanity. A noble person must go out of his way, especially by studying history, to fully understand that for the majority of people throughout history, particularly those in dependent or subordinate social positions, one was only what one appeared to be. Not being used to defining values for themselves, they assigned themselves no worth other than the value their masters gave them. It has always been the privilege of rulers to create values. Even today, as a result of the slow rise of democratic societies and the blending of master and slave bloodlines, the originally rare and noble impulse to determine one's own value is being increasingly encouraged and spread. However, it always encounters resistance from an older, deeper, more ingrained instinct. It is this older instinct that dominates in the phenomenon of vanity. The vain person rejoices at any positive opinion about himself, not because it serves him, and not even because it is true, but simply because it is positive, just as he suffers from any negative opinion, no matter how unfounded. He submits to both, because an ancient instinct of submission still governs him. Vanity is the slave within a person, a remnant of the cunning of servitude. Just look at how much of the slave still survives in women, for example. It is this cunning that tries to seduce others into holding good opinions, only to then kneel before those very opinions as though they had not themselves created them. To say it once more, vanity is a relic from the past, a throwback to servitude. A species comes into being, and a particular type of character becomes strong and enduring through long struggles with consistently harsh and unfavorable conditions. Breeders know that when a species receives too much nourishment and excessive protection, it quickly begins producing unusual variations, freaks, anomalies, and even grotesque forms of vice. Now, consider an aristocratic society, such as an ancient Greek city-state or Venice, as a deliberate or unconscious mechanism for cultivating a specific kind of human being. In such a society, individuals are thrown into a competitive struggle for survival, where they must dominate in order to survive, because failure means extinction. There is no excess of comfort or security to encourage deviation from the established type. The species needs itself to remain. Consistent, strong, uniform, and simple in structure, so that it can endure in its ongoing struggle against enemies, against internal rebellion, or against the constant threat of collapse. Through long experience, such a society learns what qualities have enabled it to survive despite the odds, despite gods and men, and it calls these qualities virtues. These are the only qualities it cultivates, and it does so with discipline and severity. Every aristocratic morality is strict in educating its youth, in controlling women, in setting marriage laws, in regulating the relationship between the old and the young, and in punishing degeneration. Aristocratic morality values intolerance. It calls it justice. Over time, this way of life produces a certain type of person, one with a strong, austere, warlike character, skilled in silence and restraint, but also highly attuned to the nuances and refinements of social life. This type becomes deeply rooted and resistant to change because it has been formed through constant struggle. Then comes a turning point. The battles cease. The external pressures disappear. There are no more serious enemies, and life is no longer a desperate struggle. Suddenly, the old discipline no longer seems necessary for survival. It is now just a luxury, an aesthetic choice for those with a taste for antiquity. Without the constraints that once shaped and hardened individuals, deviations begin to appear in all directions, some noble and refined, others degenerative and grotesque. The individual breaks free and dares to assert himself. At this stage in history, society enters a chaotic period where brilliance and decay coexist, like a wild, tropical jungle growing at a feverish pace. Everything is surging upward, competing for space, but with no shared direction or overarching moral code to impose limits or discipline. The morality that once built this powerful society is now outdated. It has outlived its usefulness. This is the most dangerous moment, when life has expanded beyond the old morality, and individuals must create their own laws, their own strategies for survival, their own ways of elevating and saving themselves. There are no longer common principles, only new questions, new experiments, and a tangled web of noble ambitions and destructive impulses. Everything is unraveling, yet everything is also more alive than ever. It is a strange season, both spring and autumn at once, an age of renewal and an age of decay, where corruption is still fresh, full of energy, and still eager for new adventures. Now, morality itself is reborn, this time not in response to external threats, but from the dangers lurking inside individuals, inside their friends, their neighbors, their children, and even within their own hearts. This is the moment when new moral philosophers emerge. What will they preach? They see the collapse happening all around them. They see the decay accelerating. They realize that nothing will last beyond the near future, except for one type of person, the mediocre. Only the mediocre will survive and reproduce. They are the future, the only ones built to endure. So, what is the new morality? Be like them. Become mediocre. This is the only message that still has power, the only one people are willing to listen to. But such a morality cannot openly admit what it is. It must disguise itself in noble-sounding words: moderation, dignity, duty, brotherly love. It must mask its true nature. And yet, how hard it will be to conceal the irony. There is an instinct for hierarchy, an unspoken sense of rank, which in itself is proof of high rank. A refined and noble soul takes pleasure in the subtle nuances of reverence, an enjoyment that reveals noble origins and training. The true test of a refined nature comes when something of the highest rank passes by, something not yet protected by official recognition or authority, something that moves like a wandering touchstone, unseen and unacknowledged, perhaps even deliberately hidden. A skilled observer of souls will often use these moments to assess a person's true value, to determine their innate and unchangeable place in the hierarchy. He will test them by their instinct for reverence. It is a fundamental truth: difference breeds hatred. Many reveal their vulgarity in an instant, like dirty water splashing up when they are confronted with something sacred, a holy relic, a great book, a work of destiny. On the other hand, a truly refined soul will instinctively fall silent, hesitate, lower its gaze, and still its movements, sensing the presence of something worthy of respect. Perhaps the best example of such disciplined reverence in Europe has been the treatment of the Bible. A book of such depth and significance requires the tyranny of external authority to shield it, ensuring the centuries of time necessary for it to be understood and unraveled. It is no small achievement when the masses, those shallow, mindless types, are finally taught that they cannot touch everything, that some experiences are sacred, that there are moments where one must remove one's shoes and keep one's unclean hands away. This may be their greatest step toward true humanity. But among the so-called educated classes, among those who believe in modern ideas, nothing is more repulsive than their complete lack of shame, the casual insolence with which they lay hands on everything, with which they poke, prod, and defile the most sacred things. Ironically, it is possible that there is still more relative nobility of taste and a deeper sense of reverence among the common people, among peasants, than among the newspaper-reading intellectual half-world, the so-called cultured class. A man cannot erase from his soul what his ancestors have done most frequently and consistently, whether they were meticulous accountants devoted to their ledgers and cash boxes, modest in their ambitions and virtues, whether they spent their lives giving orders from morning to night, indulging in rough pleasures and even rougher responsibilities, or whether they once renounced their privileges of birth and wealth in order to dedicate themselves completely to their faith, to their God, driven by an unyielding and hypersensitive conscience that recoiled at every compromise. Whatever their path, their legacy remains. It is impossible for a person not to carry within him the traits and inclinations of his parents and ancestors, no matter how much appearances suggest otherwise. This is the reality of inheritance. If one knows something about a man's lineage, one can make a fair prediction about his nature. Any form of uncontrolled indulgence, any expression of envious resentment, any clumsy self-importance, these three things, which together have always defined the true plebeian in every age, will inevitably be passed down to the child, as surely as bad blood. And even the best education and refinement can only succeed in disguising this inheritance, never truly erasing it. And what else is education and culture trying to do today? In this deeply democratic, no, This profoundly plebeian era, education and culture have become little more than the art of deception. Deception about one's origins. Deception about the deeply ingrained plebeianism in both body and soul. An educator who, in today's world, preached truthfulness above all else, constantly urging his students, be true, be natural, show yourselves as you really are. Such a virtuous, well-meaning fool would soon find himself reaching for Horace's furca, the metaphorical pitchfork used to drive out nature. And what would be the result? The same as always, plebeianism would return, again and again. At the risk of offending delicate ears, I propose that egoism is an essential trait of the noble soul. By this, I mean the unwavering belief that beings like us are naturally entitled to the submission and sacrifice of others. The noble soul does not question this egoism, nor does he experience it as cruelty, coercion, or arbitrary imposition. Rather, he sees it as something rooted in the fundamental law of existence itself. If he were to name it, he would simply call it justice. There may be rare moments when he hesitates, when circumstances force him to recognize the existence of others who are equally privileged. But once the question of rank has been settled, he moves among his equals with the same assurance, modesty, and refined courtesy that he enjoys in his own company. This is an inherent, almost celestial order, an instinctive harmony that all the stars in the sky understand. Even in his dealings with equals, the noble soul's egoism remains intact. It simply expresses itself differently. He instinctively limits himself in his interactions with them, showing an artful restraint that is not humility, but an extension of his own self-regard. Every star is an egoist in this way. It honors itself in its fellow stars. In the privileges and honors he grants to his equals, he is ultimately affirming himself. He believes that this mutual exchange of respect is part of the natural order of things, just as the stars move in their orbits. The noble soul gives as he takes, driven by an innate and passionate sense of reciprocity. This is the core of his nature. In a world of equals, the idea of favor is meaningless and even distasteful. There may be a refined way of allowing gifts to descend like blessings from above, of receiving them with the same thirst that one drinks the morning dew. But the noble soul is unskilled in such displays. His egoism prevents him from looking upward with longing or gratitude. He looks only forward, deliberately, steadily, or downward, with the awareness of someone who knows he is standing on a height. One can only truly respect a man who does not look out for himself. Goethe to Rath Schlosser. The Chinese have a proverb that mothers teach their children, Xiao Xin, make your heart small. This is the fundamental tendency of all late-stage civilizations. I have no doubt that an ancient Greek, encountering modern Europeans, would immediately notice this self-diminishment in us. That alone would be enough to make us distasteful to him. What, in the end, is ignobleness? Words are merely vocal symbols for ideas, and ideas themselves are only somewhat defined mental symbols for recurring and converging sensations, for clusters of experiences. Just because we use the same words does not mean we truly understand each other. True understanding happens only when we attach the same words to the same kind of inner experiences, when we share common experiences. This is why people from the same nation understand each other better than those from different nations, even when they speak the same language. When people live together for long periods under similar conditions, similar climate, land, dangers, necessities, and labor, they develop a shared sense of meaning. A nation forms because its people have a common foundation of frequent, shared experiences that dominate over rarer, more unique ones. This leads to faster mutual comprehension. In fact, the history of language is simply the history of abbreviation. As people develop a quicker understanding of each other, their bonds tighten. The greater the danger a group faces, the more essential it becomes to reach quick and clear agreements on what must be done. In dangerous situations, misunderstanding is a luxury one cannot afford. The same principle applies to love and friendship. Both collapse when it becomes clear that two people, while using the same words, actually feel, think, intuit, desire, or fear completely different things. The fear of an eternal misunderstanding is often what prevents individuals of different sexes from forming attachments too hastily, despite what their senses and emotions urge them toward. It is not some genius of the species, as Schopenhauer would have it, but simply a recognition of the risk of fundamental misalignment. Whichever sensations awaken most readily within a person and take command determine the ranking of their values and ultimately what they consider desirable. A person's system of valuation reveals the architecture of their soul. It shows where they find the conditions of their life and their deepest needs. If, throughout history, necessity has consistently brought together only those who could express similar needs and experiences in similar ways, then it follows that the ability to easily communicate one's needs, an ability that depends on having common, average experiences, has been the dominant shaping force of humanity. Those who are similar, common, and ordinary have always had the advantage. Meanwhile, those who are more select, refined, unique, and difficult to understand tend to be isolated. In their solitude, they are more vulnerable to accidents and less likely to propagate themselves. To resist this natural and all too natural progressus in simile, this human drift towards sameness, ordinariness, mediocrity, herd-mindedness, to resist this is to resist the very tide of history. It is to resist the very thing that leads humanity toward ignobleness. The more a psychologist, one who is naturally and inevitably a psychologist, a true observer of souls, focuses on the most exceptional cases, the more he risks being overwhelmed by sympathy. More than anyone else, he needs a kind of emotional toughness, a certain cheerfulness to counterbalance what he sees. For the truth is grim. The corruption and downfall of the most gifted and extraordinary individuals is the rule, not the exception. It is horrifying to witness this pattern over and over again, to recognize the too late that constantly haunts the most remarkable people throughout history. A psychologist who fully grasps this tragic cycle, who sees it not just once but repeatedly across time, may eventually turn against himself in despair. He might, in the end, destroy himself, succumbing to the very fate he has so often diagnosed in others. One notices that almost every psychologist has a peculiar fondness for the company of ordinary, well-adjusted people. This is because he needs relief from his own insights. He must flee, at times, from the weight of what he knows, from the burden that his work has placed on his conscience. He fears his own memory. He often finds himself silent, letting others praise, admire, and glorify where he has seen something quite different. Sometimes he even agrees with them, pretending to share their enthusiasm for some celebrated figure, all the while knowing the truth. Perhaps the greatest irony is that where he has learned both deep sympathy and deep contempt, others have learned only reverence. The masses, the educated elite, the dreamers, they venerate great men, turning them into objects of national pride, examples to inspire the young. Yet, how often is this merely a lie? How often have these great men been nothing more than sacrificial victims, burned at the altar of success? History is full of distortions, its so-called great figures obscured beneath their own works, unrecognizable beneath the mythologies built around them. The artist, the philosopher, the statesman, the conqueror, each is wrapped in legend until people forget what they truly were. The world of historical values is full of counterfeit currency. Consider some of the greatest poets: Byron, Musset, Poe, Leopardi, Kleist, Gogol, as they appear to us now, and as perhaps they were forced to be: impulsive, passionate, sensitive, erratic, full of both genius and self-destruction. They were often men with hidden wounds, compensating for inner corruption with their work, escaping through their art, desperate to forget the truths they knew too well. They often wallowed in the filth of their own existence, sometimes even embracing it, becoming like will-o'-the-wisps, leading others into the swamp. Yet the world called them idealists. The torment of understanding these figures is unbearable for anyone who has truly seen through them. It is no wonder, then, that they often sought refuge in women. Women, being naturally attuned to suffering and instinctively eager to heal, were the first to respond with boundless sympathy. But their devotion often exceeded their power to save. The masses, seeing these dramatic outpourings of love, interpreted them in their own shallow way, mistaking them for something noble and selfless, when in reality they were desperate and self-deceiving. Women, in particular, have their own illusion. They want to believe that love can solve everything. This is their superstition. But anyone who truly understands the human heart knows how weak, helpless, and ultimately destructive love can be. It does not save. It often ruins. Perhaps, hidden beneath the fable of Jesus' life, is one of the most tragic cases of love's failure. What if his story is not one of divine sacrifice, but of a man with an insatiable hunger for love? A heart so desperate for affection that it could never get enough, a man who demanded love so fiercely that he condemned those who would not give it to him. Perhaps he created hell simply as a punishment for those who refused him their love. And when he finally understood how small, how insufficient human love really is, he invented a God who was nothing but love, a being whose entire purpose was to make up for the deficiency of human affection. A person who understands that, who truly knows what love is and what it is not, will seek death. But why even talk about such painful things? Unless, of course, one has no choice. The intellectual arrogance and deep contempt of someone who has suffered profoundly, it almost defines the hierarchy of human rank, how deeply a person is capable of suffering. There is an icy certainty in such a person, an awareness that, through suffering, he knows more than even the wisest and most perceptive can ever comprehend. He has been to distant, terrifying places in his soul, places that others will never understand. This quiet, intellectual pride, this feeling of belonging to a secretive, almost sacrificial order of the initiated, demands masks and disguises to shield itself from the prying hands of the well-meaning and the curious, those who do not belong to his kind. Profound suffering makes a person noble. It separates him from others. One of the most refined ways of hiding this nobility is Epicureanism, a bold and ostentatious enjoyment of pleasure, an attitude that treats suffering lightly. Those who adopt this stance are often misunderstood. They want to be misunderstood. Some take refuge in the pose of the scientist, since the appearance of objectivity and rational detachment makes them seem shallow. Others affect a kind of arrogant cynicism, laughing off their inner wounds, hiding behind an outward mask of insolence, as in Hamlet or the case of Galliani. Some even use foolishness as a disguise, pretending to be naive or ignorant as a way of protecting their deeper knowledge. From this, one should conclude that refined humanity must learn to respect the mask. Curiosity and psychology should not be applied in the wrong places. Some things are meant to remain hidden. The greatest distance between two people is not found in their honesty, their usefulness to one another, or their mutual goodwill. The real chasm lies in their sense of purity. It does not matter if they admire or respect each other. If their instincts of purity do not align, they cannot stand each other's smell. A highly developed instinct for purity isolates a person in the most profound way, marking him as something like a saint. Holiness, in this sense, is simply the highest form of spiritual refinement. A saint has an insatiable thirst for inner cleansing, a constant drive to escape from darkness into light, from suffering into clarity, from the murky into the pure. But this same impulse separates him from others. He instinctively recoils from the filth of what is human, all too human. For those on the highest levels of purity, even pity itself becomes something impure, something unclean. Signs of nobility: refusing to reduce one's personal duties to the level of duties for everyone, an unwillingness to share responsibility, recognizing one's privileges and seeing their use not as indulgence, but as obligations. A man striving for greatness sees every person he meets in one of three ways: as a stepping stone, as an obstacle, or as a temporary resting place. He can only be truly generous to others once he has reached his peak and has gained power. Until then, impatience eats away at him. He knows that until he has achieved, he must play a role, act out a comedy, keep his ultimate purpose hidden. Even struggle itself is a kind of performance, a deception that disguises its final goal. This necessity poisons all his relationships. A man like this understands solitude deeply, and all the poison it brings with it. The problem of those who wait. A person with the potential for greatness, a higher man, depends on lucky circumstances, on countless unpredictable factors, in order to act at the right moment. Most of the time, this moment never comes. All over the world, there are people waiting without even realizing the full extent of their waiting, or that they will wait in vain. Sometimes the opportunity arrives too late. The chance to act, the moment that grants permission to unleash their potential, only comes when their youth is spent, their energy drained. How many, just as they finally rise to seize their moment, realize in horror that their body has grown stiff, their spirit heavy. They say to themselves, "It's too late." Self-doubt takes hold, and from that moment on, they are lost, permanently useless. Perhaps in the realm of genius, the Raphael without hands is not an exception, but the rule. Perhaps genius itself is not so rare, but what is rare are the 500 hands necessary to seize the right moment, to grasp kairos, the fleeting instant when action is possible. A person who refuses to see the greatness in another man will fix his gaze even more intensely on his flaws, on what is petty and common in him, and in doing so reveals something about himself. When faced with injury and loss, the coarser, simpler soul copes better than the noble one. The noble soul's very nature makes it more fragile, more dependent on complex conditions to thrive, and thus far more vulnerable. The odds that it will be broken, defeated, or destroyed are overwhelming. A lizard can regrow a lost limb, but a man cannot. It is always the same mistake. When a man finally completes his work, he realizes, too late, that he has learned something essential, something he absolutely should have known before he began. The eternal regret of the finished task. The melancholy of completion. Wanderer, who are you? I see you walking your path without scorn, without love, with deep, unreadable eyes, heavy with sadness, as if you had plummeted into the abyss and returned, unsatisfied. What were you seeking down there? Your chest does not heave with sighs, your lips conceal their disgust, your hand hesitates to grasp anything. Who are you? What have you done? Rest here. This place welcomes all travelers. Take what you need. Tell me, what will refresh you? Ask for whatever I have, and it is yours. To refresh me? To refresh me? Oh, how you pry! But give me, I beg you. What? What? Speak. Another mask, a second mask. Those who have known deep sadness give themselves away when they feel happiness. They seize upon it as if they want to strangle it, to crush it in their hands, driven by jealousy, because they know too well that it will not last. Bad, bad. What? He's going backward? Yes, but you misunderstand when you complain. He moves backward like all who are preparing for a great leap forward. Will people believe this about me? I want them to believe it about me. I have never thought about myself very well or very clearly. Only in rare moments, and even then, only reluctantly, always with an impulse to turn away, always skeptical of the results, because I have an unshakable distrust in the very possibility of self-knowledge. The idea of direct knowledge that theorists take for granted, I see it as a contradiction in terms. This, I think, is one of the few things I know about myself with certainty. There must be some deep aversion in me to believing anything definite about myself. Is there an enigma in this? Probably. But luckily, it is not my problem to solve. Perhaps it reveals something about my species? Perhaps. But not to me. And that, I must say, is a relief. But what has happened to you? I don't know, he answered hesitantly. Perhaps the harpies have flown over my table. Sometimes, even the gentlest, most composed, most restrained man will suddenly go mad. He smashes his dishes, overturns the table, shrieks, raves, horrifies everyone, and then, ashamed and furious at himself, disappears. But where does he go? Why? To starve in solitude, to suffocate in his own memories. A man with refined and noble desires, who rarely finds a table set for him, who seldom finds the nourishment he truly needs, is always at risk. And in this age, this loud, vulgar, plebeian age, he is in greater danger than ever. Thrown into a world where he cannot stand the food, the company, or the manners of those around him, he may perish from hunger and thirst, or worse, if he finally forces himself to eat, he may be overwhelmed by a sudden wave of nausea. Who among us has not at some point sat at a table where we did not belong? And those of us who are most difficult to nourish, who need the rarest and most delicate sustenance, know well the danger of the after-dinner nausea, that sickening realization, that moment of disgust when we finally see what we have been eating and with whom. If one wishes to praise at all, it is an act of refined and noble self-restraint to praise only where one does not agree. Otherwise, one is simply praising oneself, which is in bad taste. However, such restraint leads to endless misunderstanding. To afford oneself this luxury of taste and morality, one must not live among fools, but among men whose misunderstandings are at least amusing in their refinement. Otherwise, one will pay dearly for it. He praises me, therefore he agrees with me. This asinine logic ruins half the life of those who live in solitude, for it attracts donkeys into their company and friendship. To live in vast and proud tranquility, always above the fray, to have or not have emotions, to take sides or not at will, to descend into passion for a time, to ride it like a horse, or often like a donkey, for one must know how to make use of both its fire and its stupidity. To preserve one's many perspectives, to keep one's dark glasses at hand, for there are moments when no one should look into our eyes, let alone into our motives. To choose, as one's companion, that roguish and cheerful vice, politeness, and to remain master of one's four virtues, courage, insight, sympathy, and solitude. For solitude, to us, is a virtue, a noble instinct toward purity, which senses that all human contact, all society, inevitably makes one impure. All society makes one somehow, somewhere, commonplace. The greatest events and the greatest thoughts, which are, after all, the same, are the slowest to be understood. Their own era does not even experience them. It lives past them. This happens as it does with the stars. The light of the farthest ones takes the longest to reach us, and before it arrives, men deny that the stars exist at all. How many centuries does a great mind need to be understood? That too is a measure of rank, a law of etiquette for the mind, as for the stars. Here the horizon is free, the mind elevated. But there is also the opposite kind of man. He too stands on a height, and his view is just as open and boundless. But he looks down. What does noble still mean to us today? How does the noble man reveal himself under this heavy, overcast sky of encroaching plebeianism, which makes everything dull and leaden? It is not by his actions. Actions are always ambiguous, always inscrutable. Nor is it by his works. One finds plenty of artists and scholars whose works betray a deep longing for nobility. But this longing for nobility is very different from the instinct of the noble soul itself. In fact, this very need for nobility is the most telling sign of its absence. It is not in what a man does, but in what he believes, that his rank is determined. If we may borrow and transform an old religious formula, the noble soul has reverence for itself. There are men who are unavoidably intellectual, no matter how much they try to hide it. They twist and turn, they shield their eyes with their hands, as if the hands themselves were not betrayers. But in the end it always comes out. They have something to hide, namely, intellect. One of the subtlest ways to deceive, at least for a while, and to pass oneself off as stupider than one is, a useful trick in daily life, much like carrying an umbrella, is called enthusiasm. Enthusiasm, along with everything that accompanies it, such as virtue. For, as Galliani, who had every reason to know, once said, "Virtue is enthusiasm." In the writings of a recluse, one always hears the echo of solitude, the murmuring tones of isolation, the quiet yet watchful vigilance of one who has long been alone. Even in his strongest words, even in his outcries, there lingers a new and more dangerous kind of silence, one of concealment. Whoever has spent years, day and night, in lonely discord and conversation with his own soul, who has become a cave bear, a treasure seeker, or a guardian dragon hoarding some hidden wealth, will find that his very thoughts take on a twilight hue, an air of both depth and decay, something elusive and unapproachable that chills those who pass by. The recluse does not believe that a philosopher, if he has first been a recluse, as every true philosopher must be, ever fully reveals his deepest thoughts in books. Are books not written precisely to conceal what lies within us? Indeed, he will doubt whether a philosopher can even have final and definitive opinions. Is there not always, behind every cave, another cave? Beneath every foundation, a deeper abyss. Every philosophy is a foreground philosophy. So says the recluse. There is something arbitrary in the fact that the philosopher stopped at this point, looked back, and took in his surroundings. There is something suspicious in the fact that here, at this spot, he laid down his spade and chose to dig no deeper. Every philosophy hides another philosophy. Every opinion is a refuge. Every word is a mask. Every deep thinker fears being understood more than being misunderstood. The latter may wound his vanity, but the former wounds his heart. His sympathy whispers, "Ah, must you suffer as I have suffered?" Man, this complex, deceitful, cunning, and inscrutable creature, more uncanny to other animals through his craftiness and intelligence than through his strength, has invented the good conscience so that he might finally enjoy his soul as something simple. All of morality is a long and audacious falsification, a grand deception by which man has made it possible to take pleasure in the sight of his own soul. From this perspective, there is perhaps far more art in morality than people generally assume. A philosopher is someone who constantly experiences, perceives, hears, suspects, hopes, and dreams of extraordinary things. His own thoughts strike him as though they came from elsewhere, from above, from below, as sudden events, as lightning bolts hurled into his mind. Perhaps he himself is a storm, heavy with unspent lightning, a portentous being, always surrounded by distant rumblings, faint murmurings, and eerie silences. A philosopher, alas, is often one who flees from himself, who is afraid of himself. And yet, curiosity always calls him back. A man who says, "I like that, I claim it as my own, and I will guard and protect it from all others." A man who can argue a case, see a resolution through to the end, remain steadfast in his beliefs, hold on to a woman, punish and overthrow insolence. A man who possesses both anger and a sword, to whom the weak, the suffering, the oppressed, even animals, willingly submit and naturally belong. In short, a man who is by nature a master. When such a man feels sympathy, that sympathy has value. But what worth does the sympathy of those who suffer have, or even the sympathy of those who preach sympathy? In modern Europe, there is a sickly sensitivity toward pain, an unseemly indulgence in complaining, an effeminacy that, propped up by religion and philosophical drivel, tries to present itself as something noble. There is a full-blown cult of suffering. The unmanliness of what these sentimentalists call sympathy is, to my mind, the first thing that stands out. One must make a firm and radical stand against this latest form of bad taste. And as protection against it, I wish people would wear the good amulet of the gay science on their hearts and around their necks. The Olympian vice. Despite the philosopher, an Englishman, of course, who tried to bring laughter into disrepute among thinking minds, laughter is a base infirmity of human nature, which every thinking mind will strive to overcome. Hobbes. I would go so far as to rank philosophers by the quality of their laughter. There are those who can laugh golden laughter. And if the gods themselves philosophize, which for many reasons I am strongly inclined to believe, then surely they must also know how to laugh. But in a manner beyond human laughter, a new kind of divine laughter, perhaps at the expense of all serious things. The gods love mockery. It seems they cannot resist laughing, even in the most sacred matters. The genius of the heart, as possessed by that great and mysterious one, the tempter god and born seducer of souls, whose voice can reach the darkest depths of every spirit, who never utters a word, nor casts a glance without some hidden allure, whose perfection lies in his ability to appear not as he is, but in a form that compels those around him to draw ever closer, to follow him with even greater devotion and surrender. The genius of the heart, which silences the loud and self-important, which smooths the rough souls and awakens in them a new longing, to become as still as a mirror, so that the deep heavens may be reflected within them. The genius of the heart, which teaches the clumsy and impatient hand to hesitate, to grasp with greater delicacy, which senses the hidden and long-forgotten treasure, the tiny drop of goodness and sweetness buried under thick ice, which is like a divining rod for every grain of gold, long lost in the mud and sand. The genius of the heart, from whose presence one departs richer, not as though granted a favor, not surprised or overwhelmed by the generosity of others, but richer in oneself, as something new, as if broken open and breathed upon by a warm wind, full of hopes not yet named, full of a new current of will, full of a new resistance and countercurrent. But what am I doing, my friends? Of whom am I speaking to you? Have I lost myself so completely that I have not even uttered his name? Unless, of course, you have already guessed on your own who this enigmatic God and Spirit is, who wishes to be praised in such a manner. For like anyone who has spent his life constantly on the move, who has wandered far and wide, I have encountered many strange and dangerous spirits. But above all, again and again, I have met the one I have just described. No less than the god Dionysus himself, the great deceiver, the great tempter, to whom, as you know, I once secretly and reverently offered my first fruits. Perhaps I was the last to offer a sacrifice to him, for I have found no one since who understands what I was doing then. Yet, in the meantime, I have learned much, far too much, about the philosophy of this god, and, as I have said, I have learned it from mouth to mouth. I, the last disciple and initiate of the god Dionysus. And perhaps, my friends, it is time that I finally give you a small taste of this philosophy, as far as I am permitted, but in hushed tones, as is fitting. For it deals with much that is secret, new, strange, wonderful, and even unsettling. The very idea that Dionysus is a philosopher, that the gods themselves philosophize, strikes me as a novelty that is not without its dangers, one that may arouse suspicion, especially among philosophers. Among you, my friends, I expect little resistance to the thought, except perhaps that it comes too late, at an inopportune time. For as I have come to realize, you are not eager to believe in gods, let alone in God. And it may happen that in the directness of my tale, I must say more than your delicate ears would prefer to hear. Certainly, the God himself went further, far further, in such dialogues, always many steps ahead of me. Indeed, if it were allowed, I would grant him, in human fashion, all the fine ceremonial titles of wisdom and merit. I would praise his courage as an inquirer, his fearless honesty, his truthfulness, his love of knowledge. But such a God has no use for such respectable ornaments and pomp. Keep that, he would say, for yourself and those like you, and for whoever else still needs such things. I have no need to cover my nakedness. One might suspect that this kind of divinity, this kind of philosopher, perhaps lacks shame. He once said, "Under certain circumstances, I love mankind." He was speaking of Ariadne, who was present. To me, man is an agreeable, brave, inventive creature who has no equal on earth. He even finds his way through all labyrinths. I like man, and I often think about how I can help him go further, how I can make him stronger, more evil, and more profound. Stronger, more evil, and more profound? I asked, horrified. Yes, he said again. Stronger, more evil, and more profound. Also, more beautiful. And with that, the tempter god smiled his halcyon smile, as though he had just paid me some delightful compliment. One sees at once that it is not only shame this god lacks. Indeed, there are good reasons to suspect that in certain matters, the gods themselves could still learn from us men. We humans are more human. Alas, what are you now, my written and painted thoughts? Not long ago, you were so vivid, so fresh, so mischievous, full of thorns and secret spices, making me sneeze and laugh. And now, already you have lost your novelty, and some of you, I fear, are beginning to harden into truths. So immortal they look, so pathetically honest, so dreadfully dull. But has it ever been otherwise? What do we write and paint, we mandarins with our Chinese brush, we preservers of things that lend themselves to writing? What are we alone capable of capturing? Alas, only that which is just beginning to wither, that which is losing its scent. Alas, only exhausted and fading storms, only late-blooming yellowing sentiments. Alas, only birds that have strayed too far, weary from flight, and now let themselves be caught by our hand. We immortalize what no longer truly lives and soars, only that which is spent, overripe, ready to fall. And it is only for your afternoon, you, my written and painted thoughts, that I still have colors to use, many colors, perhaps, with all their soft transitions, my 50 shades of yellow, brown, green, and red. But no one will ever guess how you looked in your morning, you, my sudden sparks and marvels of solitude, you, my old beloved evil thoughts. Summary. In this final and climactic chapter of Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche explores the nature of nobility, contrasting higher and lower types of human beings and arguing for a new aristocracy of spirit. He examines the psychology of the noble person, the morality of the ruling classes, and the fundamental drives that shape individuals and societies. Nietzsche returns to his distinction between master morality and slave morality, arguing that noble individuals create their own values rather than conforming to socially imposed ones. Master morality is self-affirming, independent, and life-affirming. It comes from a position of strength and confidence, defining what is good based on what enhances life, power, and greatness. Slave morality, on the other hand, is reactive, resentful, and based on weakness. It emerges from the oppressed, the weak, and the resentful, who define good negatively, in opposition to the strong and powerful. The noble person acts out of an inner abundance, not from resentment or fear. They have a will to power, which manifests as creativity, self-discipline, and a drive to overcome challenges. They take joy in struggle, danger, and overcoming obstacles, rather than seeking comfort or security. Nietzsche criticizes modern democratic, egalitarian societies, arguing that they erode noble values and promote mediocrity. He warns that Western civilization is being weakened by herd morality, the obsession with equality, and the suppression of exceptional individuals. Nietzsche calls for a new kind of nobility, a spiritual aristocracy, based not on birth or social class, but on inner strength, creativity, and the ability to create values. He envisions a future where a new elite of powerful, free-thinking individuals will rise above the herd and define new values for humanity. Commentary. This chapter encapsulates Nietzsche's most radical and provocative ideas on morality, society, and the future of humanity. It is both a critique of modernity and a call for a new kind of human greatness. Nietzsche is often misunderstood as advocating a return to aristocracy in the traditional sense, but his nobility is not about birth or privilege. It is about strength, creativity, and self-mastery. The noble individual is defined by their ability to create, overcome, and affirm life, rather than by social status. Nietzsche's attack on slave morality is one of his most controversial ideas. He sees modern morality, democracy, and egalitarianism as symptoms of decay, arguing that they promote weakness, resentment, and mediocrity. In today's world, Nietzsche's critique remains relevant in discussions about victimhood culture, political correctness, and the tension between individual excellence and social equality. Nietzsche's will to power is not just about dominance or aggression. It is about the drive to create, to grow, to shape one's destiny. The noble individual is not simply a tyrant or conqueror, but an artist, a philosopher, a creator of values. This vision challenges passive, comfort-seeking attitudes, urging individuals to take risks, struggle, and transform themselves. Nietzsche's celebration of nobility has often been misused, particularly by fascist and authoritarian movements that distorted his ideas into justifications for racism, militarism, and tyranny. However, Nietzsche was not a nationalist or a racist. His nobility is spiritual, intellectual, and psychological, not racial or political. His true ideal is the free spirit, the independent, self-overcoming individual who refuses to conform. In conclusion, what is noble is a powerful and provocative conclusion to Beyond Good and Evil, where Nietzsche outlines his vision of a higher type of human being. He challenges modern morality, democracy, and conventional ideas of goodness, advocating instead for a new aristocracy of the spirit. This chapter is a call to greatness, to self-overcoming, and to the creation of new values, a rallying cry for those who refuse to be defined by the herd. Whether one agrees or disagrees with Nietzsche, his critique of modernity, morality, and mediocrity remains as relevant today as ever. From the Heights. Noon of life, O season of delight, my summer's park. The thrill of watching, waiting, listening in the dark. I search for friends, alert both day and night. Where are you now? The time is right. Is not the glacier's gloomy grey today, with roses crowned? The brook, the wind, the clouds. They rise, they seek, they yearn. They climb still higher toward the blue, to gaze for you from eagle's view. My table's set, a feast upon the heights. Who dwells so near the stars, yet near the abyss that swallows light? My realm. Who claims a wider land than mine? My honey. Who has sipped its wine? Friends, you are here, but woe to me. Am I the one you seek? You stare. Why not in anger speak? Am I not I? Has hand, gait, face all changed? And what I am is now estranged. Am I another, foreign unto me, yet born of me, a wrestler, locked in combat with himself, too often breaking his own might, wounded, shackled by his fight? I sought the place where winds blow fierce and free, and there I learned to dwell. Where no man treads, where ice-lorn wastelands swell, I unlearned man and God and prayer's decree, became a ghost upon the frozen sea. You, my old friends, look, your faces pale, with love and fear, go, but not in wrath. You cannot linger here. Here in the realm of ice and crumbling shale, only the hunter climbs the chamois trail. An evil hunter was I. See how taut. My bow was bent. Who loosed such arrows, if not strength's intent? Woe now, that arrow flies, with peril fraught. None deadlier. Go, seek the home you sought. You leave, but thou endured enough, O heart. Strong was thy faith. Let new friends come, fling wide the gate. Let old ones fade, let memories part. Were you young then? You are younger now, take heart. What bound us once? One hope's embrace. Who now reads well, the lines of love, once etched, now pale and frail. Like parchment dry, too thin to trace. Like autumn leaves, all seared, all waste. Oh, friends no more. What name for those? Phantoms knocking at my heart at night, pressing pale against the window light, mouthing, we were, then vanish as it goes. Oh, withered words, once fresh as rose. Longings of youth that never knew, for which I sighed, I thought them changed with me, kin at my side. But they grew old, as old dreams do, and only new can breathe my air, hold true. Midday of life, my youth renewed, my summer's fire, joy unresting, longing higher. I search for friends, with heart pursued. Come, come, the time is good. The song is sung, its sorrowed tune, now falls to rest. A wizard wove it, midday's guest. No, do not ask me who. At noon it was, when one was two. We keep our feast of feasts today, one heart, one call. The guest of guests, Zarathustra, came to all. The world now laughs, the veil gives way, and light and dark are one that day. Summary. This poem explores the transformation of the speaker as he reaches the noon of life, a moment of self-realization and detachment from old connections. He searches for friends, but realizes they no longer recognize him. He has climbed to great heights, dwelling near the stars yet close to the abyss, reshaping himself through solitude and struggle. His old friends arrive, but find him changed, unrecognizable, even to himself. He has become a ghost upon the frozen sea, shedding his past beliefs, even unlearning God and prayer. His transformation is both an achievement and a sacrifice. His former companions cannot follow, nor can they endure the harsh world he inhabits. Ultimately, he accepts the loss and welcomes new friendships, embracing the renewal of youth and the burning fire of midday. The poem closes with a triumphant moment where Zarathustra arrives as the guest of guests, symbolizing enlightenment. The veil between light and dark is torn, marking the fusion of opposites and the speaker's ultimate transcendence. Commentary. The imagery of icy peaks, fierce winds, and abandoned prayers captures the speaker's philosophical evolution. The shift from old friends to new ones reflects Nietzsche's belief in self-overcoming. Growth demands breaking with the past, even at the cost of isolation. The phrase, "I unlearned man and God and prayer's decree became a ghost upon the frozen sea," vividly illustrates this break with tradition, echoing Zarathustra's solitude in the mountains. Unlike the lament of lost friendships in earlier verses, the poem ends on a note of affirmation. The midday sun, a recurring symbol in Nietzsche's work, represents the fullness of life, the point at which one has transcended past illusions and embraced a higher existence. The final scene, where light and dark are one that day, suggests a unity beyond dualities, mirroring Zarathustra's return to the world after his period of isolation. And that was Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. If you are up for more, you can check out my other videos, right here.